Hello and welcome everyone. This is Race on Oz TV. This is a very special presentation today. It's the Oz Team Racing Annual 1000 at Bathurst. It's going to be 6 hours today. My name's Nick and I'm going to be bringing you the action, which will start very shortly. Let's have a look at the pole position sitter. This was pole position. The shootout was done last week. It was a cracking lap around Mount Panorama. This is how it all panned out. Let's have a quick look. So a cracking lap there by Jacob Weatherburn for the Pixel Racers Setmate 2 entry. Let's have a look at we should have the grid here. Hang on a second. Yeah, this is the grid. So let's have a look while they're all getting set to start. So the 782 on pole position, the number 73, the anti-BOP Tourists in P2. The faster lap was a 2-minute flat .075. Vinny Canero and Loz in the car there, the 123 Sailors entry in the Bentley, the Red Rebel Racing entry in P4, Spinazzi and Lester in the 846 Advantage in 5th, the Young and Old Racing in P6. In 7th, it's Reject Racing, Babby and Burton and the 36 Hawk Tour, Luke and Aiken, Skinny Luke in P number 8. P number 9, the Small Island Motorsport, it's the Bevis brothers there, and the Young and Old entry, Starkey and Coulter in P10. P number 11, Brake Check and Chill, it's Smiles and Shine. P12 is Black Cat Racing, Ren and Bank sitting there in 12th. In 13th position, it's Oasis Racing, it's the Gallagher brothers in the 171 Lamborghini, and Matic Racing in P14, that's Bursa and Picken. In 15th, it's Polygon Racing, Convoy and Scarney. In 15th, 16th, it's PSC Racing. I didn't get the names there, I do apologise for that one. We've got 626 CBR, that's Bones and Newman, and then Team Kiwi Racing, Bracefield and K Harnett. In 18th, 19th, Shaggy's Angels, Tanner and Mitchell, Nismo Legends, Mitchell and Crick in P number 20. In 21st, it is going to be Vic Mania's Amateurs, that's Hamilton and Pratt in the 115, and then the 430 entry backmarkers, Wren and Eichinger in P22. 23, I'll pack in my bags, it's Goodwin 1, P24, MBG Racing, that's Howes and Dow. In 24th. 25th is Hops Racing, that's Rowe and Justice. P26, the number 72, Too Far Gone Racing, Wheeler and Yore. Then we've got Coca-Cola Racing, Cooper and Scaife. And the 15, that's Hudson and Benvegnu in P28. And rounding out the 30 is Sandy Hutch, that's Sanders and Hutchins and Hoff Racing, Morgan and Hoffman rounding out the P30, so rounding out the grid.
20 seconds.
Let's have a quick look at the track. It's one that needs no introduction, 6.2 kilometres, located in New South Wales, Australia.
10 seconds.
So it's a circuit that we're all quite familiar with. 23 turns, some famous names in motorsport, particularly Hull Corner, going up through Mountain Straight, through Griffin's Bend, and up through the cutting. Then you've got a series of corners up through Reed Park, past McPhillamy, along Skyline, and then the descent down the mountain through the S's and the Dipper, out of Forest Elbow, blast down Conrod Straight, make your way through the Chase, and then you've just got Murray's Corner to go, and you're all done. So we're doing 6 hours of that this afternoon. Just let me get this going, and yeah, the grid is all lined up. In game time, 6:07 a.m. 6 hours of Bathurst today, so strap in. It's going to be a pretty long day, and I'm hoping we're going to have some guests along the way as well, so it won't just be me all day. So wherever you are or whenever you are, I hope you're all doing well. We're just on the warm-up lap, getting this one underway. So that 782 delivery hasn't come through, unfortunately. Looks like everyone else's has. That's a cracking one there. The 846 Aston Martin, way up through the cutting. So we're going to see sunrise as well. It doesn't look like there's any weather on the way either. So for at least the next 15 minutes anyway, it's all nice and clear. And some very, very nicely presented races in this field of 29. I think we're at 30, but yeah, I think there's a couple of teams that had to drop out. There's another beautiful livery there. It's the TKR Castrol Racing entry, Team Kiwi boys. Cash Tanner, that's another one as well. And the Shaggy's Angels, Mark Mitchell, I like that Use No Legends one as well. Hiking up back markers, this one's quite nice. I don't do that on the Mustang. The Alpaca My Bags entry, massive field. I like this one as well. Check it out. Brisbane Lions, running AFL Premiers. Getting set 6 hours. A cracking race last year. I think it's really going to be a race of breaking your race up into segments, really. Just trying to clean stints around here, I think, is going to be the big challenge. And your fuel too. Plenty of calculations to be made. Set up for a pretty good race. It's a beautiful sight. All 29 cars making their way down Conrod Straight. Look up the cam gives them a better idea. So here we go, back at the front. So it's got to be Boxall starting in the car. Weatherburn did the pole lap. Zoo in second there. The Sausage Sizzlers, the Bunnings entry. As they make their way towards Murray's. And once they hit that line, the countdown will begin, and the 2024 ATR 1000 will be underway. Loz in the Bentley looking very eager to get proceedings started.
Green light, green light.
There it is, the 2024 ATR 1000's underway, and it's already Loz sending it down the inside. Oh, they've made contact. The top three have all made contact. Let's set off a bit of a chain reaction there as well. So we've got a bit of chaos here at Hull Corner. Oh dear. Have to get to the replay. Let me have a quick look and see what's happened here. It was a bit further up. Yeah, they've gone off there, and then let's just set off a chain reaction. And that was a Lamborghini facing the wrong way. Oh, and that was another one. That was the 430. Yeah, it was. Who really was disadvantaged with all of that too. So right now, it's the 782 in P1. Leicester has already moved up into P2. Bennett and Zoo. Looks like Zoo has dropped back from second into fourth. Smiles and Bones have swapped positions as well. But Hikinger all the way at the rear of the field. So there was a few other cars that were caught up in that as well. So drama already. Turn 1, lap 1 of a 6-hour race. Not ideal. But we'll have to wait and see if there are any repercussions from that. That's a Ferrari going very slowly. That's Bennett. So I'm not too sure what's happened to him there. But he's dropped down a bunch of spots. That's the Sailors entry, 123. So they started in P3, currently in P8 right now. That's Loz in the car. Kinero put it on pole as they head down into the chase. So that is all settled down. But it's going to be Paul Boxall leading the way. You see some witness marks on the front inside left panel there. So good start from Leicester. Convoy looking to make a spot as well. And that's that Bentley. So I wonder if they've got a little bit of damage there on the 123. Bursa making a move, getting overtaken by Bank there. But yeah, what an eventful lap 1 of this race, riding with Gallagher. Already 3 wide down Mountain Straight, up into Griffin's Bend. Big pack of cars right here. Oh no, that was the Nismo, the Nissan entry. This is Mitchell. Let's see what happened here. So going over the rise, down the dip, and it's a big hit too. The car from behind is a bit of a pinball situation, so he didn't really do anything wrong there. It was the car behind. Oh no, and he's up through the cutting, so that is disaster for those guys. That is not where they wanted to be, facing the wrong way. He's going to have to get that sorted out, and that is a very, very tricky spot to be in, and he's getting underway now. Alright, he's all sorted. So this is the front of the field here. So there's already 1.5 second gap between Leicester and Boxall. Zoo is a little bit further back as well. JC's on a mission, already up 7 places. Gentlemen. Yeah, there you go. I think that's Jason Convoy he might be referring to there. Up 8 spots on my timing screen. So good start there for the Polygon races. This is more where the action is right now, from about 8th through to 13th. Pretty decent little battle pack going on here amongst these guys right now. We're looking at Simmons, expecting big things from JC this race. That's Stanby Racing. So I think they're referring to Jason Convoy. Oh, this is Simmons. Was it Simmons? Oh, Gallagher. I think it was Gallagher there. No, Bursa. What happened there? Let's go back on board with him and we'll see if we can get a bit more of an idea what's happened here. Oh, he's just braked himself and locked him up. And okay, all's well that ends well though. He loses the spot to the Castrol entry. we're riding along with Loz there. Starkey as well. So just at the front, so to give you a picture of the race so far, the opening stages, Boxall, Leicester, Zoo and Aiken. So Leicester's up 2 spots, Aiken's up 3. We're watching Starkey at the moment, he's up 4, and Convoy is up 8. So Zoo's just lost 1 position in the 73 so far, and Boxall started the race in P1. That's where he is right now. It's happened to Jason Bones here. He's lost a couple of spots to Tanner and Hamilton. That looks all okay. Go back to the battle at the front. A couple of Mustangs here. This is Convoy looking to put a move on Starkey as they go through the chase side by side. He's going to go around the outside, gets it done. That's a nice job from him, nice pass. So Convoy, the 312 Polygon Races entry, moves up into P5, so on a charge already, up 9 spots from where he started in P14. So cracking start for the 512 entry. Aiken is the next cab off the rank. And we've got this other little battle pack going on here. So Bank, Loz and Simmons, as well as Gallagher, Harnett, Bursa. You can see all flowing through here, smiles on the end of it. But yeah, this has been the biggest fall-up through the field so far, bar Bevis. So the Little Island Motorsport team, where are they? Bevis. Have a look at these guys. So they started in P8, currently P17 right now. So they got caught up in that action on the first lap there. This is Goo sending it down the inside of Griffins, trying to get past Bones, who's lost a couple of spots on the previous lap. Make that a third. And I think Justice is wanting to get a little piece of it as well. He does too. So Bones losing a couple of spots there through the cutting. Bevis all over the back of Hamilton there, so plenty of action. I'll try and bring all of it to you as best I can. So the Small Island Motorsport team, as mentioned, dropped down 9 spots, so they're looking to reclaim some positions. I wonder if he's carrying just a little bit of damage that's affecting the performance of that car after the lap 1, turn 1 incident. Wait and see. Looks like Convoy, just cutting across quickly to this, continues his strong charge. So he takes another position away at the same spot that he did on the previous lap. So the 312 is now up 10 spots from where he started. This is Bank getting the move done on Bennett as well. Loz looking to get through there too. He does now. He's looking to take a piece as well of the 291, and he does. So Loz makes up a couple of spots there in one foul swoop. Smiles as well has made a move on Tanner. So plenty of overtaking happening in the early stages of this one. And out in front though, it's this car here. It's Paul Boxall in the 782 Pixel Races. There's a 2.4 second gap over Leicester, you can see there in the Aston Martin. Then you've got Zoo, who's 2.3 seconds back, and then Convoy, who's on a charge. So last lap around, Convoy did a 2-minute 1.785. So a cracking time from him. That was faster than the 3 cars ahead of him and all of the cars behind him. So he's one of the fastest cars on the circuit right now. So we'll keep an eye on him. In the meantime, we've got some action going on here. This is the 951. This is the Team Kiwi Racing Castrol entry. Heading across the top of the mountain now. He's got Bennett just up ahead of him. See some sunrise scenes as well. Chase his last lap, 202.867. Bennett was quite a slow lap, 205. So some sort of incident, I would say, on that previous lap. So Convoy, just the big mover in the field, 2.1 seconds. Bennett carrying some damage from Stampede Racing. Yeah, you'd have to assume so because he's starting to lose positions hand over fist right now. And Harnett gets past. So number 951, a beautifully presented Castrol entry, takes a position. Looks like Tanner getting the move done as well. Bevis in there too. Hamilton, so Tanner loses a few spots there to Hamilton, and Goo is fighting back. Wrong cart. Hamilton, there we go. Who got pole? It was the 782 of the Pixel Races. It was Weatherburn in the car. 2-minute .075 was the pole lap around here last weekend, last Sunday during the top 10 shootout. That's from Connor Hind. I think he raced in this race last year. I think from memory. This is Goo. This is down in 16th and 17th right now. Just trying to track all the action that's going on throughout the field. See the sun just starting to appear a little bit. Track quite cold, 14 degrees. Air temperature is 14 degrees, so they match. Looks like it's going to be clear weather though. So I'm not expecting any weather in the early stages of this one, but it could change over the 6 hours. There we go, there's some nice sunrise shots. Go down the S's. Tip up. So Convoy now. I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly. So Jamie Convoy, Polygon Races, started the race in P number 14, currently 4th right now. He's chasing down the 73 who started in 2nd. That's Zoo. And the gap right now is at half a second between the two. Last lap around, Zoo did a 2:01.480. Convoy did a 2-minute .497. So absolutely flying right now is the 512. I'm sure his teammate Annie Scarney will be watching on with a big smile on his face right now, enjoying the opening proceedings of this one, the 2024 ATR 1000. Heading up through the cutting. We're going to stick with this battle right now because Convoy's on a charge. He was the only car in the 2-minute flat on that last lap around. So fastest car on the circuit, and the Sausage Sizzlers Lamborghini are going to have it all ahead of him right now as they come up close towards the wall. Didn't touch it though. That Mustang is absolutely flying right now, pushing extremely hard. It's the 312, not the 512, my apologies. Very quick with a full fuel load. That's the 430 down there, that's Hikinger. So was involved in that lap 1, turn 1 incident. And you can see that's the damage suffered because of it. He's decided to stay out. Now Zoo flashing the lights, letting him know he's coming through. He makes his way through, and Convoy gets through without any dramas. And he continues his chase of the number 73. And that was Leicester, just up ahead of them. His teammate Spinazzi qualified the car. Pretty sure it was if you qualified the car, you couldn't start the race. So it's all the co-drive. Well, they're not. It's the drivers that didn't qualify for starting the race. You can see some sunshine starting to appear. That will affect the track temperature. Still at 14 degrees, but we expect that to begin to rise in the near future as we go on board now with Convoy. 2-minute 1.967 on that previous lap. So once again, absolutely flying. blue flags waving ahead. Not too sure who that's for. Leicester might be. Oh, yep, that is. It's a McLaren in P25. So that's Bones, Jason Bones. It was a tough race. So he won't make it easy for Convoy as Leicester gets through. Wrong one. Oh, here we go. Here's Convoy making the move down the inside at the chase. They go side by side. Who can break the latest? It's Convoy. So we've seen him take 3 cars there already in the opening stages of this one. And he takes another position away. So Convoy continues his charge. Now sitting in P number 3. Up 11 spots from where he started. The next driver on the list is Leicester. So Leicester did a 2-minute 2.340. Convoy on that lap a 2-minute 1.747. So absolutely flying. He's just got the P25 there, the 96, just in front of him. He's managed to get past nice and easily. So good driving there from Bones. Blue flags waving. Zoo gets through as well. Yep, no dramas there. Looks like Harnett is continuing his charge too in the early stages, going around Griffins, a little bit of drifting, but manages to hold on to it. So the 951 moves up into P number 9, is up 8 spots from where they started as well in P17. So on a decent charge as well in the early stages of this one. And Convoy has already made up plenty of ground on Leicester as well. So you can see this is the gap between the two. For a comparison to the leader, so the leader is 4.1 seconds down the road from Leicester. Then you've got, so he did a 2-minute 1.682. So the only cars on the previous lap in the 201s was P1 and P3. It's boxing that you can see on the screen. Apparently Ben's rig shut down and he hit the wall early. So I think that was the, was that the Nissan, I think? Not too sure which car that was, but that's a bit of insight there. Looks like Gu is in the pits as well. So for whatever reason, Ferrari, there you go. As we're watching Convoy, 2-minute 0.907. That was over half a second faster than Boxall, who's in the lead right now. Bevis doing a little bit of lawn mowing there. Loses a couple of positions. Let's see how that came about, shall we? So down Conrod Straight. He's got the 171 in front of him. A little bit bumpy on the exit. He's going to pull it up under brakes and runs a little bit deep. Ends up taking evasive action across the grass, keeps it off the wall and keeps it moving in the right direction. So they're down there in 13th position. Back to Convoy though, as they come out of the cutting. He's all over the back of Leicester right now. So he was 7/10 faster than the Aston Martin on that previous lap. So he's absolutely flying, as he has been the entire race. Faster than the race leader right now. The gap has extended out though. It was at 4.1 seconds earlier on the previous lap. Now sitting at 5.2. So Convoy will want to clear Leicester as quickly as he can. Leicester doesn't have to give up the spot, obviously. This is all racing right now. No blue flags. This is straight up racing. And what an exciting opening 20 minutes it has been in this one. Very, very long way still to go in this one. We're only just getting started. Track temperature hasn't increased, still at 14 degrees as Convoy now sits in the draft. This is his favourite spot for overtaking, not this lap around. So the Aston Martin definitely got some toe on it. In terms of top speeds though, Convoy's been clocked at 288 kilometres an hour. Only faster car out there is Hamilton in the BMW down in 14th there, 291 kilometres an hour. Leicester top speed of 283, so a fair difference in speed comparison there. That trip around, Convoy was almost the fastest car on circuit again, 201.992. Just 4/10 faster than the car that he's chasing. So Leicester has got it all to do right now. Convoy deciding to send it up the inside at Griffins. Looks like Bursa has managed to get past Gallagher as well at Hull Corner. They're going to do a drag race up the up Mount Straight. That's Bevis in there in the Small Island Motorsport entry. Just watch the conclusion of this one. And Bevis going down the inside. He gets the move done as well. So nice work from him. Back to the battle between Leicester and Convoy. Going across the mountain. Now heading down. Down through the S's towards the Dipper. Convoy's all over him. Will he have another go at Conrod Straight at the end, out of the chase? Seems to be his favourite spot so far. Go on board with him. Have a look. Temperatures still haven't increased. Sun is appearing. Still 7 a.m. as well in game time, so wouldn't expect it to rise that much this early in the morning. And no, he can't get it done. So Leicester's going to have to maybe potentially find another way past. Convoy's going to have to potentially find another way past Leicester. Or Leicester is just going to continue to defend. He's doing a fantastic job. He's been able to do what all other drivers haven't, and that's keep the 3-1-2 behind him. And as that sun continues to rise, even more of the track being bathed in sunshine. As they head up through Hull Corner another time. Some other cars as well. Bevis continuing to fight with Bursa and Gallagher behind him. Simmons tries to hold on to the back of the 951 as we go to Convoy and Leicester, and just as I stepped away, got back just in time, and he's got the move done. Has Convoy. Let's go to the replay and we'll have a look at it. Might go on board here. Classic Pennzoil livery, love it. It's Huds 21 in the chat. I love it too. I think it's a great looking livery. And there we go. That was the move that we saw get done. So now the chase begins for P1. As we go back to live action, it's Boxall, who's 6.5 seconds up the road from Convoy right now. The 312 has been on a charge. He's up 12 spots from where he started. 2-minute 1.270 was the previous lap from Boxall. The gap is at 5.7 seconds right now between the two. We've got a couple of Mustangs leading the way right now. Let's see how quickly he can close down that gap. I think it's going to be a little bit tougher than what he's faced so far, but I think we're in for a pretty good battle between these two brewing. And this is Simmons and Harnett. So Harnett got past Simmons a little while ago, and looks like Bones has lost a position to Burton in the crowd strike by Reject Racing. Exo, some brilliant looking liveries. Yeah, I agree. There's some absolutely cracking liveries out there today. I think I got them all except for car one. It came up in the showroom, but it didn't appear on game for some reason. Team Kiwi Racing, Go Harnett. So I would assume that's his teammate. Yeah, I don't deserve to be in the presence of this man, let alone be his teammates. Not too sure if that your teammate is. Might just let us know as this battle continues to evolve. Back to the 123. I'm both excited and yes. Oh, you do have very big you do have very big shoes to fill. Skarnen Kuntz in the chat, so I assume that's Eric Scarney. in the chat there. Yeah, you've got, yeah, he's setting the bar very, very high for you, Huds. Yeah, no pressure. Yeah, I know the feeling. I'm usually the slowest driver in my endurance teams, so it's always, I'm not saying you're the slowest driver, but I know the feeling of the pressure of trying to uphold the standard. I'm just more concentrating on not binning it and just getting the stint done rather than too much about performance. So this car here, so they started in P number 3, down 3 spots from where they started. So Loz, last lap around a 201.375. Not bad pace right now. So is the Bentley livery canoe. Yeah, they're called the Sailors, and we've got some action going on here. That's blue flag, so that's the Angels car. What is it? Is that Ren? No, it's not Ren. I think it's Tanner. Yeah. So Shaggy's Angels Racing was the back marker there. Pixel 1-2 at the moment. Yeah, they are. 2 pixel entries. So the gap is already down to 3.7 seconds. So it is closing between Boxall and Convoy as we stick with this action here between Loz and Starkey. So yeah, the Bentley is the team name's the Sailors, and if we have a look at the livery, the Bentley affectionately known as the boatly for its handling characteristics. So they've gone all in on the joke there. Nicely presented car as well. Vinny Canero races that in the Race on Oz Monday night PC League as well. So yeah, I'm quite familiar with that. And speaking of Race on Oz, we are watching it on Race on Oz TV, but there's a gentleman by the name of Neil Fakeney. You might know him as Crunch. One of the people behind the scenes. He's a racer. He literally saved my PC life yesterday. So he's a massive reason why I can actually do this stream today, because yesterday my computer basically died. And he was able to revive it. So Neil Fakeney, massive shout out to him. Thank you so much. Yeah, I am in Gilded. Where is the channel? Where is this? Where's the channel? I don't know where it is. I'm trying to find, because we want to do some guests. So you need to hit me up, and can you just tell me where this channel is, so I can get in there and broadcast through there and get some interviews going on as well. So yeah, I'll invite you. All right, beautiful. I'll wait for the invite. In the meantime, the gap right now between Starkey, big hit here on Forest Elbow. The gap between Convoy and Boxall is right now sitting at 1.9 seconds. The difference between the two. So you can see there is Convoy just flipped into the picture. There he is. And there is Boxall flashing through there as well. So it looks like Bank and Aiken are swapping positions. That's a big hit into the wall as well. Takes out the signage. Let's go to the replay. See what happened here. So that's the Hawk Tour car, and there's contact just there, just a little bit of contact, and ends up in the wall. And we go back to live images. So he's lost a bunch of spots. What's the new BMW? What's the BMW M4 bike like on PC? I do not know. There might be others in the chat who would be better equipped to answer that question, XO. Here is Convoy. So this is the gap between the two. Polygon Races entry, the 312. This is the difference between... So the last lap around, Boxall did a 2-minute 3.3. Convoy did a 2-minute 1.5. So the 312 continuing to absolutely fly. And this is the gap. This is for the race lead right now. Oh, here we go. Team comms. So just through here. Lobby. All right. I think I'm in there. Okay. So. Hang on. All right. So I'm in there. Whoever's running it. Looks like there's a couple of.
G'day, Nick. I've got you on the channel, mate. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Who am I? Am I speaking to Gavin? It's not push to talk, is it? No. I had you for a second.
You are, my friend. You are. We've got a bit of an issue with Gilded. Everyone's there, but we just can't see them.
Right. Okay. Cool. And who am I talking to? Gavin? Ooh. Alright, so team Convoy.
Yes, you are.
Oh yeah, beautiful. How are you going? Good, Gav? This is working beautifully.
Yeah, look, going great, thanks, Nick. The event's kicked off quite well. The drivers have done well. A little bit disappointed in T1. We talked about that, and that's the first incident we've had, really.
Yep. And is there...
But moving forward, hopefully everyone starts to settle down and enjoys the experience from that point.
Yeah, and do we have live stewarding?
I'm really excited about how things are panning out at the moment.
Yep. Do we have live stewarding?
I'm it.
Oh, you're it.
Yeah,
okay.
No,
yep.
I'm it. And we've got protests that can be done and submitted post-event, but nothing in the way of live stewarding at the moment.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. So that'll be sorted post-race then, the lap 1, turn 1 stuff. Oh, the massive delay.
Yeah, correct. It generally takes us a week to go through everything and just double check that the starting driver was not the qualifying driver, for example.
Yep.
And I can see that we've got a bit of a delay, so I apologise for that, and hoping that it pans out in the end.
Yeah. And what are your thoughts? We got someone in the chat saying definitely some postcards to be sent out from lap 1 as we're watching Boxall and Convoy going at it right now. What are your thoughts for the opening half an hour in general? You said you're quite happy with how it's proceeded. You're watching the 3-1-2, the Polygon Races entry, a storming drive right now, up 12 spots from where they started challenging for the lead.
It's a fantastic outcome for that team, and it's good to see them getting through without any incidents. So at the moment I'm pretty pleased with how the event's going. Absolutely loved last weekend's qualifying session. That was quite exciting to watch. And I see you've got that broadcast as well, so anyone out there, be sure to have a look and check out the event. The race itself's going well. You know, we're only half an hour almost into the event. Had a few yellows along the way, so I'm hoping we can check through those and see how it goes from there. The last incident I noticed you broadcast was just a fraction of a touch, but that's all it takes. You know, one of the drivers could have just taken a little bit out on the throttle to enable no contact. But yeah, I think it's just the excitement of this event, but we've got to remember it's another 5.5 hours to go, so there's plenty of time.
Yep, I agree. We're just watching. We had the 72, who's stricken at the moment, just out of the S's, just before the dipper. So he's struggling to get it going at the moment. Is Ryan Wheeler in the Too Far Gone racing entry? Not too sure. I'm on board with him. I think he's just waiting for cars to pass a little bit more traffic. This is going to be quite tricky for him. More cars coming through. That's the Nissan now, and looks like he is going to get going. Yep, he's got a bit of clear air right now. Good, smart driving from him. And he's got that going. And just while we're talking, Gav, we've had a change of the lead. So Convoy, the 312, overtook Boxall through the chase. It seems to be his favourite spot for overtaking. And we've got a new race leader.
Yeah, no, excellent work in that respect. Loving where the outcome's going. It's good to see that there's no dominance going on at the moment. Just going back to Too Far Gone, drivers both Ryan and also Craig, they attend this event every year, love it. They enjoy sitting at the back or in the mid pack and try and push their way through. So they're very competitive in their own right, and one of my challenges with those guys when raced last year or the year before is that we were continually changing positions on the track. So good to see them out there. Great to see them back this year. They indicated that it's one of the main enjoyable events that they have. So mainly race the iRacing, but they turn up here year in, year out. So
love it.
Good on them.
I was actually, just as a sort of bit of preparation, I went through last year's field as well and noticed there was quite a large number of return drivers as well. So I think definitely a good sign that of a healthy event and well organised, and obviously put in a lot of work in the background as well. It's not something that you just whip together over a week. It takes how long does it take to put something like this together?
Oh, look, in all honesty, it depends on the other workloads that are going on. I've got a great team of administrators supporting other events and other league events. So in the end, it could take 6 months, but it's not continuously challenging. It's just when we get a chance to have a look at it. So we'll start post this event and just see what we can do better or improvement, take on some information, review the results, the outcomes, get that information out to all the drivers and teams, and then from there we'll give it a bit of a break for a few months and then back into organising again. Love doing it, love organising it. The support I get from the team is great, and Hayden, I'll do a shout out for Hayden Beavis, who's driving at the moment. So, or he's in the teams. No, it's Lockie out there, I think. But anyway, they're a great support from that point. So yeah, you could see between 6 and 3 months just prepping, and the beauty is we've got a lot of what's happened over the years for ACC, so it's not that difficult. It's just a bit of focus, a bit of preparation, and talk to other people.
Yeah, just got the 24 just stricken as well, just near where Wheeler was earlier. He's managed to get going again. Yeah, so it sounds like there's a lot of prep that goes into it, and yeah, a lot of time and energy, and all obviously done for the love of it as well. As there isn't you're not on anyone's payroll to do it either, so it's a credit to you guys and how well that it's done, as Loz manages to get past Zoo. So the 123 had a bit of an eventful start to the race and just scrapes the wall through Griffin's Bend, so that undoes his good work there. Do you have have you got anyone in the field that you're thinking might be a favourite today to keep an eye on?
I think the Bevis team, Small Island Racing, is probably one to watch. There's also Coca-Cola Racing. Now, while they're not all competitive, it's worth watching some of their events. There's a number of teams out there are good to watch and see how they progress forward, especially when it comes down to the pit lane use and what their strategies are from there. bit of background for Oz Team Racing and this event. It kicked off in 1986 and had been running through NASCAR 2003, and were the first in the world to actually start driver changes. And that was occurred through tricking the modems with INI files and copying those through to each other as a team.
Yep.
And basically it enabled the server to think that it's the same driver reconnecting, just under a different name based on the INI file.
Right.
So it's been an event for quite a while, had it a 10-year break, but back into it again.
So after the 10-year break, what year, what number iteration is it for this one? Are we up to?
Yeah, okay. I think we kicked back as a league in 2019, was it? Yeah, I've got a tattoo because it's another year of importance to me.
Right.
So basically, it's a case of looking at where we're at. The 10-year break was due to a health issue. And then when COVID came in, decided to contact all of those that used to race with us and try and get Oz Team Racing back up and running again.
Nice.
With ACC, as I say, I think it's only 4 years or 5 years. This is the 5th.
Yep.
In ACC.
Well, it's definitely a fun event to commentate on. It's got the chance to do it last year for the first time, so I was pretty excited to be invited back to do the second. And I think the size of the field and the number of drivers and how well organised it is, I think, is definitely a reflection of the hard work that you do. So tell me, that's really interesting. You're the first in the world to do driver swaps on sim racing. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, quite proud of that. As what had occurred back then. Bit of support, obviously, throughout all the people who were involved at the time. And the guys, one of the American guys asked how it was done. I forget the league name now, the Pit something, but that's years ago.
Yep.
And sort of gave them the feedback and information. But moving across to ACC and other platforms these days, the driver swaps are built in, which is great, and makes it a lot easier for the league managers. I think the only thing that's a bit disappointing about ACC is the potential of errors when connecting to a server when you're running your driver swap. So if you don't have the first driver nominated in the server initially, and driver 2 connects a little bit too quickly, you could end up with that team out for the race.
Yeah.
Which occurred last year. I think we had 3 server restarts to try and accommodate those teams. Because obviously the drivers out on the field put a lot of time, energy and effort in. So 2 weeks we've had a server available or more, driver swap and practice service for all teams and drivers. So it gives them a chance to spend a bit of time prepping up for the event. So it's not just the admin, it's also the drivers and teams that put a huge effort in. So we try and accommodate as best we can for them. But the race is looking really good. It's a healthy situation, and hopefully we'll see how the end of it turns out. Get all teams. We did have 32 teams registered. Lost a couple, unfortunately, but that's the biggest field we've had. So to see the field where it is now, it's still pretty good compared to last year. So our advertising is very minimal. I think we go to 3 different platforms as to where we say, hey, the event's open. The rest of it's based on word of mouth. So it's good, as you say, to see the teams coming back from last year and the years before.
Yeah, well, I think there's no better advert than being able to watching it, but you see that how healthy it is, and it makes people want to get involved. So tell us, you said Small Island Motorsport. We're watching Lockie Bevis at the moment. He's battling it out with the 271. That's Simmons in the Lamborghinis, in 9th position at the moment, down 1 spot from where he started. Can you tell us a little bit about the Bevis brothers?
Well, they're not actually brothers. They're father and son.
Right, father and son. My
Lockie,
apologies.
who's behind the wheel at the moment, is Hayden's son. Been running for quite a number of years with us now, and doing a sterling job. And Hayden is obviously the father, so he's been racing with us back in the back in the 1980s, and thoroughly enjoys what the league has to offer, and invited to join us on the admin team. And we've got a great team and a great fit out with those guys as we watch Lockie going on the outside of T2, but settling back again. So clean racer, very, very competitive. He's known as the faster of the two Bevis team drivers, with his father being the turtle driver. But he's quite happy with that. He can hold his own, no doubt. Yep. And does quite well in preps for this event.
Yeah, well, the father-son team are doing pretty good at the moment. Yeah, Lockie behind the wheel, and he's in a good battle there with Simmons. Might just give a quick little update here on the race progression. So 47 minutes into it, but Convoy in the 3-1-2, he managed to work his way up from 14th into first. As we just quickly stick with this, hang on a second, interrupt that, as Bevis out of Forest Elbow gets the run and gets past Simmons. Gets past Simmons, so up into P8. So that's where they started the race. So they're back to even Stevens right now from where they started. But Convoy in the 3-1-2 is P1 right now. That gap is 7.5 seconds, the difference between he and Boxall right now. So he's lapping in the 2:01.1 on that previous lap. Once again, fastest car out on circuit. So building up quite a hefty margin right now, already at 7.3 seconds. Then you've got Boxall. He's obviously 7.5 seconds behind Lester, Loz. You've got Zoo, Starkey, Harnett, Bevis, Simmons and Bursa. So it's a pretty spread out field right now. The closest cars on track is the...
Bit of a delay, Hayden.
Yeah. So there's a...
there, he'll come and get you.
Yeah, so that's sort of where it stands at the moment. We'll stick with the Bevis entry, because he's chasing down Harnett for the Team Kiwi Racing entry. Those guys are up 10 spots from where they started. Some other massive rises as well. Justice in the 761, they're up 11 spots. Sanders up 12, and the number 15, Ben Vegnu, up 10 spots in 17th position. So some big rises, and unfortunately we've got some fallers. The 36 down 13 spots, that's Skinny Luke. Burton in the 96 down 15 spots. Bennett in the 199 Ferrari down 19 spots. So some swings and roundabouts, but we're not even done through the first hour, so that can all swing back the other way. And still over 5 hours to go, so we're only just getting started here. But we've got Gavin on the line. Is there any other insight you can give us to the field about anyone or anything?
Just like to highlight that Hayden's in the 747 team in the room, so if he's happy to have a chat with you, Nick.
Yeah, sure.
Highlight the delays that we seem to have at the moment.
Yeah, that's Hayden Bevis, I think. Just let us know whenever you're there, Hayden, as we're watching Mitchell in the Nissan do his thing. We'll go back to the 474 because they're Lockie Bevis all over the back of Harnett right now.
Just jump back in.
Oh, I could hear someone. Is that Hayden?
Okay.
Oh, hang on. I've got Gavin there. I can turn you up.
It is. He's just had to get back down and give his boy a bit of support. He'll pop back up a bit later, but it sounds like his mic's a little bit low, and that's why you're not quite hearing him.
I could turn him up, so I've worked out how to turn him up. So if he comes back in again, I will I will, yeah, I know how to turn him up now, so that's fine. I think someone in the chat also asked about what's about live timing. So, yeah, not that I'm aware of. I've got, obviously, timing.
That's great news.
Yeah, I've got some timing. We've got some timing issues with this Gilded. I'll tell you that right now. It's sort of we're on about a 10-second delay at the moment. It's a little bit awkward, but yeah, I think someone put it in the chat about some timing, but I don't know of any. Maybe if you know, Gav, is there any live timing available for spectators at all?
Yeah, I'm going to have to go back to the pit wall. It was working during practice, and it's been working throughout there, but it did fail, obviously, coming the race. So I'll see whether pit wall can give me some support to get this up and running again, but there would be live timing once we get that running.
Right, there we go. Oh, it's E2 said seems pit wall isn't working sadly. So, okay, so you're all... So there you go, in the chat, E2, and whoever asked about live timing, Gav's going to try and get pit wall back up and working, so sit tight and hopefully we'll have some progress on that for everyone. But Bevis manages to take another position as well, so now up into P7. So they're up one spot in the Small Island Motorsport entry from where they started. Gap between Convoy and Boxall still hovering around that 7-second mark at the moment. It was as high as 7.5, but now currently sitting at 7.2. Last lap around, Convoy did a 2:02.3 to a 2:01.7. So pace advantage there for Boxall on that previous lap. Oh no, that's Simmons. He spun. Well, that is a tricky spot to be in.
Hey, Gavin.
Well,
Hello.
Can you talk now?
2 6.
oh, this is Vinny Kinnear. Hang on a second. Let me turn it up a little bit, Vinny. That's how Thingo got there. Sorry, I'm doing like 3 things at once here. We go back to live images now, and he's back underway. Is Simmons? I think Vinny Kinnear was in here as well. If you can hear us, Vinny. Let's get back to some action on track. So that's that Ferrari. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That is not good. Where is that? Is that... No, not one. Where was that? What happened here? So this was down pit straight, and that was the that is super awkward. So that was the Lamborghini. That's the CrowdStrike reject one. That was rough. That was really rough. Which Lamborghini was it? It was the CrowdStrike by Reject Racing. So that's Burton in the car and Bennett. So I don't know if they were fighting for position. Burton's in P21. Bennett is in... He's like a lap down. So yeah, that was rough. And Smiles... Ooh. That doesn't look like a healthy connection at this stage. So yeah, that might just be holding on right now. But the race, the gaps are relatively big. I've got no one else with me.
Attention all drivers and teams. Note that the Kunos servers are down. So anyone who leaves the server at the moment will not be able to reconnect. We do have a backup plan if anyone has some issues at reconnecting, and I ask that you send me a message or put it into the chat window. So Kunos servers are down currently, but we haven't lost any connections here. Just means that no one can connect to our server if they leave.
There you go, you've heard it there first. So Kunos servers are down. Hopefully we don't get any repercussions from that. Stanby Racing, Starkey doing well. He's quite experienced in Enduros. Hopefully they continue their good run. So that was referring to Starkey. So Ben Vegnu is in the pits there, P20. So is Burton as well. So after that incident that we saw on the previous lap at turn 1, yeah, that's the repercussions of it. So it's a very awkward coming together. I don't think they'll be particularly happy about that. Hamilton and Vic Mania. So the gap has all of a sudden jumped out to 11.8 seconds between Convoy and Boxall. We've got another one making their way into the pits. This is Bank. Well, that car's been in the wars a little bit already today. So last lap around, Boxall he's hit something. So he did a 2-minute 2:04.4, and yeah, that's definitely got some more scrapes and marks than we saw earlier on in the race after their incident on lap 1 there. So yeah, not too sure what happened, but yeah, that's opened up the gap. Leicester, though, is further back in the Pennzoil liveried advantage team, the 846. So 5 seconds is the gap between he and car 782 right now. And there you go in the chat with the service down. This might be why the pit wall live timing is failing. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense actually. Here's Hamilton, so he's chasing down Scaife up ahead of him for Coca-Cola Racing. I like this livery as well. Famous Coca-Cola brand on there. Looks quite nice. So they're currently in 16th at the moment, being chased by Hamilton. These guys started in P26, so they're up 10 spots from where they began the race. And I would expect to probably start to see some driver swaps, I would say, starting to happen. Car 15 has just come out of the pits, and I think Hudson is in the car now. P15. That was... No, I don't think he's changed. I'm not too sure. I'll have to work that out shortly. Sanders as well. Now all over the back of House. So this is down in 14th and 15th, just coming through Forest Elbow. So Sanders car 515. Oh, that's got a lot of damage, that BMW. Started in 28th position, so up 13 spots from where they begun the race. P and then House in P14. They started in 28th. 23rd, sorry. So they've made some good progress as well. So a couple of cars in the pit, Simmons and Justice right now. It'll be interesting to see how long they can stretch these stints out for. Who can do the race in the least amount of pit stops possible. It's kind of the name of the game in enduros like this. And so it looks like Howes is continuing to make his way around with that damage, so I dare say he's probably had that for a little while now. Sort of pace 2-minute 9.6, so that's slowing him down significantly at this stage. As they go up Mountain Straight into Griffin's Bend. This is a nicely presented Ferrari as well, the Sandy Hutch entry. Sanders and Minnie Sanders and Dan Hutchins. Some other battles starting to evolve a little bit. Convoy has opened up the gap by about another second now, so at almost more than a second. 12.9. The difference just ticked over to 13 seconds between Convoy and Boxall. And we're watching Sanders and Howes go at it right now, down through the dipper. Now I think that's the leader coming through as well. It is. I think it's Convoy. No, it's Boxall. I think, yeah, it was Boxall. Yep. Was the leader of the race. He's got a little bit of lap traffic with the cars that we were looking at earlier. The 515 looking to break the toe down Conrod Straight. Side by side through the chase. Who's going to be the latest of the late breakers? And it looks like the BMW is going to... Oh, he couldn't pull it up in time. So he's had to take evasive action. Now P2 is coming through here as well. So that was a little bit awkward there for Boxall. That's going to cost him even more time. So the gap will continue to grow at 14.5 seconds. So they didn't really do him any favours there at all. Unintentional, of course. Can't help that. It's just sort of part and parcel of racing in general. He'll have Convoy. He'll not have Convoy. He wishes he had Convoy just up ahead. And that's Leicester in the background there as well. As Howes. That's the CrowdStrike Rejects entry. That's a lapped car trying to unlap themselves. As Boxall makes his way past the 515 entry of Sanders. So that's all sorted itself out. Starkey in the pits. Harnett in the pits as well. So starting to see some pit stops happening. So give us a bit of an idea of a par time as well for a stop. Just a bit of an idea when it comes to that sort of later stages of the race, where we see pit stops are going to become more and more important. The Ferraris lately have been able to really stretch the fuel out. So this is Hamilton. He's got past Scaife there in the Coca-Cola entry, and then he has Levy, who is right now the 123 entry. So it's Loz. Sorry, Loz, not Levy. Up there in P4. So he doesn't have any blue flags. He'll be trying to unlap himself. That car started in 20th, so up into 14th. Up 6 spots from where they begun the race. So I'm not too sure if he'll have the pace necessarily to get past Loz. Loz on that last lap did a 2:01.9. Hamilton did a 2:04.3. You see a little bit of action happening in the background there. So that's Bank. Come on, cameraman. There we go. He gets past Scaife. Let's see how that came about, shall we? As we're looking at Bank here. And, he pulled out of it and then decided, I will still go on with it. So the pass was on the money and he gets it done. So P14 right now. Black Cap Racing entry. Howes is in the pits to repair that damage. It's probably a wise decision. So Boxall's in the pits. So is Convoy as well. So how did Convoy come into the pits behind Boxall? Oh no, he's leaving the pits. That's why. There you go. So he makes his stop. So we'll see. Scarney is in the car now. Big pressure on him. Boxall, so that would be getting into the car, would be Jacob Weatherburn. So pretty good replacement, the driver that put it on pole position. So this will be all the drivers coming into the car now will be the drivers that did the qualifying. So all the drivers that didn't do the qualifying started the race. That was the regulations. As we're watching Scaife and Bank, who recently got past there. Let's have a look at pit stop time. So the 3:12 entry, 1:03 in total. So that looks like it's the part-time Coulter in the number 40. Those guys did 1:02. 1:05 for Hamilton. So yeah, so it seems around about that 1:03, 1:04 total time is about the part-time for today. So that'll be interesting as things tighten up at the end of the race, and we'll be thinking about gaps and how much gap they need to make before they can make a pit stop and keep their position in their pocket as well. We're having a look here at Christian Wells. We've got Rowe up ahead of him. down in 17th and 18th for these guys. The 271 PSC entry started 15th on the grid, so down 3 spots from where they begun the race. Looks like Bank has taken another spot as well. So this is coming into Murray's, goes around the outside and gets the job done nicely. So Bank on a bit of a charge at the moment. Has he pitted? Yeah, so he's fresh in the car, only 8.5 minutes as well. So already making an impact. Hamilton is relatively fresh in the car, 25 minutes into his stint. There's more cars making their way into the pits. That's Loz and Bevis. So Canero will get into the car for the 123. And as we're watching Boxley, he's on the back of Gallagher right now, who hasn't pitted yet. So the 171 entry, that's Oasis Racing, the Gallagher brothers. They are currently P5. Oh, he runs deep there at turn 1. And that is no good. So that's an easy pass there for Boxall. And so the 712. So it looks like Boxall stayed in the car. So he's double stinting to begin this one. I thought Weatherburn would be getting in, but it's Boxall still behind the wheel of that one. So Scarney in the 312. Essentially the net leader of this race, because Leicester and Zoo, they haven't pitted yet. 26 seconds, 39 seconds the gap between P1 and P3. So this car was one of the fastest cars out on circuit throughout the opening stages of this one. And he mentioned in the chat that he was feeling a little bit of pressure to live up to the high standards that his teammate Jamie Convoy had set. Travis son did not expect such a great quality broadcast. This is great. Oh, thanks, Travis son. Hey, if you are watching, for the people that are watching, throw us a like if you're enjoying the stream. If you'd like to as well, throw us a subscribe. There is plenty of action on the Race on Oz TV YouTube channel. Regularly stream the Monday night Ruse PC League. This is the second year of the ATR 6 hour. We'll do some Pan Am racing, so North American League as well. Yeah, so plenty of action on the Race on Oz TV. Helps with the algorithm. I think we're only like 9 subscribers away from 800 subscribers, which is pretty impressive for just a small little channel that we have. Big league though, Race on Oz League, that's what I'm essentially a part of. Yeah, it's been around for quite a long time as well. Those guys have been racing together with each other for many years. Great community. As I mentioned earlier on the broadcast about Neil Fakeney helping me revive my PC so I could do this broadcast today. So yeah, feel free, no pressure, but every little bit helps. So we're watching Bursa in the number 19 entry. This is Matic Racing Team. He's got Scarney up ahead. Last lap around for Scarney. We'll keep an eye on his lap times at 2:03.4. Was the fastest time, was his time so far, but I think that was his first timed lap. So we'll let him ease into it. In the meantime, you've got Glory Babby. So these guys were involved with that incident early on. I think it was the 199, I can't remember. But the 59 of Brenton Dow, so he's in the racing for MBG Racing. Obviously a big Brisbane Lions fan. And I'm not too sure if that witness mark is fresh, because I know that the front of the car was dinged up a fair bit from the previous stint. So it's just fresh in that car, so not an ideal way to start as the 96 goes around the outside up into the cutting. So great work there from Babby. Where those guys start? They started P6. So they were caught up in that lap 1, turn 1 incident. As Zoo, the Sausage Sizzlers entry, he's in the pits now. So he might get his teammate Breno Alice in the car. which means Bursa moves up into P2. Bursa has been going for the entire race so far, so over 70 minutes now in that McLaren. They started in 13th spot, so up 11 to begin this one. Other cars in the pits, the Oasis Racing entry, the 171 in there too, and Spinazzi is now in the advantage as well. So the lovely presented Pennzoil livery, beautiful, love it. Yeah, so he's up there in P3 right now. They've had a good race so far, these guys. So they started in 4th, so good qualifying. Managed to keep out of the way of that action on lap 1. Head down, good first stint from his teammate Dylan Lester. And now Spinazzi behind the wheel, looking to continue on and build on what has been a very, very good race for them so far. Only just over the first hour of the 6 we're going to cover today. But yeah, have a look at this little pack going on. That's Bank, Sanders and Hamilton as they make their way along the front straight. That's the Houghton entry, just getting out of the way there as they go through Hell Corner, where we saw that action. Track conditions have remained optimum, but the temperatures haven't really increased by too much. It's 8:38 a.m. in the morning in-game race time. Track's at optimum, but we've only increased by 2 degrees so far. So those tyre pressures have to be adjusted accordingly. And I saw this brewing. Let's go to the replay here. This is Skinny Luke making his way on the back of I think it was Scaife in the Coca-Cola Racing entry. Down the inside there into Griffins. Gets the pass done. So nice work there from the 36, the Hawk Tour entry. She's making the most of her 15 minutes of fame. Is the Hawk Tour lady. She's got the podcast and everything now. Trying to turn herself into a bit of a brand. Power to her. It's the times we live in, eh? This is Bracefield. Now he's new into the car, so his teammate Kevin Harnett, did the first stint. So Bracefield now behind the wheel of that McLaren. He's chasing down Breno Ellis, who's also new behind the wheel. JC, hello all, lovely day, enjoyable first stint. So that's Jason Convoy, I would assume. You had a few people cheering you on in the chat during your first stint. Very impressive. Give us any insight if you can to it, or even if you want to jump into the broadcast booth chat, that'd be pretty good as well. Hopefully you won't have a massive delay on that, as well as we're watching the action on track. So this is Bracefield giving chase to Breno Alice. Yeah, jump in, Jason Convoy, jump in. Hang on. So yeah, I'll just turn you up a little bit. Can you hear me? I can see him in there. Broadcast booth, so team comms room. I think that's where I am. Doesn't say that I am. This is so hard. Alright, where was it? Sorry everyone, I'm just trying to... Oh, here we go. Team comms room, this is the one. Broadcast and streams, no. There's 7 other people in there. Where is it? Hang on. Apologies, everyone. Oh, man. Really hard. team comms room. I'm in there. Is there anyone else? Voice lobby. I'm in the team comms room. Whoever wants to jump in. Just smooth the silk. Eventful first hour. Lockie Bevis. Yeah, Lockie. Oh, here we go. Jason Convoy, can you hear me?
I can't hear you on Gilded, but I can hear you on the stream. I don't know if that's sufficient.
Why does it do that? That must have been because of the thingo. Right, how do I... Well, yeah, if you can hear me on the stream, it'll be a little bit delayed, but give us a quick rundown of the, well, not a quick rundown, but give us a rundown of your first stint.
Well, crikey Moses, it was a lot of fun, to be honest. I was pretty well warmed up, so I did 12 hours solo here last week for another event. I did the 12 hours of ASA Bathurst. So I was well warmed up, I was ready to go. And yeah, I guess the first stint went really well. It was pretty clean. There was no safety cars. There was obviously a little bit of argy-bargy there at turn 1 between a few drivers, and I benefited pretty greatly from that. I stuck from, I think, 14th to 10th or 9th, but by the time we got to turn 2, and then from there, just made a few moves. We've got really good pace in this Mustang, and Yoda will attest to that too, because he's been practicing in the same car and the same setup. So the two of us obviously are teammates, running the same setup. So yeah, we're pretty confident for today, and said it was a really good first stint. We're pretty happy with it.
Love it. And sorry, excuse my ignorance, but who's Yoda?
Sorry. So Yoda is Jacob Weatherburn. He's the teammate of P Boxel. So I'm currently in car 312 with Eric Scarney.
Yep.
And Yoda is Jacob Weatherburn, who's Paul Boxel's teammate. And the two cars are sister teammates. We're Pixel Racers and Polygon Racers. So yeah, Jacob at the moment is disconnected from the server, and because Kunos are doing Kunos things, he can't reconnect at the moment.
Yes.
So Boxel is double stint, and yeah, Jacob's having to wait to get back in the car.
That's okay. That makes sense because Weatherburn didn't. Okay, beautiful. That makes perfect sense then. Thank you. That makes sense totally. All right, awesome. I'm just going to try and. Does anyone know how the hell I think I've got the wrong microphone. It's not picking up my microphone. I don't know how. I am very, very foreign to Gilded. I have literally no idea.
If that's in Gilded, I had exactly the same issue this morning where I was in the room with my teammates, and it was picking up the correct microphone, but it simply wasn't working. Right. So I had to disconnect my microphone and then reconnect it, and then leave the lobby and come back, and then all of a sudden it started working. So it's just a bit hit and miss, I think.
All right, I can't do all of that unfortunately, because if I don't want to risk not. Yeah, I don't want to risk the microphone not working again and unplugging it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. All right, and I've never met you, but tell me a little bit about yourself, about your partner as well, like your racing partner, and you said you did a 12-hour solo last week. That is insane.
Yeah, it was a little insane, and I'm not sure what drove me to do it, but I just love the Mustang at Bathurst. I don't particularly like the Mustang at many other tracks. Obviously, it's a very strong car, but I don't like front-engine cars. I'm a McLaren main. I like the Ferrari. But the Mustang at this track just seems to really work beautifully. The gear ratios, the way the car just behaves. I just love this car-track combo. So, yeah, 12 hours solo. I just wanted to put my body to the test. I'm still a reasonably young man. I'm 34. And the missus and my two daughters sort of said, "Oh, we'll be your pit stop crew," and they bought me chocolates and drinks and shit throughout the day and kept me going. And yeah, I made it to the end. I had pretty good pace throughout the day, and I finished in the top 10 and made it to the end, and it was an achievement. Jesus, I bloody paid for it at work on Monday though.
Yeah, that would like 12. So they were like feeding you and giving you sort of your sustenance and that throughout the race, throughout your 12 hours.
Yeah, so I live I've got my main bedroom has an ensuite, and I have the sim rig in the main room. The missus and I share, obviously, the main room. We've both got our computers in here, but I've got the rig in here as well.
Right.
So I have an on-suite behind me, so I was able to, every pit stop, I'd sort of duck back there and release about 25 seconds worth of the valve. And I remember that I didn't eat the day before. I literally fasted the day before, so I didn't have to go for the number twos throughout the day. So I managed it pretty well. And then, yeah, as you said, the missus, she filled up the water bottle a couple of times, but I was careful with how much I drank. And the girls, as I said, if I needed a muesli bar or something, they'd run downstairs for me. And, yeah, they all looked after me and cheered me on, and we got the job done.
Love it. Can you hear me now through the chat, though? Is there any more delay?
No, that's perfect. Whatever you've done there has fixed it. I actually got two of you, so now I've muted the stream and I can hear you in real time.
Excellent. Well, someone said that in the chat, so I'm not too sure who it was. I can't see the chat right now, but whoever it was, thank you so much. That is going to make our lives a lot easier. So 12 hours craziness, and how did you feel the next day? Like,
yeah, shocking. Horrible.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Wow.
I still literally now, the tip of my right ring finger is dead. I think I've got nerve damage in there from gripping the wheel all day. After I'd finished the race, it was both my middle finger and my ring finger were properly dead.
Yep.
But now, to this day, this is a week later, and the tip of my ring finger is still suffering from what I think. It's not painful at all, but it feels like permanent pins and needles, so it's obviously not ideal.
Wow.
But yeah, I right foot brake, so I don't use two legs to drive. I right foot brake, so my right leg looked like it had gone through a marathon, and my left leg was still as skinny as ever, so that was a weird sight. Yep. My hips, my back, everything was pretty sore. For the next 2 days. And my job's very labour intensive, so it was a rough Monday, that's for sure.
What do you do for work?
I unpack containers for Amart, so couches, beds, entertainment units.
Wow.
Big. We're talking big boxes.
I was going to say that's hard yakka as well. That's not sitting in an office behind a computer the day after doing a 12-hour race. I can understand why you'd be quite sore.
Spot on, yeah. Look, it was probably a blessing in disguise, actually. If I was sitting in an office, with no blood flow, it probably would have got worse. But getting the blood pumping on the Monday, I think, probably helps. It was tough, but we got it done. This is, it was probably tough work. I wonder if we've got Jacob here. Jacob is still sitting in the voice lobby with us. Are you Jacob?
Yeah, boys, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, Jacob. This is
beautiful. There we go.
How are you?
Not too bad, mate. I'm just sitting here twiddling my thumbs, waiting for the service to come back online.
Yes, I heard that. Gav gave us an update to said they were down, and you're waiting to get back in, unfortunately, at this stage.
So unfortunately, I was in the server for the race start, but I have a bit of an issue with my wheelbase where sometimes I have to jump out, just reset it because it goes into sleep mode, and I have no force feedback. Right. So just before the start of the stint, I jumped out to reset my wheel, and then on trying to get back in, found out the servers were down. So
brutal.
Boxy is doing a fantastic job in the car at the moment into his second stint, and we just hope the servers are back online before the third one rolls around.
Yeah, well, he's doing pretty well at the moment. Last lap at 2:02.6. Scarni 2:04.8. So the gap's at 19 seconds between P1 and P2 at the moment. So Scarni had he put it in the chat earlier that he was watching Jamie. He was feeling a little bit stressed because of the standard he was going to have to live up to. So he's just pumped in a 2:02 now, did Scarni. So he's got it back to the level. But yeah, it's a good battle going on right now. And so to introduce yourself, give us a bit of a rundown. It was a cracking lap from last week. From the top 10 shootout. Can you give us a little bit of insight into the lap that you did?
Yeah, I was actually very happy with the lap that I did in qualifying. It was I think I did a 59.7 in the qualifying and then a 2-minute flat in the shootout. I actually made quite a big mistake at cutting in that shootout lap, blocked the rears, went very, very wide, and probably lost myself 2 or 3 tenths there. So to still manage to nab pole position was quite a pleasant surprise at the end of that lap.
Yeah, it was a 2-minute flat .075, I think, was was the official time in
I
the
can
end?
actually confirm that it was a 2-minute flat 1:17.
Oh, 1:17. All right.
1:17 is my race number, so when I got that lap last week, it's stuck in the brain.
There we go. Gotcha. All right. And what's the link between the 312 and the 782 entry guys? So the Pixel Racers and the other team. What's the link there?
It's just a bunch of us that just got racing and sort of just met through sim racing and started to get along with each other and decided to just form up a team of guys that don't want to take it too seriously, and we sort of just enjoy ourselves and see how we go, sort of thing.
Yeah, just do it for the enjoyment, and the results are the results basically at the end of the day.
So we're thankful. We're both in Mustangs. We've got very, very fast race cars, so we're really hoping for a good result here at the end of the 6 hours.
Yeah, well, it's P1 and P2 at the moment, so it doesn't really get much better than that at the early stages. And so, sorry if I asked this question earlier on there. Who is Yoda? Which one of you is Yoda?
That would be me.
You. Okay. Where do we get that? Where do we get that nickname? Why do we call you Yoda?
The fact that I'm an absolute Star Wars nerd.
Oh, really? Right.
That's basically where it comes from.
Yeah. Cool.
I don't know much about Star Wars, but I assume Yoda is a very strong character in that show. And Jacob's a personal trainer in real life. He can bench press a house, so I don't know if there's any relevance to Yoda being a very strong. I know Yoda's very small though. He's a very tiny little thing. Can he use the Force to lift houses?
I mean, I'm sure he can. I'm sure he could use the Force to lift absolutely anything. What's the nerdiest Star Wars thing about you? I have a real life lightsaber with a VR headset.
Do you really?
That's cool.
There's an app on my phone that plugs into a VR headset, and then I have a lightsaber, and I can literally play Star Wars in my living room.
That is so cool. That's not nerdy. That's cool. I love that. That's so cool. I'm not sure I've ever admitted that in a public forum. Well, you've just
we've been mates for however long now, and I've never known that.
Yeah, you've just admitted it to the broadcast. So a little bit. No, that's so cool. I actually saw a video. I think there's dudes who actually made real lightsabers, like with I don't know how exactly they did it. I saw it on Reddit a little while ago. So, but the VR thing sounds a lot less labor intensive and a little bit more enjoyable as well. All right, that's cool. I like it. And you're a PT in real life as well when you're not playing Star Wars.
Yes, that is correct. I've been for going on 14 years now, so I am 33.
Okay.
I've been doing this for a good chunk of my life. Before this, I was an electrician.
Yep.
And then, I actually own my own gym here in the Hunter Valley where I live.
Ooh,
and
right.
That consumes probably a good 90% of my life, and this sim racing and the kids take up the other 10%.
Yeah, right. Just having a look, just the action on the track. This is Rowe in the 761. So he's had a massive hit across the top of the mountain. He's just in the gravel there at Skyline. So that's where he is currently, just keeping everyone up to date. And then also just quick back to the race. Scarney as well, currently P1. The gap has come down a little bit, 17.8. Stan B Racing saying there, look like no input, so possibly a technical issue there for sure for the 761. He's trying to get it going. He's got it hard left at the moment, so hopefully he can get that going again. All right, and you boys are doing a great job out in front. All right, so you're talking about bench press. What's your max? What do you suggest people start off with for bench press and stuff like that? Because Weatherburn said you're quite a strong guy. What's the go?
Obviously, everyone's different. Everyone needs to start with their own ability levels. For myself, I'm up to benching around that sort of 120 kilo mark.
Jesus. That's like 6 plates.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's 3 plates if we're using the bigger plates, but if I'm loading little ones, like it's probably quite a few.
Yeah.
Did a 220 kilo deadlift just yesterday. That was my warm up for this race.
Wow. All right. So pressing the brake pedal is no dramas for you.
Not yet, but there might be some cramping come towards the end of it. So
Well, if you can get into the server, that would be.
if I can get into the car, we've got what I think max driver time's 4 hours 5 minutes. So Boxy could be doing 4 hours of this race if servers don't come back online soon.
Yes. Well, it's not 12 hours, but 4 hours nonetheless would be impressive. Just getting a little bit to the action as well here. We've got Breno Alice for the Sausage Sizzlers Bunnings entry. He's all over the back of the Bevis entry, the Small Island Motorsport. I think we had Hayden Bevis in here for just a second there before, as Alice sends it down the inside, so he gets the job done on Bevis there. So Alice moves up into P6. Those guys started the race in P number 2, so down 4 spots from where they started. Scarney's last lap around a 206 flat. Boxall did a 203.4, so the gap now at 15.6 seconds. Got a fair bit of action going on track at the moment as well, just over the 90-minute mark. Anything else you wanted to add, boys, while you're here?
No, I just hope everyone's enjoying themselves. You know, obviously we're all just out here for a bit of fun. So the race has been relatively clean at the moment. So we hope everyone's having a good time and can't wait to see what the next 4 hours brings.
Yeah, well,
I guess just for your benefit, I'll point out that I'm probably slightly quicker than Jacob in terms of pace, and Boxy is slightly quicker than Scarn. So, I mean, we could have come into this and we could have just put Jacob and myself in the same car. We could have absolutely deleted this field. Yeah. But we decided to split up into what was sort of pro-AM teams. Not that Scarny and Boxy are AM class drivers. They're both very quick in their own right. They're both very consistent.
Yep.
But we sort of split up the strengths of our teams. And what could really be interesting is now that Yoda has had to... so Boxy double stinting at the moment, like the hero he is actually reeling in Scarny with, as you said, a bit of pace. But what this means is that now Jacob and I are going to be doing the last stint together.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the way it works out. So rather than having a slow driver and a fast driver per stint, it's going to be me versus Jacob towards the end. So it could get really interesting. Assuming obviously they I can see Gav and Bevo, there's a couple trying to set up a JSON file. They're doing a lot of really hard work behind the scenes, so thanks for those guys trying to get the server list going. If they manage to get all that working and Jacob reconnects and it all plays out from here, I think it's going to be me versus Jacob in that last stint. So we're really trying to keep an eye on how much Boxy can reel in Scarny, and the pace difference between the drivers isn't much, and the pace difference between myself and Jacob isn't much either, so it should be really close towards the end.
Yeah, well, it's just sort of highlighting the times, but they are pretty competitive. They're sort of ebbing and flowing right now, so there isn't one car or the other sort of really quite dominant over each other in P1 and P2. So yes, what you're saying there makes complete sense, and that's we're looking for an exciting end to this one. If it's you two going at it together, that's going to be, I think, even better. And what are you expecting in terms of stint times? The Mustang, how is it on fuel in terms of the economy?
Somehow the other guys use a lot more than I do. I don't know whether that's because of right foot brake, but like it's not enough that it changes the stint. So we can comfortably get to 60 minutes. I can stretch it to sort of 70 minutes, but we probably won't be doing too much of that. But you would just, the stints are basically going to be 60, 61, 62 minutes, something like that. So it'll just be 6 stints over the course of the day.
Yeah, so not having to stretch it too far, you can just go flat out across your stint.
Yeah, no, spot on. We don't even need a particular... I think it's just shy of a full tank, and we can go flat out and make the hour comfortably. So, yeah, no shenanigans of, no map saving or anything like that.
Yeah, nice. And so, you talked earlier, you've spent, obviously, many, many, many hours in the Mustang. What's the deal with the gear ratios? Because do you get up to 6th gear at the end of Conrod in the Mustang?
I do. I don't know about any other boys, but I teach anyone who's driving the Mustang at this track to just flip it through 6 as you're coming through the kink. Yep. Not because it gives you any extra speed, but I actually like the way that there's a bit of downshift protection in the Ford that can get, especially into turn 1, but also in the chase if you're sitting in 5th. The downshift protection sort of stops you from going down the gears as consistently as you would like to. Yep. So going up to 6th as you come through the kink, it removes the downshift protection essentially. It makes it really quite a lot more consistent braking into the chase. So I like to go to 6th. But the gear ratios are strong in corners like the cutting. Obviously, the Ford likes to rev right up through the rev range, right up to the limit. It likes to be banging on the limit. That's where all the power is. And so coming up into the cutting, you're in first gear. Going through the dipper, you're in first gear. Coming in the elbow, you're in first gear. So a lot of cars, obviously, like the Aston and everyone, they like second in the cutting. They like second in the elbow.
Sorry to cut you off. That was
No, go.
at the cutting there. That was a pretty big one. So he was challenging the Mustang. I think Mitchell up ahead, and then he just drifted it a little bit wide through here, and then lost it at Sulman Park, and that was a pretty big hit. That is going to require a fair bit of time in the pits. So he's back to live action here. He's struggling. What's it looking like on board? Yeah, that's going to be a struggle to get back to the pits. He should be able to, because he's got to go down Conrod and make his way through the chase. But yeah, for those guys, the 199, they started in 18th, currently 23rd, so down 5 spots from where they started. But that's going to be a mission to get that back. But I think he should, by the looks of it, and hopefully be all right. So
remind me, I think I saw a rule somewhere that suggests that you're not actually allowed to return to garage using the escape key in this race, and if you do, you're classified as a DNF. You can't re-enter. Is that correct?
That I'm not too sure of. I should probably be a person who does know that, but no. I
think that's the case, and I think that's why we're seeing a lot of cars, rather than returning to the garage and copping that 3.5 minute penalty and just repairing the car on the spot. A lot of the cars are obviously have to crawl back to pits, because if they return to garage, they're out of the race. And I know for myself and probably Jacob as well, we've actually never come across that rule before. I like it. I think it's interesting, and it adds a good immersive element to the race. If you hit the wall, then if you can't get back to pits, then you're out. I like that. I think it's great.
Yeah, no, totally. I agree. I like that, the immersive aspect of that. Obviously not as immersive as, say, iRacing, where you've got to sometimes get people to tow you back to the pits. But I do enjoy that aspect of it as well. Having a look at Hutchins and Wren here in 17th and 18th as we're over the 90-minute mark of this one. We've got some good action going on. It sort of fits and spurts at the moment. We've obviously got a little bit of lap traffic going on as well. That gap at P1 and P2 still hovering around that 14 seconds, and those guys are sort of going punch for punch right now in terms of lap time. So looking competitive, but as you mentioned, the two faster guys in the car at the end of this one. And pit stops looks like about 1:03. The 782 though, that was a longer stop. Do we know what happened there? It was 1:16 compared to 1:03. And then we've got the all sorted for the drivers that need accessing. So here we go. So Jacob, I think you might be up. Looks like there's a notice in the chat. Okay, sorted, the drivers needing access. So hopefully that means you can jump in the car very soon and give...
Right, we've got about 20 minutes until this stint ends, so if you don't mind, we'll probably just jump back into our team rooms now. Obviously, Jacob will have to go and investigate what he actually has to do to get back in the server. It's been a pleasure joining you.
Oh, it's been an absolute pleasure having you. Welcome back anytime.
If you'll have us back, we'll probably get back in for the next stint in sort of like an hour or so, but yeah, for now.
100%. More than happy to have you. But thanks for joining us, guys, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers. See you guys. That was nice, wasn't it? We figured out the lag issue there as well in the voice chat. So, we'll get more people throughout the course of the race. So we got a couple of cars. We got a 72. That's Wheeler. That car has been in the wars today. And then 787. Hoffman, that is up. Ooh, he's facing the wrong way. That's out of the dipper. Yeah, right. Okay. Oh no! That was Boxall. Just managed to get through there. Let's see what happened. Watch this. And then, uh-oh. And then, oh, that's a hit in the wall too. So that'll be a little bit of damage for the 782. As we go back to live images. And where was it? It was on the left or right hand. So he's got a few witness marks on that car. So all's well that ends well. And that car has been cleared as well as Wren and Hutchins change positions. The 515 dropping down. Wren gets past. Bank is his teammate earlier on in the car. So Wren behind the wheel right now as we go back to live images now. There we go. So, back to this battle going on. So, Canero and Alice, these drivers are relatively fresh in the car. They're 34 and 30 minutes respectively into their stints. Didn't start in the car, obviously. They're having a cracking battle right now. Last lap, that was a little bit of oversteer there from the Lamborghini out of turn 1. Last lap around, Canero did a 203.5 to a 202.1. So Canero there had the disadvantage, but Alice just with that little mistake there at turn 1, running it quite wide at Griffin's as well. That's all right to go through there like that. And yeah, he'll try and get back onto the back of the Bentley. They started in P3, Alice in P2. Matty Boy, hello, hey all, in the chat. I can see the chat as it comes up, but I can't see all of it historically, unfortunately, at the moment. But I think we're going all right, as we're not too far away from a third race distance 2-hour mark. Been pretty good racing, I think. We've still got 29 drivers. 29 cars, teams. This is Rowe in the pits. He's been in there for, how long has he been in the pits for? 12 minutes. And Wheeler has been in there for almost 3 minutes now as well. So, not too sure if the 761 is going to be, if that might be terminal for them or not. Not too sure. But I think maybe the 72 might be able to get back out there as well. And as we saw in the chat, the Kunos server access issue has been sorted, and yeah, hopefully drivers that were out can get back in there. One of them who was waiting to get back in there was Jacob Weatherburn, so Paul Boxall has had to double stint, done a great job of it, and he will be relieved in about 20 minutes, I think they said, or a little bit less than that now. As they gave us some insight drive-through for speeding the pit lane. That was the 72, so they've gotten back out. That's Wheeler. There he comes out there now in that green and yellow car. There we go, the McLaren, too far gone racing. He went too far over the speed limit. And now Alice is all over the back of the Bentley, belonging to Vinny Canero, 123. That back rear panel looks like the bumper bar almost looks like it's vibrating there. Ooh, gets nice and close to the wall, giving chase. It's a good battle going on right now. Canero last lap at 202.7, Alice at 202.8, so nothing between them right now. Go on board. So they've got the Coca-Cola entry there, the Ferrari, just up ahead of them. So I think that's Cooper, who is staying to the left. Let's these guys through. You can see the blue flags. Nice driving there. And gets the job done. Lets the two guys coming through. And the chase continues from the Lamborghini. Just Bentley just getting a couple of wheels there on the dirt. I don't think that's going to slow him up too much. And he's good to go. So this is the two closest cars out on track. P1 and P2 separated by 18.4 seconds right now. I thought there looked like a little mistake there from Kinero into turn 1. Let's see what happened here. Let's go on board. Might give us a bit more of an indication. Oh, once again, I reckon he just got out on the dirt a little bit there. And that's all that needed to happen. And back to live images. So Kinero is now the hunter. Go Vinny from his last year's team. Oh, Matthew Cutler, yes. And the rest of Vic Mania boys. Yeah, they teamed up in the Lamborghini last year. They were the class of the field as well. So, yeah, nice to see Matthew Cutler in the chat. DYL, Dill in the chat. What a race so far. Yep. Matthew Cutler and Dill, I suppose. Obviously know one another. But yeah, we've had a good race so far. There's been plenty of action. We're almost a third of the way through it. Oh, Dill's one of the drivers. Sorry, my apologies for... I'm not familiar with everyone. Is it Dylan Lester? Is that Dill? With Matthew Spinazzi in the beautiful liveried Pennzoil machine. KB Racing. Yes, there we go. Sorry, Dylan. Great, good first stint, Dill. If you want to, you can jump into the Gilded chat and walk us through it if you like. Number 199. We've had a fairly hectic race so far, and the car gets super loose when we get close to other cars. Hence that last crash. So that's the 199. That is Justin Wynyard and Keith Bennett. So KB Racing. That's obviously Keith. Yeah, alright, yeah, jump into the chat, Dill. And say hello. If you'd like to, of course. Don't have to. Just give me 2 seconds. I really need to grab a pen. I'll be back. Alright, now I'm back. I always feel a little bit lost if I don't have a pen in my hand, especially when I'm talking to people, because I'm terrible with names. And, yeah, that's a bit better. So Kinero's just dropping back a little bit. Gap is at a second right now. Looks like, oh no, that's the 72. What's happened to Hamilton? He's coming into the pits. That is Wheeler. That car has been in the wars today. That is another car coming through, so hopefully they can see him early enough. He's got a little bit of a gap now, getting back out and getting that car going again. So all's well that ends well. Drive through for speeding pit lane. That's the 72, so he's got a couple of more laps left to serve that penalty. Here is Dow. And that's Spinazzi just up ahead, making his way past the 515 of Hutchins. That wasn't 4 positions, so Spinazzi in that Advantage Racing team, he is currently P3 right now, so doing a fantastic job. And now the Brisbane Lions liveried AFL Premiership team colours. They raced in a very similar livery last year, but they didn't have the Brisbane Lions stuff on there. So, and you can see just on the top there, Premiers 2024. That's cool. What a cracking game that was. Well, it wasn't competitive because they absolutely smashed them, but compared to where they were last year to come back and win it this year. Very, very impressive to climb the mountain, go so close, and then come back a year later and do it in such dominating fashion. That is that takes something else. So this is Mitchell. So this is 4th position, 19th and 20th. So 59, they started in 23rd, and the 54, Mitchell, he started in 18th. So their races have gone in different directions. Gap out in front between Scant. Oh, that's 72. They're just not having a good day. They're severely damaged right now, so I'd expect to pit lane. They need to serve their drive-through penalty. They'll risk a disqualification. I think they'll only have one more lap. This is where we saw him before, and it's a repeat of earlier. Now we've got some cars coming through. The 787, the Ford, and this is exactly where he was on the previous lap. Oh, the 787 makes their way through. I think that's the Houghton Racing Team, and he's teleported back to the pit, so not too sure if that's the end of their day or not. We'll wait and see. But back to this battle as they go up through Griffins. Mitchell disqualified. Not Mitchell, that's the 72 disqualified there. Saw the notification on the screen, so not too sure if they can get readmitted to the race if they want to continue on, but only 2 hours into a 6-hour race, they might, I don't know, up to them. But anyway, that's all done. These are the 2 closest cars out on circuit. Fastest car out there at the moment, Alice in the 73, is the only car that lapped in the 201s the previous lap. A 201.73. I tell a lie. No, I don't tell a lie. That's a 211, not a 201. Yeah, so fastest car out there right now is Alice. He's flying in the 73 up there in P5, the Sausage Sizzlers entry. Got Coulter he's giving chase to. Coulter on the previous lap at 202.6. Alice at 201.7, so almost a second the difference in pace. Is 2.3 seconds the gap between the two. As Mitchell closes up on the rear of the BMW. Now this is all for position. All 3 cars here are fighting for position. As the Mustang just gives a little nudge on the way through. And Mitchell gets the job done. Ran a little bit deep there at Murray's, but all's well that ends well. And he now takes that position. So P19 for the 54 entry. This is CrowdStrike by Reject Racing. And they're going to go side by side through the chase and gets the pass done. So nice work there from Babby. And the 96 now up into 13th position, 6 places down from where they started, unfortunately for them. And this is Hutchins has lost a spot. Let's have a quick look at how this came about. Oh, so that's Mitchell on the charge, but then I think Dow gets past as well. So what happens here? Mitchell going to go up the inside? No, he runs wide. Yeah, he runs wide. And then here comes the BMW and loses 2 spots in one corner. So that little mistake proving to be costing quite dearly. Back to Aiken in the Hop Tour entry. This is the car that just was overtaken, and then Dow as well. But yeah, Alice, he was only a couple of tenths faster on that previous trip. So he's chasing down Coulter. 2.5 seconds is the gap between those two. Track optimum conditions are significantly different in terms of temperature. We started off with 14 degrees. It's now 21 degrees. 10:05 in-game time. 18 degrees air temperature. It is at optimum. Beautiful clear blue, sunny skies. It look like they're forecasted right now. That gap has come down to 1.3 seconds now. The difference between Coulter and Alice. Not too sure if that was a flash of the lights. He's got a slower car up ahead. That's the 40. That is... No, that's the car that he's chasing. That's Coulter. Sorry, that's not the slower car. My apologies. That is the slower car. It is not the slower car. It's the car he's chasing. It's not slow. It's Coulter in the Mustang. So my apologies for that. Significantly faster though on the previous lap. 1.1 seconds the difference in pace, and Alice is now all over the back of the Mustang. Team young and old team. Coulter in the car, his teammate Matthew Starkey for this event. And Alice now he can see the reward in his sights. Just helps spur him on a little bit more if he wasn't spurred on enough. As they head up across the top of the mountain. Oh, he makes a little bit of contact. There's a brush with the wall. There's a difference, isn't there, between a brush, a scrape, a hit. Lots of different adjectives you can use. And Alice right on the rear wing of that Mustang now. So he's one of the fastest cars out on track is Breno Alice. I think in the past he's been a bit of a Porsche specialist. Obviously in the Lamborghini today with his partner John Zhu. And that's the view from the rear wing. Side by side through the chase. Oh, he got a little bit of a wobble there. He hit the inside curb. I think that was enough for him just to back off a little bit and pull out of that move attempt. So Coulter lives to fight another day, but Alice is not going to be giving up. That's the view from the Lamborghini as they go through turn 1, and we are not far away from the end of the 2-hour mark as they head up Mountain Straight. So that's Kinero in the background. That car behind Kimuro is not for position. In P7 is the Small Island Motorsport entry, the 474, Hayden Bevis behind the wheel of that one. And he's 8.6 seconds behind Kinero, so that's why you couldn't see him in the shot. Last lap around, Coulter at 2:02.9, Alice at 2:02.2, Kinero at 2:02.5. So Kinero's got a little bit of pace, 3.2 seconds the difference between P5 and P6, but we're focusing on Alice, so nice and clean this trip around. We go over Brock Skyline, then head down the dipper, down the S's through the dipper. Where I'd imagine that Mustang would feel he was a little bit untidy through there though. So that's a slower car coming through, indicated by the blue flags. And now will Alice get a run on him here? We know the Mustang has got a very high gear range, and the advice was put it through to 6th at the chase. I hope he's done that, because Breno Alice is breathing down his neck right now. Can he pull it up under brakes? Yeah, they both can. This is good racing between the two of them. It's good, hard, fair and clean racing. That's what you love to see. Alice, I thought he might have had a little go down the inside there at Murray's. That was the slower car in the Ferrari. Not too sure who that was. I think that was Morgan. Yeah, it is Morgan. And now Alice, can he get a run out of Hell Corner up Mountain Straight? The Mustang roaring away in front. Goes defensive in the middle of the road just about. But Alice goes up the inside. Oh, no. Oh, has he held on to it? He has. Oh, that could have ended in tears big time. Kinero, his eyes would have lit up there as well. Let's go on board for Alice. So he goes down the inside and then gets up on the curb a little bit. Oh, full opposite lock and keeps it. That is great driving from Breno Ellis in managing to hold on to that. That could have been pretty bad in terms of damage caused through there, and it could have taken out 2 or 3 cars in the process. But he's managed to hold on to it. That was fantastic driving. Reflexes of a cat from Alice. He had it on full opposite lock, and he's managed to scoot away from these guys as well in the meantime. So 1.5 seconds is already the gap, and Kinero now is all over the back of the Mustang. So he was under attack on the previous lap down Conrod Straight. He's coming under attack though, this time not by the Lamborghini. He's got the big Boatley, the Bentley behind him. Team 123, the Sailors. And that's Alice getting past the 515. And these two were almost side by side. He's going to go around the outside now through the chase. And he gets it done. Nice work there from Vinny Kinero. So Coulter has lost 2 spots on this lap alone. Let's have a look on the replay how he got it done. Over 270, 280, about 283 kilometres. He pulled out of it as well through there too. Was able to go deeper on the brakes and gets the job done. So nice move there from Vinny Kinero. And he now moves up into P5. So that was the 515. So that's 515, not the 115. Where is it? So, yep. And Shine and Babby. I think Babby is going into... Oh, no. So he's hit the wall somewhere as well. You can see big damage to the front of that car. So that is unscheduled. And Coulter is in the pits as well. So deciding that was their time. That seems about on par from what we got from the information earlier from Jacob Weatherburn, James Convoy and Jacob Weatherburn, or otherwise known as Yoda, for his fandom of Star Wars. And we found out he's a PT, can bench 120 kilos. That's big boy stuff. You got to put your big boy pants on to bench that. But what was it? He was something ridiculous as well. He deadlifted too. I feel like I hurt my back just listening to it. So this is Newman. He's all over the back of the 515. So this is for position as well. And then they've got... that was the Small Island Motorsports entry. This is the view from behind. That's not really what we want to see. This is what we want to see though. More side-by-side action down Conrod Straight. And the 515 loses a spot to Newman. So for CBR, Ben Newman moves up into 19th position. They started in 16th, so down 3 spots from where they begun the race. And then Aiken in the Hot Tour entry. Currently P13 right now, down 7 spots from where they began. Sorry, down 6 spots from where they began the race. As we watch the 36. Let us know in the chat if you want an update on anyone, or if you want to see an onboard lap with a particular car. Let us know. Happy to assist as we've gone over the 2-hour mark. So a third race distance is for 312, still leading the way. After that,
Hey Nick, Gavin in the room.
Gavin, can you hear me? How are you?
I'm good. That's much better. No time lagging from what I can tell.
Yeah, worked it out. So I can't remember who it was in the chat, but they advised me to get my microphone synced up, and I did. So welcome back.
No, it's good to be back. Had to obviously sort out a few drivers needing to get back on the servers that get past the dropout from the other server list. But
Yep.
they're all back again, so that's good.
Beautiful. All sorted, so drivers can get back in now.
Yeah, there's a file I need to download and follow a few instructions, but that then enables us to get them on, yes.
Beautiful. All right, that is good news because we had a couple of guys on. We had Jamie Convoy and Jacob Weatherburn in the car. We're just watching the Hot Tour 36, and he's just got a little bit wrong there. Yeah, car got light and into the wall, so just a little bit of damage there. Now he's coming under attack from Shine here. What did you need to do? What did you need to get? How'd you fix it?
Basically grab the IP details from the server, create a text file, and then basically drivers need to shut down their machine, add the text file into a directory as described, come back in, load up the game, go back to multiplayer, wait for the screen to come up that says failed to find service, and then select the LAN option, and then the server should show up there.
Well, sounds like... How the hell did you figure out how to do that?
Support of the guy that runs our servers happens to be Vinny Canera.
So there we go.
He has a bunch of servers and runs the Sim League and races with us regularly as well.
Yep.
So great to have him on board, and his services, servers, and his software is brilliant.
Beautiful. Well, he's not only is he a good driver, but he's also good technically behind the good technically behind the scenes. So good work, Vinny Canera. And what do we think of the first 2 hours of this one? We've had plenty of action going on. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I've had a couple of teams sort of put in some protests that need to be reviewed by our admin due to accidental incidences, if you want to call it that.
Yep.
So we'll go through those. This year's probably had the most incidences in past years, so it's a bit disappointing. We want to make sure everyone finishes at most, and also they have a good time. So we'll review all of that. I have had my head down, backside up, looking at other things, so I haven't had a good chance to catch up with the stream, and I do need to leave the booth at the moment. I've got another driver that needs a bit of support,
No
so I'll
worries.
check in with you again very shortly.
No worries. Cheers. Thanks, Gav. All right. So Gav just giving us a bit of an idea of what was required to get drivers back in, as Shine sending it down the inside at the chase. So nice work from him. The 69 entry 296 Martini Racing. They started in 10th, so currently P12 right now. A few other cars in the pits. One of them is Canero, the other is Bracefield. So making their second stops of the day. How long has he been in there for? 35 seconds, 22. So they'll be in there for a little while yet. So we go back to this action. So Pratt and Aiken now, who we saw have that little adventure across the top of the mountain on the previous lap. Newman in the pits, so seeing another round of pit stops now. How long into the stint is Boxall? He's an hour and 5 minutes. So is Scarney. So those guys coming towards the end of their stints. So we'll see Jamie Convoy and Jacob Weatherburn respectively in the cars. And if Jacob Weatherburn can get in, that'll be his first stint of the day after Boxall having to double stint earlier on due to the Kunos server issue. And who else do we have there? Tanner. So in the 54 at Cash Tanner. So Mitchell was in the car not too long ago, so they've made a stop 13 minutes now into his stint. Feels like we're just watching him and Mitchell in that car going at it. So this is full position for the car in front. The car behind, though, that is the Ferrari. I'm not too sure which Ferrari Ferrari it is. But it is a slower car that's trying to unlock themselves. Is it the... Yeah, the 36 has had another big hit across the top of the mountain as well. So that he's going to need to do a little bit more than a hot tour on that thing to get that cleaned up. And he's making his way through the sand trap through there as well. Where were we? So Tanner was coming under a bit of attack there from... so Crick was coming under attack. And then he's got the Ferrari behind. He's trying to unlap themselves right now. Just trying to get... it's the 199. So that's Wynyard in that car. They are a couple of laps down right now. 3 laps down. Where did they start? Oh, they started P5. So he does have pace in that car. That was his stint, 31 minutes now as well. So that's what... Oh, it's a big slide. That's a second time we've seen a big save through there. What was it? It wasn't Starkey. It was... no, it wasn't Boxall. It was Tanner. Too late for the replay. I wanted to try and catch that. But, yeah, that 199. That's why he's looking so eager to get past. They've got pace in that Ferrari, but yeah, there's no obligation to move over. I think he's just hit the wall as well. Yeah, I reckon he's given it a bit of a whack. Let's go on board. We'll find out. Oh, he just had to come off the gas there. Gave the wall a little bit of a whack. I think there was someone in the chat before who was from the 199 who was talking about how that was quite loose across the top of the mountain. This is Burton. He's got Cooper ahead of him. Now that's the Ford that pitted. I think that's Starkey in there now. So it was his teammate Coulter in there previously. So these guys are racing for position, I think. Burton with Cooper. And Starkey is just sort of in the middle of it right now. They'll be getting blue flags. So they'll need to move over. Here's the faster car. You can see the blue flag waving on the left of screen. So he manages to get past the Coca-Cola racing entry. And now he's just got the CrowdStrike entry to go right now. So a little bit of traffic to contend with, but that's just all part and parcel of endurance racing. Gap between P1 and P2, so it looks like Alice has jumped Convoy into P2, but that was because Convoy made the stop, so he moves into P3. So Jamie Convoy back in the car, and we'll wait for Boxall as well. So he oh no, I think he's had to triple stint. So he's made the stop, but I don't think Jacob Weatherburn can get back in the car yet. So whatever it was, the fix, it doesn't look like it's worked for Team 782, the Pixel Racers. And that means that Boxall will be into his 3rd hour of racing. Already completed 2 hours and 15. And into his 3rd hour. Wow, that's a huge stint. We heard Jamie Convoy did a 12-hour race solo last week. He was quite sore. Maybe Boxall's not going to be doing 12 hours, but still 3 hours straight. I've done that before. And it's not particularly pleasant. So hopefully he's got some people to bring him some drinks and sustenance and whatnot. He'll be hoping he doesn't have to have a toilet break either at some stage. as that's the Bentley of Loz going through, so just moving past some lap traffic, and that's Bones getting past Cooper, so that's 4 position. So Jason Bones, they started in 16th, now in P22 right now. A couple of cars in the pits, that's Pratt and Dow moving on, so they've both completed their stops. They'll make their way out onto the track, and closest cars out on circuit. There's not much happening right now. The gap between, so Spinazzi is leading this race, so the Advantage Racing team. There you go. He is 1 hour and 8 minutes into his stint. These guys, I think they're your dark horse. Well, no, I wouldn't say so much dark horse. They're right in the mix. They're well in the mix, these two guys. He and his teammate Dylan Lester, who did the first stint. Very, very solid start to the race, and they've just been trucking along. They're currently occupying P1 right now. 202.742. Track still optimum, 22 degrees. Started at 14. Air temperature is 19. That started at 14 as well. No weather to speak of at this stage, but these guys looking good. Team 846, the Advantage team, looking very strong right now as we're just over a third race distance. This is Pratt. He's chasing down Howe, so these two have just come out of the pits as well. 2 BMWs, so they're both fresh in the car. So cars that we're expecting a stop from will be Spinazzi in the 846, Alice in the 73, Picken down in 5th, 6th Gallagher, Shine in the 69 down in 12th, Hutchins in the 515. We'll see Crick make a stop shortly too. So a few stops to play out. And with Jamie Convoy in the car, the gap to the leader right now is 33 seconds between P1 and P3. With the average pit stop taking 1:04, that's well within striking distance for Convoy to retake the lead. And with Boxall back in the car, triple stinting to start this one. He will be hoping that Jacob Weatherburn can get in the car at some stage today. I'm sure he wasn't planning on doing all 6 hours. It'd be quite daunting as well, looking at the clock with 3 hours and 40 minutes left, thinking we're not even halfway yet. That'd be psychologically a bit painful, I would think. As we're watching Logan Burton, so this car's just recently made a pit stop. It's been in the wars today. It's already had 3 stops, and they started in 6th position, so down 13 from where they started. And that 36, the Hawk Tour, that's fresh out of the pits too. Skinny Luke behind the wheel there. His teammate is Callum Aiken. He had a couple of issues with some damage, so that McLaren, I think, is Picken ahead of them. No, it's Harnett. So he started the race. Braithfield done the second stint. Harnett back in the car now. As Burton looking to strike, and he does. Down in through Murray's. Gets the job done. So they move up into 18th position. Not quite done with yet. Going to go defensive into turn 1, and move completed. So up into 18th now. Got some action here down in 22nd. This is Jason Bones sending it down the inside of Pratt in the 115. It's going to be a bit of a drag race up Mountain Straight. McLaren versus BMW. The McLaren just got the advantage now. The BMW certainly got some grunt, putting it to good use. Will he be able to go up the inside here? No, he won't. So Bones able to complete that move. Moves up into P21. They started in 16th position. So they've got a bit of work to do to get back to where they started. Spinazzi.
Hey, Nick, how are you, mate?
Oh, yeah, I'm good. Who have I got?
Mr. Coulter.
Coulter. First name? Coulter?
Kurt
Kurt.
Coulter from Young and Old.
How are you?
Good, mate.
Good.
I did the commentary with you a couple of years ago.
You did? Yeah, last year.
Yeah.
Just last year. Yeah.
Last year?
I think.
Oh, you had a broken leg. Yeah.
Yeah. How you
Good race.
going?
Good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, getting there. We're almost halfway through this thing, so it's been pretty good. You guys are going all right at the moment. P9.
Yeah, we had a bit of a mishap into the chase there with the lapped car. Spun us around, but
Right.
got back on, so
Right.
it's been going good. Matty did a good first stint. Got us a few positions off the start with the little pile up at P1 there.
Yeah. What? Were you involved with that?
No, we were up the inside and everyone jammed the brakes on and we gave someone a little tap, but we didn't spin anyone.
Yeah. Okay, so you managed to avoid it, and
It's just more of a, yeah.
yeah, give us a rundown of your race so far.
Oh, it's been going good. Yeah, we had a few wall taps with a few minor damage, but it's bodywork stuff. But it's been all right. The car's stable.
Yep.
Very stable, and it's a nice race car to drive. It's very smooth. You don't have to push it. It does good lap times, so happy with it.
Yeah, well, we had in here Jamie Convoy and Jacob Weatherburn earlier, and they were talking about that the Mustang was just beautiful to drive around here. So it sounds like you're on the same page with that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that Mustang must not be as good as theirs, but it's going all right.
No, you're doing all right. You're in P8, so I think you guys started in P9, so you're making progress, one position at a time.
Yeah,
right now.
we're up sort of P4 until we got spun, then we got rear damage, so it slowed us down a bit.
Yep.
And everyone started to catch us, so plus the tyres started to wear off.
And how was the track early on? It was only 14 degrees track temperature, so it was pretty slippery.
No, Matty said the car was gripping up really well.
Yep.
So it's pretty stable. He was happy with it.
Yep.
He was doing good lap times.
Okay.
I think they set one of his fastest laps early on. So.
Yep. And how's traffic been out there as well?
The traffic's a bit hard. Just people are racing for positions in front of you still, so you got to give them the courtesy of racing, and then you still want to get by with your blue flag. So part and parcel with racing, I suppose.
Yeah, it's just a part of it. We see it seems pretty good. We had Gav on with us earlier, and he said that he's had a lot of protests so far already in this one. More protests than I think last year. So, but
I think it was Lockie a little love tap into the Griffins before, but I didn't expect him to jam his brakes on. So,
Lockie Bevis.
Yeah,
in that small.
I think it was him that he'd come in. I let him in underneath me because I was going slow because of the damage, and then I went to take off again, and he must have throttled up early enough or something.
Right.
I just tapped him, but everything sorted itself out. His thing.
All's well that ends well.
So. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. All right. Cool. And question. So in the Mustang, going through the chase, are you getting to 6th gear?
I do. Matt holds 5th.
Yep.
I click 6 as you hit the dog leg.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, we just had Jamie Convoy was saying, flick it through to 6th, through the kink there of the chase. He said that's his advice for getting the maximum out of it. And yeah.
I think I don't know what he's hitting down on not, but we're at like 284, 285, something like that.
I can tell you, your top speed recorded 286, Convoy 288.
Yeah.
Yeah. So only a couple of kilometres difference. And what do you think about the liveries as well? Give us a rundown. Who designed your livery?
I did.
You did?
Yeah.
Looks
Made it
spectacular.
myself, and
Looks awesome.
yeah, it's our little emblem, I suppose, for our
Yep.
community.
Yeah, I can see
The young and old.
I can see the young and old on there. You got gilded on the side as well. And what was the decisions behind going with that colour scheme?
That's basically what our logo looks like.
Right.
So I wanted to keep sort of our logo theme and
Yep.
put it on the car. We didn't want to go too overboard with it because we don't want to obviously advertise our community too much on Oz team stuff.
Yep.
They let us join their race, so that's good. I mean, we're good friends with them anyway, so that,
Of course. Yeah. No, looks an absolute treat. So you've done a spectacular job on that one. Do you do liveries for other people as well, or just you guys?
mate, I do deliveries for whenever I need to.
Yep.
Whenever I have time.
Yeah, true. It's more the time thing, isn't it, rather than
It is very time consuming getting everything lined up.
very fiddly. From what I've heard, I've never done it myself. I've been too intimidated to even try it. To be honest, I'm much better at the commentating than the designing. Anyway, what do you think of some of the liveries? We've got some spectacular ones through the
really
field.
nice ones.
Yeah,
We've got Hutchins there, that green Ferrari.
yeah, that looks nice.
Looks good. Yeah.
I like this Nissan as well. The Crick entry, the Nismo Legends.
A Winchell
Entry.
Crick, yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice one. It's a good little battle going on right now between these two. They've had a couple of dramas as well throughout this race, but they're doing all right at the moment. They started in 19th, so up into 16th. They're looking pretty good at this stage. And what are you thinking race wise? Where are you guys? What's the aim position wise for finishing?
Hey, we're just happy to be in top 10.
Yep.
We know we're not going to catch these guys up front. We've raced with them before and they're quick. So, but top 10 is where we're at.
Yeah, nice. Well, you're certainly on track for that at the moment.
Yeah, we're sitting in fourth for a while there, which is nice. Yeah, we just had that mishap, which was back. So
Yeah. No, looking good. And
it's easy. Went up the inside.
yeah, and the community you're talking about. What's that you're referring to?
It's our young and old community we run. It's just simple racing. We do run a league, but it's not a full-on league. It's just there for fun.
Yep.
The winner of our league wins one of our young and old T-shirts. We get made up.
Yeah, nice.
But most of all is just get on there and have a laugh with your mates and race around the track. Doesn't matter how old you are. That's why it's young and old.
Young and old, yeah, I like it. And if people are interested in racing with you guys, how would they get in contact?
They just find us on Gilded.
Yep.
So just gilded.gg/young and old -racing.
Yeah, nice. All right, there you go. So any members that are interested, anyone watching interested, there you go. We're having a look at Tanner and Hutchins right now. How did that come about? Let's have a quick look here. So that was Bevis in the 474 and Hutchins runs a little bit deep there at Forestdale, but he made a scrape along the wall as well, and then that's going to allow the Mustang to fly through and take that position away.
I think Matty's just disconnected. Well, that's our race done.
Oh, you're kidding me. Yeah, I don't see you on the timing screen. Oh, no. Oh,
That's devastating.
No. Oh.
I have the car noise in my headset in the background, and it just changed to a Nissan noise, and I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah, and that's what happened on the screen as well. I think I had your car on the screen and it went to the Nissan. Oh, dude, I'm so sorry.
It's alright. That happens. I'll go and make sure Matty's alright.
Yeah. All right.
I'll
Sorry.
come back in later, mate.
Yeah. So bad luck, mate. Sorry.
Thanks, bud. See ya.
Yeah. Oh, young and old, they were doing so well. Up there in 7th, aiming for a top 10. They were looking good. They had good pace in the car. It was all under control. And a disconnect. That is such a cruel way to drop out as well. Almost halfway through the race. It's not just the race time today, but it's all the time and the prep and the energy you put in getting ready to execute on the day. So, that's harsh. That's really brutal. Brutal way to end for those guys. So maybe they'll be able to reconnect and join back in. Not too sure, but yeah, they're off the timing screen. So, really harsh. All right. Well, the race does go on. Right now, it's still Jamie Convoy. I should have called him Convoy. Leading the way right now. He is in P1, so Boxall having a triple stint. So the Convoy here. 2 minute 9. That previous lap. So I think he is the only car circulating in the 2 minutes. So lap from him, and then Boxall sitting there in second, as mentioned, triple stinting to begin the race on this one. Leicester there in third, the Sausage Sizzlers in fourth. These guys are having a good race as well. The Small Island Motorsport team, they started in 8th, up in 5th, so the father-son duo doing a fantastic job right now. Last lap was a 2:01.6 as well, so those guys have got some good pace about them.
Vinny in the room, Nick, when you're ready.
Yeah, Vinny, are you there?
Hey Nick, how's it going?
What is going on, my man? Nice to speak with you.
Oh, cheers, nice to speak to you, finally, I guess.
Yeah, well, you've been racing in Ruse for a little while, so I've been calling some of your races, but it did last year as well. You were in this race too, and here you are today. So you guys are looking all right at the moment with you and Arno Loz in the boat league, as it's referred to.
Yeah, so we kind of had a bit of a rough start, if you recall.
Yep. I think you got caught up in that lap 1, turn 1 situation.
Yeah, but that wasn't the main problem. Turns out my teammate, when he started the race, he was on map 8.
Oh, what was that there? So,
Yeah, someone's...
Yeah, there was that? No, it wasn't Ren. It was a 2
Nissan.
there. So 23. Where is it? Is it the Nissan? Is it 2, 3? I'm just trying to catch it here.
I think it's Cricket,
yeah,
right?
it was. Yeah, he's back going again. He's got the window wipers on, so he's pressed all the buttons on the steering wheel by the looks of things. He's got the window wipers going.
Yeah.
So your teammate was map 8.
Yeah, because he map 8 in the Bentley is the pace car map.
Right.
So, and all of a sudden, Bentley is supposed to be the second fastest on straights here on this track, right? And everybody was overtaking us. I said, oh, what's going on?
Yeah. Well, how long did it take you to figure that out?
He figured out on the 3rd lap. That's when he started making plays again. Like, he went down all the way to 10th or 11th, I think.
Yeah, you climbed up there pretty high, I think it was. It was a decent position you got to.
Yeah, and then eventually we meet the wall.
Yep.
Both of us, I guess.
So
that's...
Yeah, so you've only had 2 stops.
Yeah, we've done 2 stops.
Yeah. So you're on pace right now. And so how did you find the conditions out there? You did the 2nd stint. So last week, actually, let's go back a little further. Even qualifying, you put the car on P number 3, second row of the grid. Tell us a little bit about your qualifying lap.
Well, yeah, I guess I was kind of lucky because I always had this pace, 2 flats. Well, it doesn't matter one lap or how many laps I do, and then eventually I would get a 59. So the shootout was kind of what I could do. No stress there, to be honest. But it would be great if I could do a 59 on the shootout, but not that day though.
Yeah. No, the 59 was the 59 would have been fast enough for pole position, but yeah, wasn't to be. And then yeah, and then so Loz started in the car. Tell us a little bit about Arno. What's he like?
Oh yeah, so it's he's a Bentley driver as well. So it's we race a Vic Mania together.
Yep.
And then I want to do this ATR 1000 in a Bentley, and then he's the first car that came to mind that I wouldn't turn down a race on the Bentley with the Bentley. So
nice.
Yeah, he's pretty fast. He's a really decent driver.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job out there. He's handling himself very nicely. Just pumps in a 2-minute 2 flat, so he's definitely got some good pace. And whose idea was the boat livery concept?
Well, that one was one day, I guess at Bruce, I was saying that I was gonna get the Bentley for the next season. Someone mentioned Bentley.
Yep.
And then I went to ChatGPT and asked, "Oh, can you just create a livery for me?"
Right.
And then he says, "No, I can't, but I can create an illustration of it."
Yep.
And he created the illustration, and then I don't know if you know like the driver Jack Steele, the one that races.
Yep.
So I posted that, and then he goes, "I'm gonna make the livery for you," and then he's made it.
Ah, nice. That's so cool.
Yeah.
A little bit of.
Congrats to him.
Yeah. So Jack Steele was is the man who's responsible for it.
Yep. Yeah.
Ah, love it. Nice work. And you're having a good season in Ruse as well at the moment.
Yeah, I guess I've been lucky the last race, but that was it, right? It's Suzuka. Well, got lucky, but in Alton Park, which was the first race, I had a hardware failure, so couldn't finish that race. And then Mount Panorama, it wasn't too bad, 7th, I guess.
Yeah, no, and I think just watching. Oh, that was there was a couple of Ferraris that got.
Oh.
Yeah. So unfortunate for them, and that was. I think that's Morgan in the 787, and everyone's gotten back going again. As we go back to live images, and he's gone back into the pits as Sanders in the Sandy Hutch entry. You've had a couple of technical dramas as well last season. I think you were in a really good position, and I think you had a disconnect, or you had an equipment failure. I think it was for some reason.
I guess yes. Well, yeah, the other one was Laguna sick. All of a sudden, my brake and photo went on.
Yep.
Yeah, I was doing well that one as well, but it's I guess most of my worst enemy is myself. Sometimes I'm trying to push too hard.
Yep. I think that's I think that's pretty common amongst all of us, isn't it? It's sort of sometimes the talent and the ambition don't necessarily line up in alignment sometimes. Yeah, nice. And Gav was telling us that you were the person around who helped get the server situation fixed, so drivers could rejoin the server after Kurnos being down.
Oh yeah. I shared the files of that you can connect directly to the server. Yep.
Right. And so, is that your background? It's sort of that technical side of things?
Yeah, I'm a developer.
Right. Okay. Yep.
And then I'm running the servers here as well. Like all there's a website called the Sim League.
Yep.
Where you can check out the results. Yeah, I created a website.
Right. Okay. I think that's where a lot of the
Hey, Hayden.
Oh, that was an interesting pit by Boxall there. So just the 782 is in the pits right now. That's Paul Boxall. What was his stint at? His stint was... Oh, and that's a big hit too. That's the 25th. That's Ren 430. So a massive hit across the top of the mountain, I would assume. And we'll see if Boxall gets into the car as well. Sorry to cut you off there, but some pit stops. So we'll keep an eye if Weatherburn gets in the car. That would be his first opportunity. It was 28 minutes was that stint, so I would assume that's that'll be Weatherburn who'll be coming into the car. Been in there for a while now, almost a minute 10, 11, 12 and counting. So this will be interesting to see. You guys have benefited from this though. You're up into 6th because of this, and there we go. So Jacob Weatherburn is in the car. There we go. So 2.5 hours was the 2 hours and 40 minutes, in fact, was the stint that Paul Boxall did, and now Jacob Weatherburn can jump into the car, the 430 following him out. That's Ren. They're down in 26th position. So our pole position sitter, who set the pole lap last week, he's now in the car, and they've come out there in 8th position. A relatively long stop, a minute 34. So that par time has sort of been around about a minute 4. So, but that's a big shout out to Paul Boxall. It's over 2.5 hours in that stint. That was a big stint from him. But you're a developer and the Sim League, and that's where the results are stored for this race as well. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Yes.
Nice.
We have all the history of the races of this league and some other leagues there. Yep.
Yeah. Now last year you were pole position. Did you win last year? I think you and
Yeah, we won. Me and Matt
did.
Cutler.
That's it. Matt Cutler was in the chat earlier as well.
Yep.
In the Lamborghini that you guys drove, the black Lamborghini. I remember it quite vividly. Actually, it was. Yeah, you were really dominating that day.
Yeah, I guess we were a bit lucky at that time. Yeah, we didn't have any major incidents, and then I guess that's what makes win here in the mountain run.
Yeah, you got to have a bit of luck around here. I think that's sort of endurance racing in general. It's sort of, you can put all the best laid plans, but sometimes you just need a sprinkling of luck to get you through. So, but you got to be in it to win it. You've also got to be in the right place at the right time to get that luck. So you guys definitely were. And Jacob couldn't come back this year to partner. He didn't want to drive the Bentley, or I know was.
Oh, I didn't even consider him because I want to do the Bentley, and then he's never driven. I never thought actually. But I think he hasn't raced for the last 6 months or so at Vic Man as well. So
Yep.
I guess he's doing something else at this moment.
Okay.
Maybe iRacing, I reckon.
Yeah, he's in the chat at the moment. So he was saying that he's still here. So shout out to Matthew Cutler as well, last year's race winner with Vinnie Kinero. And yeah, Loz, and tell us a little bit about Arno. How do you know him? What's your relationship like with you?
Oh yeah, so we've been
We've
been racing at Big Mania for I don't know, almost 2 years, I guess.
Right.
So I was racing against him, like we kind of have the same pace as well, so it's all the time race with him, and then it's he's a Bentley driver, so it just made sense, didn't it?
Yep, beautiful. And Vic, Starkey, we have basically DNF'd due to my end having disconnected. I've also joined in. Yeah, that was. That was.
It's a shame.
Yeah, that was the 40. So, yeah, he was going to jump back in. That was Kurt Coulter, and then.
Yeah, I'm here with you guys.
You're here. Yeah. Why can't I?
How we doing?
We're good. I'm just trying to. Oh, hang on. There we go. I think if I can turn that. Just trying to see you in there to turn you up a little bit, or if you can turn yourself up. Are we talking to Starkey right now?
Yeah, it's Starkey here.
Yeah, beautiful.
I'm just gonna go back to my teammate.
Yep, no worries.
If you guys say.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for joining us.
I know. Thanks for streaming. It's pretty good work that you do.
No, all good.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Vinny.
All right.
See you guys.
See you, mate. All right. So it's Matthew Starkey, I think. Have I got that correct?
Yes, you have.
Beautiful. I'm just trying to turn you up.
I've got mine
Full.
Yeah, unless you can see him, Nick, you won't be able to adjust the volumes for his output.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, I think I can. try. Oh, hang on, that's Hayden Bevis. Which one's this one?
I don't know, reconnect, you can see my name. Do it that way.
I should. I just can't see people in the room. When I can see them in the room, I can generally turn. Oh, hang on. That's Breno Alice in there. I can't see you though, Starkey. Or are you Flips 131?
Nah, what we'll get Starkey to do is disconnect from the Gilded and reconnect back onto this channel, and he'll then come up visually for you, Nick.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Because then I should be able to turn him up.
Correct. Yeah. Right click on his name, and you'll be able to increase the volume.
Oh, here we go.
We'll
Yeah.
do that now for you.
Yeah. Beautiful. Sorry, it's. I'm learning to use Gilded on the fly here. I think we got.
No, you're doing a great job, Nick. Sadly, this problem of not being able to see people in channels did occur last year, so I've taken a few screenies and I did report it last year.
Right.
But some things had been improved over the past 12 months, so I'll have a chat with my contact at Gilded, who's been nothing but brilliant support,
Okay.
and see what we can get sorted out for next year's. It might be just the number of rooms and the number of drivers, so we originally were looking at 64 drivers.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, I think we're all right. I think we've got some other drivers in the room as well. I think we've got Breno Alice. I think.
And can you see Starkey back?
No, not. Hang on. +3. No, I can see Breno Alice. I can see. I don't know who Flips is. Flips 131071. I can hear someone talking. Oh, now I can't see anyone in the room. No. Voice like now saying there's 0. Oh, here we go. There's Flips. I don't know who Flips is though. I've turned him up.
I'm Phil Hamilton from Big Mainy's Amateurs.
Ah, yeah, right. Hang on. Here we go. Oh, I think I see Starks now. Hang on. I'm going to try and turn you up full. I'll turn up Stark. Alright, so I've turned you up on my end. So
Can you hear me well?
very faintly. I've got you turned up on my end to full. So I'm not too sure. And I've done the same with Starkey. So
I'll talk real loud. Does that help?
yeah, that'll do. Yeah.
Rightio.
Alright, so who is it, sorry?
Phil Hamilton from Big Mainy's Amateurs.
Phil Hamilton, hang on. I'll write this down so I remember it. Vic Mania has been mentioned a few times. So,
Hello.
yes, and this is, what car number are you 15?
115.
115, look at that, I got you on the screen. Perfect. Pratt is in the car at the moment.
Mick, yeah.
So Vic Mania's Amateurs, Phil Hamilton, we got in the room. What is Vic Mania's? I've heard it mentioned a few times.
Vic Mania is just a sort of a casual league race. I think it's set up by Vinny and another guy called Jack, and Mick and I are in the amateur class in that. We're pretty hot competitors with ourselves, so we said, why not? Let's have a go together.
Yep.
Yeah, that's sort of where we're at, so that's why we called our team name Vic Mania's Amateurs.
Ah, nice. So Vic Mania's is the league.
That's the league name.
Yeah. So just like a casual sort of fun league, basically.
Yeah, we race on a Tuesday nights on AC and Thursday nights on ACC.
Ah, nice. Yeah, what are you racing in AC?
I don't participate in that, but a few of the other guys do. So.
Yeah. Do you know what they're racing though?
They're doing Formula 3000 at the moment, I think.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, love that. Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, awesome. All right, and walk us through your race so far. So you guys are currently sitting 18th. You started 20th. You've had 3 stops so far. What's been the story?
So we had a good start stint. So Mick on the faster of the 2, but not by much though. So Mick qualified, and then I've gone in. I got us up to 11th in the first stint. The undercut really worked.
Yeah.
But and then I did a full stint in the second, and then Luke's had a bit of a train early in his first stint, so come in again. So that's what's dropped us back down the order a bit. But he's doing alright. He's got good pace. He's just plodding his way. He's been a bit cautious now that he's had a bit of a whoopsie.
Yeah.
We also got hit by one of our mates, one of our fellow Vicmania mates, about lap 60 or so.
Who was that?
It was Skinny Luke's car, the tour car, but it was his co-driver, Aiken driving at the time. He's just a bit of a racing incident, but we'll suss that out later on.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a good race. So we're targeting. We want to finish top 20. Would be great if we can finish top 15. That's our goal, and just get to the end.
Okay, well, top 15, you've got obviously 3 cars ahead, 3 cars ahead, and you get to 15th. That's still doable. We're just almost halfway, so I think that's a very realistic target, I think, for you guys.
Yeah, it's my first proper non sort of casual league race. Mick's done a couple before, but
right.
It's my first time, so
How have you found it?
Yeah, not too bad. It was, I've got a little spreadsheet I've built up, which has got all our stints and lap times planned out and tyre pressures for the different temperatures we'll experience throughout the day. And
love it.
Dry and wet, so we've gone a little bit heavy into it. But it's I'm enjoying it so far. It's good. It's my home track. I live about half hour away from the track, so.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I want some Bathurst local, but I've been around the track many times in real life.
Do you go to the race up there? Like they've got the 12-hour, they've got the Bathurst 1000.
Yeah, I go to the 12-hour. I don't go anywhere near town on 1000 weekend because you won't get a car park anywhere.
Yeah.
So I did go in on the Monday for the race this year, like the day after, and the stream of traffic coming east towards Sydney was mental.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's just a place to avoid on 1000 weekend, really.
Yeah.
But 12 I'm at 12 hours, I can't remember the last time I did go for 12 hours, so.
Yeah, I've been up there for the Bathurst 1000, but I'd love to go for the 12-hour. I reckon that would be so cool.
It's a far better event. As a spectator, it's a far better event.
Yeah, nice. That's cool. All right, and tell us a little bit about your teammate as well, Mick. Yeah.
Well, I don't know a massive amount about his personal life, but he's.
No, you don't need to give us. No, you don't need to give us his personal life. Just give us, the surface level stuff.
He's a good driver. He's a good fella. He's good to work with. He fights hard for his positions, and I know he's racing Thursday night. He undercut me. He overcut me, and I took time, and he didn't. He's done a good job of blocking me while I had a fresh tyre and screwed up the race for me. So he's good value. I like racing with him. He's got good pace. He's doing 2:01.5s in practice or whatever. 2:01.8. So it's nice, and I enjoy working with him.
Yeah, nice. And back to the spreadsheets. That sounds like it's very diligent preparation for it.
I'm an engineer, so
yep.
So it's it's not nothing complex. It's just in time, lap times, fuel consumption, what we plan to fuel to, just individual tyre pressures for each tyre, and various temperatures, from everything from 10 ambient, 10 track to 30 ambient, 30 track.
Yep.
And different pressures for different rain, like light rain, heavy rain.
Right. So attention to detail, like that's your thing, right? Being as
it's just information that I knew I wouldn't be able to gather during the race, so I pre-planned it just so we wouldn't get into halfway through the race and not know what pressure to set our tyres to.
yeah. And thanks guys, that was an effort. Don't know how JC did 12 hours. Yeah, so that was just Paul Boxall in the chat there, just saying just thanks guys, that was an effort. Yeah. Huge effort, over 2.5 hours. So, and he was just referring to Jamie Convoy, who did a 12-hour race last week by himself around Bathurst. Loves driving the Mustang. Did 12 hours solo, which is pretty intense. He's got a physical job as well, so he was a bit sore the next day. He's got a numb fingertip still a week later. What sort of engineering do you do?
Mechanical.
Mechanical. Right, so man, you guys are all going to be about the detail. I'm more of a close enough is good enough. Never let good get in the way. Never let great get in the way of good. But you guys are going to be spot on the money with your stuff. Everything has to be calculated and accurate.
Yep.
Yeah, love it. All right, I love the spreadsheets as well. That's cool. Well, you guys are going well at the moment. The 115. Where are you? Yeah, you're just a little bit. You're still a bit low. That's the only thing. So, and I can't see anyone in the lobby still, so I can't turn up anyone's microphones at the moment. So, yeah, making. Oh, hang on. What about you're 115? Oh no, I can't. Oh, here's. Yeah, no, it's turned up max, so I can't.
It's alright, mate. Anyway, good chat. I'll let you go. I'll get back to race engineering meetings. Just struggling all there, so I'll get it happy to it.
Yeah, well, thanks for joining us, and good luck for the rest of your race. We'll look at the top 15 as the aiming point. Good luck for the next 3 hours.
Alright, thanks, mate.
Thanks, Phil.
Nick, I'll drop in and see Hayden. I see he wants to have a bit of a chat, but obviously been a bit busy today.
No,
so
all
I'll drop
good,
in
Gav.
and let him know that you're available and see if he can come up.
Yep, more the merrier. We'll hope he's. I can turn his mic up as well. But thanks, Gav. All right, so sorry, all still no server lists and no pit wall, so that live timing issue is still persisting. Having a look at the races, we're not too far away from the halfway mark at this one. It's still Jamie Convoy leading the way. Dylan Lester putting in a fantastic job. So they've made a pit stop a while ago now, 37 minutes almost.
I'm still here with Nick as well.
Oh, who is this? Is this Hayden?
No, it's Matthew Starkey still.
Oh, how are you? So sorry, I couldn't get you on.
That's all good.
That's all right. Where are we? I'm just trying to turn you up.
So I had a disconnect, which pretty much forced us to not finish the race.
Yeah, because we had Kirk on when.
Yeah, he was on just before we disconnected.
Yeah. So he was in the comms box with me. And I had your car on the screen, and then it just disappeared, and it went to the Nissan. And I thought that was a bit odd. And then he said, like 2 seconds later, "Oh, I think we've just disconnected." So
Yep. He pretty much called it.
Yeah. That's such bad luck, mate. It's all of the time.
You were
and
doing
effort.
so well though. That was the thing.
You were doing great, man. I think you were in 7th position at the time. I can't remember where you started, but you were solid as a rock in that Mustang. You were just plotting away. You were. Everything was on track for a good finish.
We pretty much started 9th. After the first lap, I got us up into 5th.
Yep. And I think you missed that incident, lap 1, turn 1?
So I pretty much got checked up, but all the rest that happened was behind me, so I got out of that lucky.
Yeah, right. So you managed to avoid the worst of it, which is good.
Yep.
Yeah, right. And up until the disconnect, how were you finding it all?
Oh, I was enjoying it. Like, the car felt absolutely fantastic the whole way through. No complaints whatsoever.
Right. I'm just got the car facing the wrong way. Let's see how that came about. So, that was the Alpaca My Bags number 11 Ferrari. It's a 720 spin off. Oh, he got hit by the 474 on the way through as well. So that's the Small Island team.
Oh,
yeah, Small Island
That's
Motorsport
a bad
team.
spot as well.
Yeah.
That is such a bad spot to spin.
Yeah. He's gotten out of the way. All right there. We've had a few cars get stuck down that way as well. It can be very, very tricky. Where's the 474? Where are car there. So they're up in 4th right now. Oh, he's got a little bit of damage there. That front, sort of the front bonnet has, it's just a little bit of a gap there that you can see. So they're going to have a little bit of damage that they'll have to carry. How long is he into his stint? 47 minutes into his stint. So, yeah, that's not too bad. He probably about another 20 minutes or so. But you were saying the car felt so good. You managed to get through the that sort of turn 1 incident, and you were just plotting away.
Yeah, well, at one point I was doing mid to low 201s, like 3 or 4 laps.
Yep.
And then just down to the 202s and just kept it there.
Yeah. Yeah. So, any idea what it might have been, the disconnect?
No, this isn't the first time it's happened, but this is the longest into the race I've been.
Yeah.
And I've tried a few things and it all looked all well and good, so I pretty much just went ahead with it.
Yep.
And then just out of the blue it just happened.
Yeah. No, it's yeah, very, very bad luck. It's not much you can do about it though, is there? It's sort of just part and parcel of sim racing, and yeah, it's just done so well, gotten so far, and we're looking really good, and yeah, that was the end of it, unfortunately. And well, tell us while we've got you, tell us a little bit about yourself. So Kirk was talking about the young and old racing, the casual league that you've got, that's essentially for, the young or old, doesn't matter.
Yeah, so pretty much we've got a mixed range of drivers that we've got on at the moment. We're just doing it casually once a fortnight on a Sunday night.
Yep. Okay. Cool. And what are you normally racing? ACC?
Yeah, so we mainly do ACC at the moment. I think because our numbers are still so small.
Yep.
So we just focus on the GT3s.
Okay. Beautiful. Well, Kirk gave his guys a bit of a shout out, asked him how to get in contact with you guys if people want to join. So maybe you might get a few more people interested as we're watching Lockie Bevis. So I think the commentary might be the bad luck for those guys, because every time we look like to get one of the Bevis people in, there's an incident with their car. So they're making their pit stop now. That was almost 50 minutes into his stint. So those guys, that's their 3rd pit stop for today. So Steve Hayden.
That's not too bad. Like 50 minutes into a stint, you can't really complain with that. With damage.
Yeah. Well, I think the damage came late as well, and they're on about pace. Like we had Convoy in here before, and he said that they were sort of doing hour stints, basically, and they were able to do that comfortably. So they're on the same sequence as everyone else, basically. So
yeah, that's pretty much that's pretty much the common thing at the moment. Is you can get like an hour out of the car, then it saves the amount of pit stops you have to do through the race.
Yeah. And if you need to stretch it out, you only need to stretch it out slightly. You don't need to stretch it out too much to make your strategy work. Looks like there's a bit of weather though changing. So I've noticed over the last sort of few minutes that cloud cover sort of sneaking over. The forecast is to be cloudy over the next 15 minutes at least. But that sun has started to disappear. What number is Phil Hamilton? That was the 115. Hang on. Who was that? That was Bursa and Weatherburn. Oh, what's happened here? I just caught that at the last second. Go to so down through the S's, and he's hitting the grass. Give him the wall a big whack there too. That is very awkward for him. Let's see if he he gives the wall a whack on the way through as well. So that was 782. So that was Jacob Weatherburn. So this is one of the race contenders who's just hit the wall extremely hard. So that's a big story. Those guys were in P2 or P3 comfortably, and yeah, that's a big story. He's going to have to make a pit stop now. he hadn't been in the car for that long either. So he'd been only in the car for 24 minutes. His first stint of the day after not being able to connect after the Kunos issue, and now making his way into the pits to repair that damage, which I assume is going to sort of be a fair bit. Yeah, what number is Phil Hamilton? 115 is the car. So Mick Pratt is in the car right now at Vic Mania's Amateurs. So yeah, but yeah, 115 is the answer to that question. Sorry to cut you off there, Matt.
No, that's all good.
Yeah, that was a big hit to the wall, Harnett in the wall. And then Bevis is out there. So it looked like Lockie Bevis stayed in the car on that pit stop. And yeah, Hayden Bevis not getting in there, the father and son duo.
Yeah, so he may be doing another stint just to make up a bit of time.
Yeah, I think so. He'll do that probably the next hour, I'd say. And then get Hayden in the car. Beautiful. What were we? Sorry, I've lost my train of thought. What we were talking about there when we saw Weatherburn in the pits there. He's already been in there.
I honestly can't remember.
Yeah, it's a bit like that sometimes, isn't it? Sorry, I was sort of doing 2 or 3 things at once there. But oh yeah, so the weather is looking. We might, don't have any rain forecast yet, but these clouds are looking a little bit ominous.
The potential's right. The potential's there though.
Yeah.
The cloud cover.
Yeah. 20 degrees air temperature, 25 degrees track temperature. So keep an eye on that. But yeah, we could see a little bit of weather here. We've had clear running all the way, but generally, yeah. We'll see. It can clear up. It's not like the cloudy weather is going to be a guaranteed meaning it's going to be weather. And so across the field, do you race with anyone regularly in other cars around here?
So the 199 and the 15 are in the young and old.
Right.
So them two teams we have in. And then also Witchell as well. He races with us.
Yeah, we've got Witchell in the Nissan right now for the Nismo Legends. It's Witchell. Sorry, Witchell. It's so easy to pronounce that. Yeah, Witchell is chasing Mitchell right now in the Ford Mustang. That Shaggy's Angels 54 entry. So. He's putting in a good effort. Those guys are down there in 19th. So 18th and 19th, Mitchell and Witchell, that's where they started. So they've neither gone up nor down. They're right there where they started. What are your thoughts on the race so far? Who are you thinking might be able to take this one out this year?
I'm still hit and miss. There's so many good drivers up, especially in the top 10.
Yeah.
And being this far into the race as well and having just under 3 hours to go, any one of them can take it out.
Yeah, I think so. Like, kind of the way I'm leading at the moment as well. Anyone in the top 5 right now is obviously more than just under halfway still to go. But yeah, a lot can happen in that time. Oh, that was that Ferrari there as well. That's not the one I was referring to. It was returned to 787, but we'll go over escape anyway. Yeah, I think this one's well up for grabs still at this stage. There's no...
100%.
Yeah. But the 312 is doing a fantastic job. So having a look for... Weatherburn, so he finished that stop. That was 1:32, and yeah, they're now down in 10th position right now. They're 34 seconds off the back of Bracefield in the 951, and those guys have had a really good race as well. So they started in 17th, so they're up 8 spots from where they started. So the Team Kiwi Racing boys, the car is looking very nice. Their position is looking quite nice at the moment as well. And Scaife in the Coca-Cola Racing Ferrari, he is chasing down Dow in the 59 in that BMW, that Brisbane Lions liveried BMW. You are AFL watcher at all, Matt?
I used to be, but not anymore.
Right. And no, it was the other person I was talking to was down in near Bathurst. So you're Vic, Queensland, whereabouts?
Adelaide.
Adelaide. Oh, there you go. Don't come across too many sim racers from Adelaide.
Funny you say that, because the boys in the Coca-Cola Racing, Jimmy Cooper there is an Adelaide boy, and I think Nick is as well. Not sure on Nick, but definitely Jimmy's. I've stayed at Jimmy's place a couple of times. He's quite the gentleman.
Oh, very nice. Well, there you go.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's a nice part. I've been to Adelaide a couple of times. Quite a nice place. It's nice and relaxing. Got a lot of sort of that natural beauty around Adelaide. Yeah, it's not too big, not too small. It's just that right size as well. And they're doing.
And two drivers up. Sorry to butt in.
Go for it.
Driving, just trying to see where he's positioned, but they're basically competitive as well, these two, in different fields, like Jeff Howes, currently running in, I think it's the 59 car, driven by Dow at the moment, or Dow, sorry. But great driver, great steerer, another gentleman behind the wheel. And these guys, chasing each other, always worth watching, that's for sure. Yeah,
just Scaife had a little bit of a moment coming into the cutting. Let's have a look at this. I think he just almost lost it there. That back end almost flipped around. He was able to keep that facing the right way, so nice work from him. Alright, so we've got a couple of Adelaide boys in the field. That's good to know. And obviously I think Dow, the 59, I dare say might be from Queensland, just judging by the livery. Or had a little moment there out of Forest Elbow as well. But all's well that ends well there. So a bit of an eventful lap for the 5:46 on this trip around.
Certainly was.
And Mitchell is all over the back of the number 11 Ferrari. What's Gav? How are you seeing this? Oh, sorry, just before we do that, Loz, the Sailors, Arno Loz is making his way into the pits, so that's a scheduled stop for them. An hour and 3 minutes was that stint, so you'll hand that over to Vinny Canero more than likely, and Vinny will get behind the wheel of the 123. So currently P5 right now for them. We'll see where they can finish it up. But how are you seeing the race so far, Gav? What are your thoughts?
Look, I'm pleased as it's going quite well. Sure, there's been a few incidences here and there, but I think everyone's just falling into line and trying to race their own race and run their own strategical outlook. Listening to one of the drivers earlier regarding the spreadsheets, that's a great idea, and I've not had that. Sorry, I have had that before with one of the guys that unfortunately couldn't make it to this event. But no, I'm really pleased with how things are going. Obviously, we've lost some drivers, but hopefully everyone finishes from here. Halfway marks in, a number of stops have been made. And the other thing too is, not last year, but the year before that and prior, we used to run driver stints, but we found to add a bit more of the strategic opportunities. We removed those, so we do have the 4 hour and 5 minute that drivers can run until their fuel loads down to whatever, or they can go early, up to them.
Yeah, nice. And the weather as well has just changed again, so it was getting a bit overcast there for a little bit, but looks like that sun is back out again. Track temperatures popped up to 26 degrees, up 1 degree from what it was at. And what about the Bevis father and son duo? We every time we talk about them, there seems to be something that happens. He's hunting down Kinero, who's just gotten in the car now. They had a little moment somewhere, needed to make a somewhat unscheduled stop. I don't know if you know anything about that.
Oh, I understand there's a bit of a wall rub possibly, or no, top of the mountain. I remember a slight clip with another car that spun just before the dipper. So bit of damage there, but I think Lockie's doing a fabulous job. The father and son in the car now.
Oh, he's made contact with Kinero at the chase.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
just noticing that now. And again, these guys are pretty good, so they'll address that and get sorted out.
Let's go to the
But
reef,
obviously a bit of time lost.
Just having a look. So he's gone deep under brakes, and I think he just got a little bit unsettled. It hit the apex, and so it looked like he was waiting for Kinero to readdress. We'll go back to live images now, and then there you go. So Bevis moved on, but then he's waited for Kinero, and then they've swapped positions back. So good driving there from Lockie Bevis. That was good sportsmanship there. There's nothing malicious about that move. It was just a racing incident. I don't think anyone would have really copped any damage from that either. So all's well that ends well. Now in the background there, that's Dylan Lester. So these guys are just putting on such a great race right now. So they started in P4 up into second. They're performing fantastically. Spinazzi, he had a great stint in there as well. Lester's coming towards the end of his. So he's at almost 56 minutes now on the button into his stint. So those guys in the 846, we were just talking earlier, Gav, before he came on, that this race is still pretty wide open at this stage.
Oh, most definitely, yeah. Still a long way to go too, so there certainly can be some changes made, be it on track or in pit lane.
Yeah. So
it's going to be worth watching this one to the wire in that regard. And just going back to the Tasmanian team, the 474 with Lockie behind the wheel, both Bevises are very good in their quality of driving in the event of any incidents that may occur, and very little do they. So it was good to see that professionalism and respect being shown. And I'm actually quite pleased with these guys. They wanted to try and get further afront, and I hope I don't jinx it, but further afront from last year's, and that was the first top 10 shootout that they've been able to get into with Hayden at the wheel for the qualifying side of things. From memory, put them in, I thought it was P9, but you've mentioned P8 a couple of times. But they're moving up the ladder, like a bit of a quiet achiever, this team.
Well, they qualified 15th last year, so they did miss the top 10 shootout last year. So an improvement. And just for my clarity, so it's Hayden Bevis is the father, I believe.
That is correct, yeah.
Good.
So Hayden's the older of the two, and we like to remind him that he is older than the two.
Yeah.
But great bloke, absolutely brilliant to have a chat with for sure.
And so we had a question in the chat as well around safety cars. Someone was saying we need a safety car soon. Do we have that? Do we have a safety car in this race?
Not in this race, no, or the one last year, but we did the year before. The difficulty we do find is obviously having some operators to be available for the 6 hours to run at least one or two of those safety cars. The other thing that we learnt when introducing them is that without having a good understanding of when and how they're to be deployed, it could be more of a hindrance for the race in that respect.
Yeah, right, gotcha. All right, so that answers that question. I still think the race without a safety car right now, I don't think it takes away from that at this stage. As we're watching Lockie Bevis, he's still chasing down Vinny Kinero as he was on the previous lap. A little bit further back on this trip around down Conrod Straight. They've got a car out in front of them, so I think that was... Or is that... That's not... Oh, that's Scarney. So that is our race leader. Now, oh no, so they're a lap down. Okay, that makes sense. So that's our race leader at the moment, Ernie Scarney. So he's back in the car. So that was after Jamie Convoy has completed his stint. So that makes sense why these guys are a little bit closer to Canero and Bevis. But yeah, they're a lap down on him at the moment, as that's the Hock Tour entry. The 36 just coming out of the pit lane. That's Skinny Luke in the car. So those guys circulating P40. They've had a few dramas. They started in 7th, currently 14th right now. So they've had a few little sort of incidents across the top of the mountain a couple of times. So you've got Scarney in the car right now. And how long is the stint for Lester? Yeah, there you go. So Lester is 59 minutes into his stint. So he will... Whoa, Scarney pushing very hard right now.
He's driving the wheels off that Mustang right now.
Yeah, he was sliding that around, no dramas. So he's looking on it. And I think the big
That's the
story...
same thing with the Mustang as well. Sorry to cut you off.
No, go for it, go for it.
With one thing I've found with the Mustang is too, like if you don't have it sliding that little bit, you don't have to speed through the corners.
Right.
It loves to be thrown around like that.
Okay. Well, I guess that really just suits different driving styles, doesn't it? If you don't mind a bit of a loose rear and sliding the car, then it'd suit you quite well. But if you're not inclined to that, you might find it a little bit more difficult. But yeah, he's on it right now. Travis Sun loves that slip angle. There we go. Now we're getting technical. It seems like it's a bit of a favourite though amongst a few drivers. The Mustang, since it was introduced, it came in with a fair bit of fanfare, and people seem to take into it quite enthusiastically.
While we're talking about the 312, Nick, I'm pretty impressed with the livery that the boys have come out with, and also a big shout out to all the teams, because there's quite a lot of time spent on it. Whoop, as we see the 36 spinning around there.
They've had
hopefully they can get that back into the right direction.
Yeah. Well, we had Matt Starkey. We had your teammate Kirk Coulter in the comms box before, and he said that he made that livery.
Yeah, he made that all himself.
Yeah.
And that bloody turned out fantastic.
Yeah. No, it looks awesome. We had Vinny Canero as well. He got inspiration for the boat livery from ChatGPT, and then he had Jack Steele from the league that he races in at Ruse, who made it for him. So a bit of teamwork there. I'm disappointed I couldn't get the Weatherburn one to work. It downloaded and I could see it in the showroom, but it just doesn't appear in game for some reason. I'm not too sure why that is, but yeah, it just doesn't appear. The other one, their teammate Eric Scarney in the Polygon races, that works fine. So this Canero is all over the back of Scarney right now. So Canero was lapping a little bit faster than him on that previous lap, but yeah, he's a lap down right now.
Am I right to assume that Astani is actually the fastest lap on track thus far while we're watching Canero?
Fastest lap of the race or last lap around?
No, fastest of the race.
Yeah, fastest of the race is the 312. Yep, a 2 minute .100, so nice and symmetrical there. Yeah, that's the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, nice. Nice.
Yep. I think that's the only car to hit the 2 minutes as well. I think we've got it. Oh, what's happened here? That is the 59 out of Griffins, and that Coca-Cola entry just got through, and that is not a spot that you want to be in either. So he's gonna,
that's another dangerous spot to be in.
That's a nice flip though. That was That was some nice driving. Go back to live images. So I don't think they hit the wall or anything. So 59 able to brush itself off and keep on moving down there in 21st. Yeah, but in terms
It
of...
just looked like it just clipped the inside curve that little bit and just threw the back end round.
Yeah, I think so. That was... looked like it was the gist of it there. What have we got? Newman coming up. Yeah, but in terms of fastest laps of the race, yeah, the 3:12 by a fair margin as well. No other. The closest someone's gotten to a 2:0, a 2-minute flat would be Weatherburn at 2-minute 1.007. So, yeah, that's the closest that we've had. As Juan coming up Mount Straight. That's Pratt, who's just coming out of the pits. 115. Someone was asking about that car before. Yeah, that's Mick Pratt, who was in the comms box with us earlier on, and he's coming out straight into a battle for position with the number 11. I'll pack up my bags. They've run a Marlboro livery in the past, has that car, so I think this one's like more Doritos. It's a Doritos theme, the livery of this one. Or maybe not. Not too sure. Anyway.
It doesn't look like anything to do with Doritos.
No, maybe because that's... I'm not too sure. Maybe because I've got like multiple different liveries. I've streamed a few races with that number 11 in there. But anyway, not worked properly. But yeah, they're having an alright race down there in 19th. So they started in 22nd. So heading in the right direction. Simmons is in the pits for PSC Racing. And so Ernie Scarney out there in front. But Dylan Lester continues to circulate, so he's an hour and 6 minutes into his stint, so he's pushing it right now towards the max. I don't think he'll have too much fuel left to go. Last lap around a 2-minute 2 flat, so still holding good pace. Yeah, these guys are looking really good. He and Spinazzi will be hopping in the car after this one. I reckon they're just trying to squeeze as much out of it. Might need a splash and dash at the end to get home, which we're, fair to say, not too far away from. Like, I know it's 2.5 hours away, but we're well over the halfway mark now, and we've still got a pretty full field, and the action's been very entertaining, so that always generally helps sort of time travel along a little bit quicker. But
most definitely, Nick. And let me throw a question to you.
Yep.
Firstly, to the audience, fantastic to have Nick broadcast again this year. Did a fabulous job last year. Brilliant at what he does, and we really appreciate his time taken up for today's event too. But how have you found the race thus far, Nick?
very enjoyable. From my perspective, what do I like about it? I like big fields. I like competitive racing amongst each other. It sounds a bit shallow, I guess, or a bit vain, but I like good liveries as well. I like interesting liveries. It's what I actually really thoroughly enjoy about the PC version of ACC, is that you can get all these different liveries. Driving standards have been pretty good, and yeah, I think I'm more happy that I'm not hungover this time than I was last year. So it's made things a lot more enjoyable. My PC did die yesterday, and it died again this morning, and I was about 11:30, and I thought, I'm not going to be able to do this, but it's hung in there for 3.5 hours. I'm hoping it can make the last 2.5. So I've got some issues in the background that I'm going to have to deal with later. But yeah, overall, fun experience. Like I said, love big fields. Bathurst is a great track to commentate on, and yeah, racing's been good. I had lots of guests come through, so it hasn't just been me. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed myself.
That's fantastic to hear, Nick. And we've got JC in the booth, so I'll throw over to him in a moment. But just also to the audience, the comment made by Nick regarding liveries. At this stage in the game, we're looking at doing a bit of a a review of the liveries and providing a certificate of appreciation for the dedicated work that's been put in, and be it whether it's somebody else or the driving team themselves. But just highlights there's a bit of time involved to put liveries together.
Yep.
I'll leave you to have a chat with JC.
Yeah, thanks, Gav. And on the liveries, tough field to choose from as well. There's some cracking liveries out there. But Jamie Convoy, welcome back to the commentary booth.
Hello, Nick. Thanks, Gav. Nice work from you, by the way, Gav, putting all this together for us. Big applause for you. It's my first time racing with Oz Team Racing, and it's gone off pretty much without a hitch for our team. So, yeah, we're very happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Absolute pleasure there. And in regards to the shootout, how did you find that?
So personally, I actually missed the shootout last week. So I was doing a 12-hour solo of Bathurst last week for another league, and so my teammate did qualifying, and he ran through what happened afterwards. And obviously Jacob Weatherbird's a teammate of mine as well, so he said it was pretty well put together and put it on pole, so he was pretty happy with it. But yeah, I missed it, unfortunately. I got to watch the replay afterwards, though. It looked like it went really, really well.
Yeah, no, it went off without a hitch, and again, a huge thank you to Nick for broadcasting the top 10 out of that. That was great to come back to and watch on the 75-inch screen. But all the best too for the rest of the race for you guys and your teams. But while you're talking about it, and sorry to take up more of your time, JC, is that the beauty about this event is it's not our league. It's open to everybody that's happy to race from whatever league, be it young and old, be it Vicmania as an example. I think we've got a driver from OOR. Hang on, I'll let you have a look at that again.
Yeah, no, keep going. I was just showing the replay of the 474 just across Skyline, and that was Leicester going through there too. So, he's had a couple of touches on the wall through there, has Lockie Bevis, and they had to come in early for that last pit stop too, because he had another little brush with the wall somewhere too. So, managing to get through right now, down in 6, but we'll see how much time that damage costs. Just a quick one, Diabols saying Jay Convoy just built differently, 12 hours solo. I'm going to ask you a question about that in a second. And then, thanks Lucas Keys. I commentated a few races of Lucas Keys. He's a very, very good driver, is Lucas Keys. So he used to race with another guy. He does heaps of Le Mans Ultimate now. What was his name? But, thanks, Lucas. They're very nice words. But to Jamie Convoy, so 12 hours solo. Have you seen the guy? He did like a Gran Turismo race for like 25 hours solo, but he was able to pause it along the way. Have you seen that?
I haven't seen anything about a 25 Gran Turismo. I haven't seen much about it. But my motivation actually came from Luke Whitehead, who did 24 hours of Nordschleife solo on this exact game. That was it was a few months ago.
Yep.
So when I saw him do that, I mean, he's much younger than I am, so obviously has a great deal more energy than I do, but 24 hours solo, I was blown away. Mind you, he did it in a much, much faster field, like an SRO quality field, and finished third. And it was raining most of the time, and he was in the Porsche with 0 TC. So he just had it on completely mental hard mode.
Yeah.
And he had a few accidents throughout the day and managed to get back to the pits and just kept on trucking along. So yeah, when he did the 24 hours, I thought, you know what, that's sort of inspired me to have a crack at something like that.
Yep.
And then it was ASA put on the 12 hour, and they said you can do it solo if you want. So yeah, I'll have a go at that.
Yeah, I think I saw I saw a notification come up with a Bathurst 12-hour last week as well. But so Luke Whitehead is the guy.
Luke Whitehead, yes. He's
right.
Quite comfortably one of the very fastest ACC drivers in the world. I think he's 19, maybe 20. He does all the setups. He does all the setup work for some of the setup guys who sell setups on the internet or whatever.
Yep.
So he creates those setups. He also does the balance of performance times for LFM. So yeah, he's a very prominent figure in the ACC community. He's extremely fast. He's well renowned as easily one of the top 5 drivers, if not quicker. So yeah, when he did it solo, yeah, it was, as I said, just a bit of a motivation, I guess.
So you talked about you fasted beforehand, so your pit stops would only need to be a number 1 pit stop. What did he stream this or?
He did stream it.
Yeah.
He streamed it on Twitch, and Twitch only saves VODs for, I think it's a month or so. So I don't know whether he actually saved the VOD or if it's still available.
Yep.
I can't remember whether he did it on YouTube as well, and it might still be there. But yes, he definitely streamed it. And you know, me and my friends and our whole community, there was so many people tuned into, especially that last couple of hours, to watch him bring it home. And it was quite phenomenal to behold, because you could see that he was just dead behind the wheel about a couple of stages through those last couple of hours, but he was just hanging on for dear life. And mind you, Nordschleife, not a flat track, not an easy track, track at all, is it? A proper roller coaster the whole way through.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was just awesome to watch, honestly. It was quite something to watch.
I guess when you're 19, 20, you can do things like that, right? You know, you've got that enthusiastic, sort of youthful look on things. Oh, I'm gonna look that up. That's super impressive. But how did he manage food, water, toilet? How did he manage all of that stuff?
I think he had his mum on hand for a lot of that. I don't actually know the details, because I said I sort of tuned in I knew it was going on, but I popped in for a few times during the 24 hours, but then really only watched the last couple of hours, and I honestly don't recall what he was doing in the meantime. I know that he went through a shit ton of V or Red Bull.
Yeah.
Or something. He had Hendrix stacked to the roof.
Yeah.
But other than that, I don't know how he made the disposals. I don't know how he kept himself sustained other than those cans. So,
wow.
But it's Lucas is in my chat now, actually suggesting that there is an edited VOD available somewhere, but he doesn't know if it's still up. But yeah, look, if it's still recorded somewhere, I'd go and find it and watch it, because as I said, especially those last couple of hours, just phenomenal.
Yeah.
I was going to jump in here for a moment.
Yeah,
I
go for it.
So I watched like 6 hours of his stream. So it was actually, so his mum was bringing food, water, energy drinks all the way through, and then every time he made a pit stop, he'll jump out of his chair, quickly run to the store, get back in, right as the pit stop ended. And he'd done that every time he needed to get up.
That's dedication. It really is.
Yeah.
And good on kudos to his mum too, supporting him throughout that.
Yeah, I love that. That's a supportive parent right there. All right, so Jamie, tell us about your stint. So you guys are still P1. Eric's in the car. He's doing well at the moment. How was it out there?
Sorry, I just had a bit of noise in the background. My stint, we've been touching a significant amount of wood here. We've been very, very lucky today. We've been absolutely blessed. The blue flags have been excellent. They've all moved out of the way nicely. We've had no collisions. We've had a couple of little taps on the wall, but I mean, if you're not tapping the wall at Bathurst, you're really driving up.
Yeah.
We haven't had to repair any more than sort of 4 or 5 seconds of damage at each pit stop. We haven't had any ACC bugs or glitches or anything like that, which can sometimes happen. We've stayed connected to the server when obviously those issues happen, and as I said, well sorted by Gav and Bevis and most of that crew.
Vinny Canero helped with that. Yep.
Yeah, Vinny and I think Breno was there as well. So yeah, good job from those guys to get that all up and running. Because it's for us, we were just hoping that Jacob could get in the car.
Yeah.
As I said, Eric and I have been very lucky. We've just been cruising along nicely out there in front with no trouble. But we had our fingers well and truly crossed that Jacob could get in the car and replace Boxy. Boxy's he'll try and tell you that he's mid-50s, but I think he's about 49 or something like that. So he's done a very, very heroic thing today in triple stinting just to keep the car going.
Yeah.
And then, Jacob's managed to jump behind the wheel now, and now he's got to do a triple stint as well, and get the team home. So we're just happy they can participate. Rolling around.
So he's going to drive it to the end.
Yoda's in P8 at the moment, but his pit stops are out of sync, so he got Boxy out of the car quickly.
Well, he had the big hit across the mountain. Did you see that?
I heard there was a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
It was in front of me, and I got there on the scene, and he was facing backwards. So I didn't think that cost him too much, but obviously that was a bit more significant than maybe what I saw.
Yeah, definitely. He was facing backwards at the top of the S's basically. So. Yeah, no, it wasn't. That would have cost. That's why I think they're down in P8 right now. That's sort of. Yeah, that's a big explanation for it. Yeah, so and he would have cost him a fair bit. I think his pit stop was like a minute 30. I think, yeah, minute 32 in total. So it wasn't as much damage as I thought it might cost them, but yeah, that's a decent explanation of why they're down there in 8th.
What about us though? Like, tell me what's going on in the rest of the race. Spenax is a friend of mine. I see he's up there in P2, and Alice I race with in OOR. He's a very, very fast boy. He's up there in P3. So those guys going along well?
These guys have impressed me the most. Matthew Spinazzi and his teammate Dylan Lester. These guys have been like, they've just been all about business. They've just kept their head down. They've stayed out of stuff. They've kept the car nice and clean. They've had really good pace. These guys have been super impressive, so I've really enjoyed watching them. I've enjoyed watching Alice as well, with Breno Alice and John Zhu. Those guys are right in the mix as well. So they've had a really good race. Vinny Canero, those guys had some issues. So they had, as John Zhu, just that was the Shaggy's. Yeah, that was the Shaggy's Angels car, just trying to keep out of the way there. So that thankfully ended all right.
I'll tell you what, Breno Ellis has done really well there too, because that escape road is extremely bumpy, and if you go too hard over that, it's very easy to put yourself into the wall. So he's managed that very nicely there, Jose.
We've seen some excellent driving as well. I think it might have been Breno Ellis, like full opposite lock out of Griffin's, or was it through the cutting? I can't remember, but yeah. And then Vinny Canera, his teammate is Arno Loz. So he was running the car on fuel map 8 for the first 3 or 4 laps of the race. So they were losing a bunch of positions and didn't know why until they figured it out. Oh, we're on fuel map 8, which is like pace car fuel map. So once they turned that back up, that was good. The 19 Matic Racing, I think are they out of sync right now? I haven't really seen too much of those guys. They started in 13th. They're up into 5th right now. That's Picken behind the wheel. He's only just gotten in the car. So those guys we haven't really sort of seen too much of today. They've just been there. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those sort of under the radar races. The Small Island Motorsport. These guys have had a few scrapes recently. So Lockie Bevis behind the wheel, the father-son team. They've been going all right. They made the top 10 shootout this year. 15th was their best last year. They started 8th. They're in 6th. They're looking pretty good. The Bracefield, the TKA Castrol, beautiful looking car. Just a really solid race from these guys. So both drivers able to keep it nice and straight, keep it clean. Kevin Harnett's his teammate. They've had a really good, strong race. The 782, obviously. Those guys have had some issues in terms of connection and things like that. And then Weatherburn, I think he's about 20 minutes into his stint when he had that incident across the top of the mountain. So that's cost him a fair bit of time. Christian Wells, once again, these guys sort of just under the radar, haven't really sort of seen too much. The Oasis Racing, Gallagher brothers, once again, just there's been quite a few teams where it's just been keeping the car, just ticking along. 6 hours is a long time. Yeah, there hasn't been any real kind of standout craziness other than the lap 1 stuff. But other than that, I've really enjoyed the competitiveness. That sort of top 6, 7, 8, the top 10 in general has been really, really competitive. And then the rest of the field, lots of Ferraris in the field, lots of Lamborghinis. And Lucas Keys saying typical Spinazzi drive. Yeah, I've streamed a couple of his races, and every time I've watched him, really impressive. Just that's been, metronome is the perfect word for it. Just same in, same out, just, yeah, consistent. So I'm sure his head would be struggling to fit in that helmet right now if he heard us all talking this nicely about him. But Gino saying, yeah, he's been a weapon. And the car looks awesome too. It's got such an awesome livery. But yeah, hopefully that gives a bit of a debrief of the race.
Just a note on Ellis. Almost didn't make this event. His original team or co-pilot ended up not being available in the end. So I think it was only about a week out from the main event that he's been able to get his teammate in there. And Ellis is actually the Austeam Racing GT3 2023 champion, so he carries the number 1 at our events at GT3s. And whilst we're talking about it, huge thanks for everybody joining us, both visually and on track. But you know, if you're not racing and you want to get into it, our league's very open to anyone who's new in the game. And we run Mondays and Fridays at the moment. Mondays we're running AC and ACC's GT2s, and Fridays we alternate between GT4s and GT3s. And it's pretty good fields all round, a lot of respect, so a huge thanks to everybody. At the end of the day, the league's not the type of league that you have if you don't have the type of drivers that you install and have on board with you.
Yeah, 100% agree. Just one quick one. Dylan Lester, by the way. I know we're talking about Matthew Spinazzi right now, but Dylan Lester has been a very, very good driver as well. So he's kept that thing ticking along at the right pace along the way. So he's done a fantastic job, and he's just said in the chat we have a little bit of oversteer we're trying to manage with, but it's on rails for the most part. So Lucas Keys saying every time I drive it here, that's referring to the Aston, I just die at Skyline. So he was mentioning that it's quite a difficult car to drive around here, which I think makes it all more impressive from Spinazzi and Leicester. But we're almost 4 hours in now, so the race is shaping up really, really nicely.
Just a question for Dylan. I know you've been with us for a couple of years or more racing the ATR 1000. How'd you go last year? I'm sorry, mate, I can't remember where you ended up, but I think this year you certainly have a much better outcome than last year.
Oh, there we go. That feels like a little bit of a cryptic message. I'm just seeing if I can see where he qualified in. Oh, the team Simpub. Was that the BMW? I think it was. Or there was like Simpub Boys. He and Perry. They qualified 4th. I know that. I don't know where they finished up though. Matthew Cutler. If I'm racing against you in the future, then Lucas, keep it up. Ah, there we go. Dylan Lester. They finished P2.
Excellent. That's great. And yeah, Dylan has been in communication with me over the last couple of years or more, and great guy, fantastic individual, and it's good to see him again this year.
Yeah, awesome. I remember I think they were in a BMW, the Simpub Boys, I think it was. But yeah, putting on another fantastic effort here. We're sort of in a bit of a lull though at the moment. We don't have too much action on the track. We've got sort of pretty big spacious gaps at the moment. Interestingly enough, there's 3 cars on the lead lap. That's Scani, Spinazzi and Alice. The gap between Scani and Spinazzi is a minute 9, and we've got sort of general pit stop time about a minute 2 total. So they've got a pit stop in hand right now. Does the 312. So that is looking extremely strong. Deal in the chat. That's a couple P2 chasing me down in the last stint. Yeah, there we go. Chat's been good today as well. Been quite enjoyed interacting with everyone. But yeah, sort of race is a bit of a lull at the moment, with just over 2 hours remaining. Yeah, field pretty well spread out. We've done 111 laps as well, by the way. So that is a fair effort. And yeah, like I said, there's actually there's only really one car on the lead lap. That's the Scani 312 entry, 111 they've completed. But yeah, I'm just having a look. Stint timers, we should expect Mitchell in shortly. We're watching Hamilton and Mitchell. So we had Phil Hamilton in the chat before. Is there anything the guys in the chat want to, the guys in the commentary booth, I don't know if he's still here or not, but feel free to jump in.
I've got nothing at this point.
No worries. Alright, this is Hamilton.
I don't know whether you noticed from the broadcast camera before, we certainly noticed in the car over the last hour or so. I know it's not bright sunshine now, but it was very, very overcast.
Yeah.
Between sort of hour 3.5 and 3, for about half an hour there.
Yep.
Especially with the time multiplier on the server up at ×2, so we've only got 15 minutes in advance of weather warning. We were really looking at it thinking there might be some rain on the way.
We had the same thoughts as well, so had noticed that it had gotten a little bit overcast. I think the 19 picking, when I mentioned sort of those guys were just under the radar, hadn't seen much of them. I think he's had an issue at Griffin's. He's got a bit of damage on that now, so that might require a pit stop. Oh, he's struggling through the S's. He's managed to keep it off the walls. That's fantastic driving to not touch the wall there. And so I reckon that might require a pit stop at the end of this lap. But to answer your question, yeah, we did notice the weather. It just got overcast, didn't it, for about half an hour. Track dropped down to about 24 degrees. That's at 28 now. And yeah, I thought maybe we might see some rain, but yeah, nothing's eventuated at this stage. Still, obviously 2 hours to go, but
I was just looking quite grey, like half hour, but nothing comes out during rain.
Yeah, I was getting a little bit excited. I thought a little bit of rain would really spice this thing up. So, as Bevis getting past the Nismo Legends entry, how's the conditions been out there? Anyway, Jamie?
This morning, when it was in that first stint, and it was obviously the sun hadn't come up yet, and it was, I think the ambient was 15, it was primo.
Yeah, right.
It's not uncommon to start a Bathurst race, before the sun comes up, but generally when you do, the track's sort of fast, and it hasn't got the amount of grip yet because the cars aren't on it, and it just hasn't developed yet, but it started as an optimum server, and at those ambient temperatures, the pace was just insane. It was incredibly grippy, very quick. Who's that there in the background there at the chase?
Yeah, that was one of the... That was, I think, 69. Where are we? Smiles. Yeah. I didn't get to it now. That's the Gallagher brothers coming through. I think that's there's Gallagher and Wells. No, 171, and then the 69. Yeah, they're not on the same lap. They're a lap car at this stage. Yeah, but you were saying?
So super fast in the morning. Very, very fast, very sticky. And then as the days heated up a bit, it's just developed into a really nice racetrack. There's grip in all the right places. The track's not doing anything silly. But as I said, when that cloud came over, as you said, the track temperature dropped quite suddenly, and the pressures in the tyres dropped off a bit. It got a lot more slippery, especially the cutting and the elbow. Found it really hard to get the traction into this. Obviously, that's a combination of the track temp and the tyres having lost pressure. So just for that hour there, it got a little bit sketchy, and I don't know how many issues that caused, or potentially that's what maybe tripped Jacob over. As we said, he was right there in P2 until he had that issue in the skyline. And it was cloudy at that point, so it might have just sort of taken him unawares. I don't know how many others tripped over that, but yeah, it just got a little bit sketchy there for a little bit. But it looks to be back to optimum now. It looks really good, the pace out there.
Yeah, optimum 28-degree track temperature. Lucas Keys concurs with you as well. He said for the 12-hour, all our fastest laps were in the first stint at 6 a.m. So your observations there about being a primo in the morning, he is definitely in agreement with that. Now, the 199, I'm looking for the other Ferrari. Not Smiles. Where was it? It was picking in the car. They've made that stop after that incident. There we go, 10th. Beautiful. Alright, so they've come out in P10. Oh, they're on the screen. What am I doing? And where did they start? So they started 13th. Dylan Lester is in the booth, apparently. Are you there, Dill?
Oh, he must have left. I noticed him join the room less than a minute ago. Oh, he might be back.
If he is, let us know. Oh,
yep, he's in the... oh, sorry, I'll move him. Try that now, gentlemen.
You there, Dill? Oh, I can see ya. I can turn you up. I just can't hear you. Hopefully he gets there.
While he's having a look at doing that, we see 96 in the pit lane chute, getting himself sorted out. Not sure he's going to do a change at this stage. But Glory Baby is quite a good steerer in our league as well. Ends up at the pointy end a fair bit, and quite a good driver for sure. So it's good to see him and his teammate out there at the ATR 1000, which will be the first for him.
Yeah, those guys started P6. So what's that? Stop number 5 for them. So they've had a bit of a... They've always had some incidents throughout. Alice is still circulating quite nicely. He and Spinazzi are really matching each other for lap times. There's less than a tenth in it between them right now. So there's Spinazzi there in the foreground. And then in terms of who they're chasing, that 312 is going along fantastic. Oh, is that Dylan Lester?
It is.
How you going?
Sorry, I've been having some comms issues with Gilded.
I think I've got it sorted now. I can see, I can turn you up. How you going?
Yeah, good. We're having a pretty good race. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, it's looking looking really good for you guys at the moment. So you obviously started there in P4. I think you started the car from memory.
Correct. Yeah, we started P4. I think it was supposed to be in P6, but I think someone may have dropped out. So we gained a couple of spots there.
Yep.
Then there was obviously that scrappy start there, and we gained a few more, and just pressed on.
Yeah, you managed. I think you managed to avoid all of that. You were pretty good with that.
Yeah, we got clipped, but it didn't do any damage. Well, it didn't do too much damage anyway. It didn't affect us. So we just put the boot into it, tried to catch P1, and tried to stay with them.
And what's the issue? Thanks to Jamie Convoy, who just had to duck out. So thanks for joining us as well. Good luck for the rest of your race. You talked about you had an issue that you were sort of just working around with the car.
That's just a little bit on the edge, a little bit too much. Just a little bit of oversteer, a little bit of understeer into the corner, and a little bit of oversteer on the exit. But the last stint, we were really managing the tyres and driving to a number, and it really came to us quite a bit. So now we're just looking after the tyres a little bit better, and then the last half of the stint we start to push a bit, and it's kind of working in our favour.
So where are we into the stint? So he's 25 minutes in. How many stops do you reckon you need to make for the end of this one?
One more, and it'll be a splash and dash.
Right, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, okay. Yep. So one full stop, splash and dash at the end. Couldn't get home with one stop?
Not quite. That's why we'll kind of drive into a number and just trying to manage third place a bit. And then seeing where we could sort of gain some advantage in fuel. But it didn't quite work out as much as we hoped, but we still think we're in for a fight chance, so we'll see what happens.
Were you trying?
Yeah. Yep, we're going to try.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I noticed that like a minute, an hour 11, I think, one of the stints was, or an hour and 17, I can't remember. There's a real long one there, and I thought, these guys might be just trying to stretch this out.
The Matty got the books out, started working on some numbers, and said, drive to this number, and we might be able to get away with the splash and dash at the end there. So we started to back off a bit.
We had Phil Hamilton from Vic Mania, the 115 entry earlier. He was talking about he's an engineer by trade, and he had spreadsheets for everything, you know. So
oh yeah, Phil loves his spreadsheets.
love it. Come up now, Taylor. Yep. And give us a bit of a rundown about yourself. So, are you and Matthew sort of regular teammates, or is this a one-off for you guys? What's the story between you two?
This is the first time we've raced together, but we're in a Discord group together, just a private group. And he's raced with some other teammates. Kind of clicked well with them, so I hit him up and said, "Yeah, let's have a race." So he was pretty happy with that.
Yeah,
we're doing similar lap times, which is good. So we're a similar driving style, and yeah, it just seems to be clicking.
Well, we were talking about it earlier, and we're sort of giving Matthew a pretty big rap, but you've been there, right there alongside him as well. You've put in just as a good of an effort. So I think really, really strong team. And so, are you a regular league racer? Where do you normally race?
I was doing Octane for a little bit, and then I'm just doing private stuff now. Just not putting as much time into it as much as I used to. Just sort of having a bit of fun and not worrying about practicing for 4 hours or 6 hours before a race anymore. But I've done a fair few enduros here to sort of know what to expect and how. It's a sort of different mindset when you come to Bathurst. Like these enduros, you just got to go with the flow and not push too hard, not sort of back it off maybe 15%, and just try and keep out of trouble. That always works in your favour if you kind of have that mindset, I've found. So.
Yeah, I agree with the, just doing the one-offs, not as racing more for fun than competition. I know, look, some people love it and power to them, and that's what it's all about as well. But it's a different kind of enjoyment when you're not having to, practice 4, 5, 6 or more hours during the week, and then you might be taken out in the first 10 minutes of a race, and it's just
and it was becoming more of a full, like another job basically. I was getting a little bit burnt out with just doing setups, so I just wanted to back off a little bit and just try and find that enjoyment again. So now I'm just doing some private stuff for a bit of fun once a week, and I'm happy.
Nice. And what else? I really want to come up with better questions to ask people when they come up. So, and what? Tell us a little bit about Matthew Spinazzi as well, your teammate.
Yeah, he's pretty chill. He's I think he's doing Octane at the moment. I've seen his name. Actually, I think we've done a few leagues together in the past. I'm not 100% sure, but definitely seen his name around the ranks. So he's pretty chill. He knows what he's doing, and he's not too fussed about stuff too much. So it's good to have a teammate and just sort of not stress about stuff.
No, totally agree. You got someone sort of quality of him as well that makes a big difference. And
sometimes you just get those teammates that they're a little bit too, I don't want to say sweaty, but you know what I mean? Like they're just a little bit too...
take it a little bit too serious sometimes?
Exactly,
or,
yeah. When you take that pressure away, you kind of don't have... I don't know, I find you get a little bit of a better result when you just don't have that pressure on your back, someone stressing you out with trying to get a good result.
Well, it's chemistry, right? It's like the racing is simulated, but the feelings and the emotions are all real, and the time and the effort and the energy that you put into it is all real as well. So it's like, there's more realness behind it than there is than simulated. But then, it's like anyone, you got to have that chemistry with the person, and then you're sharing a car, so you got to have similar driving styles. It's always better if you can actually get on with your teammate. So totally understand.
So Matty's going good at the moment. He's we're a little bit worried about Ellis. He was very quick before, but it's kind of stabilised at the moment, which is good. So we're just trying to see what happens there. But it's going to be good. I think the end's going to be really, really good.
Yeah, well, we've been speaking with the Pixel Racing team and my name escapes them, the 312 and the 782. So Weatherburn going to stay in the car till the end. Boxall had to do 2 hours and 40 minutes because Weatherburn couldn't get back in because the Kunos servers were down. So he goes to the end, and then Scarney will hand over to Convoy for the end of it as well. So the two fast guys in those cars, and it sounds like that's the way it's panning out for everyone. But you've got Alice by 5 seconds at the moment. It's just more that the gap between you and Scarney at the moment, minute 8, and pit stops have been taken.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. That Mustang's on another level.
Yeah.
It's gone.
The Mustang has been highly spoken about today around Bathurst. So I think it's just chipping away. I think at the at that lead. Scarney's doing a fantastic job though. They're almost identical lap times, just Benazzi at the moment. So
Yaston's pretty good here, but it's just it's hard to get some time out of it sometimes. It's hard to get, all these other cars, like the Lambo's quick and the Mustang's just super quick down the straights. Yaston's stable, which is good, but you just want that little bit more speed just to keep up.
Yeah.
It's hard to try and extract it.
Yeah, agreed. And why the Aston? We had some people sort of messaging in the chat, particularly Lucas Keys was just talking about the difficulty of driving the Aston. So you guys are making it look, relatively straightforward today.
It's just easy to drive. And we didn't put a lot of time into the setup this year.
Yeah.
We probably only spent maybe 4 hours on it at most.
Yep.
It's just an easy car to get in and drive. That's kind of sometimes what you want. You just want to have a good race and not have to worry about setups and stuff. So I think maybe the Lambo might be really good and pointy, but maybe a little bit harder to drive. I'm not sure. I haven't really driven it much. Maybe the same with another mid-engine or rear-engine car. So yeah, I've driven this here quite a bit, which helps. So we've got a ton of setups sitting there, and we can just tweak it. And the Mercedes was another one we kind of thought about, which is pretty quick here.
Yep.
But it's going alright, but I think this will probably be the last time we race the Aston for a while. We're going to pick something a little bit more competitive.
Who was responsible for the livery?
That was me, and it was a very last minute decision.
Right.
I was overseas, and the cut-off date had passed, so I spoke to Gav and said, what can you do? Can you let me quickly throw something together?
Nice. And so you made it?
No, it was a pre-select, someone else made this one.
Right, okay. No, absolutely cracker. Where were you overseas?
I went to Fiji for a bit.
Oh, nice.
A couple of weeks. Yeah.
Okay.
It's nice.
Nice part of the world, Fiji.
Yeah, very laid-back people.
Yeah, very, very relaxing. Well, we'll see how relaxing your race is till the end. You've got that gap, just trying to manage that. It's a minute 9 at the moment, so it's a pit stop in their pocket right now for the 3-1-2, making your life a little bit difficult. And there's nothing between. There was a second, the difference between the last lap time, but there might have been a bit of lap traffic just getting in the way of Matt out there. But you guys are looking good. I think we've got someone else coming through. I think we've got Taylor coming through. Cool. So
to it. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks for joining us, Dylan, and good luck for the rest of your race, man.
Thanks, mate. Ciao.
Good to catch up and hear from you again, Dylan.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so we've got Taylor in the room with us. Are you there, Taylor?
Yeah, mate.
How are ya?
Not doing too bad considering I found the wall a couple of times.
Yeah. So
just trying to keep the pace up now.
Yeah. So just to make sure I'm talking to the right person, it's Taylor. Surname?
271.
271. There we go. Oh, so you're with Christian Wells in the PSC racing entry. Yeah.
Yeah. So far, so okay, I guess.
Yeah, you guys.
Really carrying the team right now.
You've had a very, and I say this with all due respect, you've had a very unassuming race. You've started in P15. You're up into 8th position right now, so a great job in that. But sort of haven't really made too much noise about it. You guys have just been plugging away.
Yeah, kind of just trying to keep our heads down and keep our fuel targets in mind. But for me, it's more damage limiting. I seem to have hit a wall every stint so far. So,
Yeah, right. Anywhere in particular?
The first hit, I hit the BP sign. Coming up the mountain, and then the cutting got me the second time. So,
yeah. Well,
the first time damaged the car enough to go to the pits, but the second time was okay.
Yeah,
Talking
right.
about the pits, we now see car 951 Bracefield coming in for the Castrol Racing team for a stop.
Yep, and Scarney just completed his stop as well, so I don't think he's handed that over to Jamie Oh no, he has. So Convoy back in the car, and Bracefield in that TKR Castrol entry. So yeah, Taylor, so you were saying that you've hit the wall a couple of times. How's Christian found it out there?
Christian's been doing really well. He's had a couple of slides and such, but he's really putting the laps together. He's keeping the pace.
Yeah.
Overall, he's smashing the fuel target, so I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah. So what's his stint? He's 43 minutes at the moment. So what, about another 20 odd minutes you'd expect left in this stint?
We're going to try and push it for another 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, right. So you reckon you can get home with one stop from here?
We'll probably have to do a splash and dash, depending on how much we can save. But
yep.
At this point in time, I think that's the only thing that's going to get us ahead.
I think that's the general sort of consensus from everyone at the moment is one more full stop and a splash and dash to the end. So you're not going to necessarily be too out of sync with the rest of the field. And so you and Christian, is this you guys sort of regulars together, first race together? What's the story between you two?
So we've been Oz teammates for about 2 seasons now.
Okay.
It's our first enduro event together. We normally race against each other.
Yep.
Overall, it's been really good. Christian's pretty much done all the numbers. I just drove the car.
Nice.
It's working together quite well.
Who was responsible for that livery?
That'd be mine.
Yeah, looks good, man. I like it. I'm digging it. What's on the front? Is that a Star Troopers sticker?
Yeah, so it's a Starship Trooper in HKS style, so a bit of a nice thing going on.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, no, I'm digging it. It's for a striking car. I feel like I've seen flashes of it today. But like I said earlier, and I say it with all due respect, you had an unassuming race. You've just been plugging away. There's been a few cars like that today. There hasn't been anything, crazy going on. So you guys have, worked really well. And so you're a regular at ATR?
Yeah. So I've been on ATR for about 5 years now. So
okay.
We're getting some pace together.
Yeah, nice. And what do you normally race in ATR?
I'm normally in the GT3s and GT4s.
Lamborghini?
So I've been in the Ferrari for the last few seasons.
Right. How have you found it?
At the start, it was an awesome car, and it just progressively gets harder to drive from the feel of it.
Yeah, right. Okay. Fuel economy is fantastic on it, though, I found.
It's good, but in our races, it's doesn't really come into a factor as much.
Right.
Drive a pit stop and everything, so
not as
kind of
often.
levels the playing field there. But our team are looking at using the Ferrari for the Nords 24, so hopefully that fuel economy will play well.
Okay. Yeah. Nice. Awesome. And about yourself, what? Give us the debrief on yourself. What, sort of a little bit of background. Don't need to go too deep, but just give us a bit of a general idea for the people watching who might not know too much about you. So ATR, 5 years. You and Christian first race together. Anything else you want to share with us?
I've probably been doing sim racing for about 10 years now.
Yeah, right.
Spent way too much money for the pace that I got.
Mate, it's never too much money. It's an investment in your time. That's the way you got to look at it.
It's been quite good. The ATL boys run a really good setup. So if anyone's looking for those Friday night races, it's a pretty much fantastic spot all the time. And we got the Gallagher boys coming in for some Monday night stuff as well, so everything's kind of popping off over there.
Yeah, nice. Well, they're right behind. Yeah, they're right behind you at the moment, the Gallagher boys. They're only 7 seconds down the road. And so, big fan of Star Troopers?
It was kind of just a joke we decided to go with. A lot of our liveries will have some sort of strange thing or something like that.
Yep.
So, our 24 livery is a bus, because we're saying we're going to park the bus for Team 1.
I like it.
Yeah, just it's a bit of a joke thing. I enjoy making the liveries and doing little videos and such. So.
Yeah, nice. Do you did you play that game Helldivers?
I did for a bit.
Yeah.
A lot of my friends that play it unfortunately overseas, so with my work schedule it makes it a bit difficult.
Yeah.
Very Starship Trooper vibes.
Yeah. I was going to say I played it for a little while there. Yeah, definitely had that Star Trooper kind of vibe about it. And what about you mentioned work? What do you do for work?
I'm a parts interpreter. So.
A what? Sorry.
Parts interpreter. So.
Parts interpreter.
Yeah, if you get parts and stuff for your car through a mechanic, they usually buy it through people like me.
Yeah, right. Okay, that sounds like an interesting job.
It can be. Sometimes. Most of the time, it's just general servicing stuff, which isn't too exciting.
Okay. What's the strangest part you've ever had to interpret, or find, or look up, or that sticks out?
Probably spark plugs for like a 30s Dodge.
Yeah, right.
That was a bit of a pain. I've had some issues trying to find like ones for really early Rhinos and stuff like that, which a lot of work on those. Yeah, nothing really too exciting. I get to see some awesome cars though.
I could imagine. What's one of the nicest cars you've ever seen that sort of sticks out?
Well, we've got two workshops that specialise in two different sets of awesome cars. So one's a classic race car setup, so they've got like Datsun 240s, 260s, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Race. Across the road from him is a specialised Porsche that does old school like 911 turbos and stuff. So
that's cool.
Pretty awesome stuff.
Right. What's the car that stuck out the most that comes to mind?
The guy that does the Datsun's pulled out in a C6 Corvette that had a lot of work done to it the other day, and it sounded awesome.
Yeah, wow. That sounds like it.
I remember the GT40 I saw last week.
Yeah, right. Ford GT40.
So it's a replica, it's only a 302, but it still looks absolutely amazing.
Yeah, dude, that is awesome. We're just watching, I think it's Burton going down the inside there of Bones. Gets the job done, so they take up a position at the moment. Yeah, I didn't even know there was a job such as parts interpreter. Servers are still down, folks. Still no live data, unfortunately. That's the message coming through. And what's the target for today? Currently P7. You've got about another. Well, you've got a little while. You're trying to go another sort of half an hour into your stint, maybe a little bit less. With Christian out there, what's the end target for today?
If we finish 7th, I'm going to be happy guys with that, considering our start position and what we've done. But we're going to try and push. If we can push up to 5th, that'll be amazing. But it's a bit of a stretch, unfortunately.
Well, we've still got an hour and 40 to go, so plenty of time for anything can happen in that time. You're lapping pretty nicely as well. You're faster than the cars chasing you. A little bit slower than the car in front, but to be fair, it's Jacob Weatherburn in there who put it on pole position. So not many people are faster than him. But
he is ballistic.
yeah. Sort of alien.
Focusing on Hayden at the moment because Hayden's got a bit more of an achievable target time. So.
Yeah, well, I think P7 would be, I think you'd be pretty bloody happy with that. Top 10 finish for you guys, started 15th. Like I said, just driven a really solid race. Nothing, just really sensible, nothing too crazy. Had good pace throughout. Yeah, you guys, hang on, wrong one. You guys are looking good at the closing stage. Well, you're kind of closing stage, but moving towards the end anyway of this one with just under 2 hours still left. Any shout outs you want to give anyone while you're in with us?
Shout out to Wells for his carrying me at the moment. Cash Tanner as well. Good to see you behind me. And,
there's a bit of banter there.
What was that, Gav?
I'd say there's a bit of banter there that goes on quite a bit.
Yeah,
so,
right.
Yeah, great mates, but each like to see themselves in front of the other.
Who was that? Tanner? Did you say?
No. We usually have,
Akash Tanner down in 19th. Yeah, 19th at the moment with him. And Taylor Mitchell. We've got another Taylor in the field as well. 2 Taylors.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a surprisingly common name.
Yeah. Well, it's not necessarily uncommon, is it, Taylor? It's it's not an outlandish name. All right. Beautiful. Well, hey, thanks for joining us, man. Really appreciate you giving us some of your time. We'll watch on and see how you guys go. Looking good at the moment, P7. See how high up you guys can get that Lamborghini towards the end here.
Thanks for your time, man, and great broadcast. Thank you.
No, cheers.
Take care, Taylor.
See you, Gav.
I see Hayden Bevis is now behind the wheel in P5, Nick, and
yes.
so the father's back behind the wheel, and let's see how he performs without adding too much pressure on him.
Well, his son Lockie he's done a fair amount of the driving today. I've picked up on really. When did they pit? They pitted just under 9 minutes ago. So Hayden will probably be in for the end of the race, you'd think?
Honestly, I'm unsure. Hayden's had a bit of an illness to try and get over, so he's no doubt a little bit exhausted and tired with that going on. So, yeah, he may be there for the end. If not, then that'll explain why we've got Lockie. Well, 2 reasons. Lockie's in the chair mostly is he's quicker than his old man, and taking up most of the driving times.
Yeah, okay. Well, he's lapping all right at the moment, is Hayden Bevis, a 2:02.3. That last trip around, that's on the pace right now, and they're doing great at the moment. We'll see how far they can stretch that. So they'll need to stop again, but it might just be a splash and dash at this stage. They're going to get pretty close to the end on that current tank of fuel. So they're in a really, really great spot at the moment. Started 8th. Currently 5th, and despite sort of having a few little dramas along the way, as I think just about every single team has experienced, they're fantastic effort from the father-son duo today.
Yeah, especially in the company that they've got at the top end of that status indicator. So well done to the guys.
Yeah, they got some formidable teams, and can you believe there's only an hour and 36 minutes left in this race? Like, where's that 4.5 hours gone? I think that's a good sign of a really fun race, to be honest. That's the Lamborghini. I think that's Burton flashing his lights. I don't know why he's doing that. He's behind these guys. But yeah, time's absolutely flown by. I don't know if it's been the same for you, Gav, but yeah, that's...
most definitely, yeah. It's I was only thinking earlier when I nicked out to grab a coffee that usually I'm out there racing and I thoroughly enjoy the race, but my partner's or teammates been unwell, so decided we wouldn't go any further this year due to the lack of practice and so forth. But after experiencing last year's issues that we had and some of the technical problems today, I'm actually quite enjoying sitting back and watching the event and just ensuring that everybody's getting the support if they require it. So it takes my attention away from 2 tasks, if you like, trying to drive and also manage. So I'm enjoying this part of the event this year round.
Well, fancy you say that. Last week I drove in a 4-hour enduro. I didn't do it solo. It was around where were we? Red Bull Ring, and one of the organisers was actually, he races as well, and he finished on the podium, and I just can't imagine, like, it was 30-car field, but you know, he organises all the pre-race, he organises all the servers, he organises all the practice stuff, you know, helps put it all together. He's got a team of people around him that help him as well, but yeah, but his driving is still always at a really high standard, always up there finishing on the podium. It's like that's a real sort of, there's a lot of work that goes into all this stuff, and to be able to juggle both and perform highly at both is yeah, it's quite a talent, I find. So
it is, and can be quite draining too. So good on him for being able to achieve that and also hit the podium.
Yep.
I think one of my issues is I ended up having a motorcycle accident back in late May this year.
Right.
So I haven't done any racing up until probably 4 weeks ago, and only won a week.
Right.
And that's more of the lower levels, just to get my hands back into the usage patterns again.
Yeah.
So love it, really do love it, and looking forward to getting back into it. But my driving ability at the moment is pretty poor at this stage. Not to say it was really good last time and prior to the accident anyway, but yeah, as I say, I'd rather sit back and let my co-driver enjoy his break, and I'll take the same option and opportunity just to sit back and support.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, my driving's always at a low quality, and I've not had any motorcycle incidents. So, what happened, if you don't mind me asking?
I'll try and keep it short for the audience, but yeah, basically we were moving house, and I've got had a Harley Davidson Street Glide Special, the big Batwing cruiser, all the saddlebags, and went to the old house to do a bit of furniture run, loaded the truck, and it was going to rain the rest of the week, and I don't road in the rain. So basically the kids who were helping me said, take the bike and I'll meet you back at the new house. So I did, and turned right off a street into another street, which was a dual way carriageway, so I was in the inside lane, and following a four-wheel drive, couldn't see in front of the four-wheel drive. Pretty busy road, it's 70 k's normally, doing 60.
Yep.
And the car in front of me darted out into the left lane without any warning to leave me with a car parked in the lane I was in. So I've had to try and avoid that, and it's really in slow motion, so I'm trying to steer to the left as we just see somebody go through the dipper a little bit sideways, 69.
Yeah, Smiles going across Skyline. There was a puff of dust that came up, so maybe he got distracted by that, and then looks like he might have missed his braking. Oh, the car's just turned around. So they were travelling quite nicely as well. Go back to live image. Sorry to cut you off.
No, yeah, that's good. He's copped a bit of damage on the front there too by tapping the wall.
Yeah, so that's, what's he into his stint? 43 minutes. We'll see if he can drive around that. They probably want to get another 20 minutes out. The Ferrari's pretty good fuel economy. Maybe another 10 to 20 minutes out of that if they can. They could get to the end on a tank of fuel. But yeah, so you've been left with nowhere to go, and then hit the parked car.
Yeah, basically there was a car in front of that car that had broken down, and that car was behind him. It was a like a four-wheel drive trader ute with a big sheet metal tray on the back. So I tried to steer left to go down the centre of the road because I didn't know what was in the left lane, and nor was I having time to look.
Yeah.
Didn't want to slam the brakes on, even though they've got ABS. I didn't want to end up on my side. Now the worst thing of it all is that I was wearing shorts because I hadn't planned to ride the bike, and I do kit up. But my worry there is I didn't want to go sliding down the bitumen, so I hung on the handlebars pretty tightly and slammed the back of the vehicle. My chest ended up hitting the canopy, and I ended up winded like you wouldn't believe. But the issue of me hanging onto the handlebars is the right side mirror ended up going through my right wrist and broke the wrist, broke a pinky, and the glass that was embedded went and cut a tendon on the pinky as well. So I'm still in rehab and getting better at it, but then it's just trying to get movement happening the way it should without too much discomfort.
Yeah, that's rough. That's the thing that's always scared me about motorcycles. Is it's like that, the accident in the car, you sort of protected a little bit. That motorcycles, it can completely different story. Oh well, glad to hear you're on the mend though, and that.
Definitely on the mend, and obviously lucky as, but you know, realistically, I've learned not to be so close to cars that I can't see beyond. And obviously all the scarring is a reminder of why you ride the way you ride. But it's 9 times out of 10 it's generally the bikie that's caused a bit of an incident, but there's a helping hand in regards to the cars. But it's just an unfortunate day. Put in hospital for a week, and then the kids ended up helping the wife to try and move the rest of the house. Did a great job from that. But I'm sort of hoping to get back on a bike soon. Just got to make sure my hands are working properly.
Very important. So, well, glad that it wasn't anything more serious than what it was. It was serious, but not more serious, which is good. And good. Hope to see you back out there soon. But just while we're going through that, Weatherburn managed to get past Bathurst. So that's 782. The Pixel Racers entry moves up into 5th. They're 49 seconds behind the Bentley, the 123, the Sailors of Loz and Kinero. So that spin across the top of the mountains cost them a fair bit of time that they're trying to recapture at the moment. But that, I think, a podium today, I think still a possibility, but a little bit further away than what they would have hoped. So the Bevis father-son duo, they dropped down to P6, so still a solid result for them, and we've still got an hour and a half left to go. So plenty of time to go through and see what happens in this one. Just a little bit further afield though, it's Hutchins and Hudson. Right now is Hudson sends it down the inside of Forest Elbow and says, I'm just licking the stamp and sending it. And
he was lucky to make that work.
Yeah, that was very ambitious. It's still a drag race though down the straight. He's got a little bit of damage, says the BMW. Generally has a fair bit of toe in it normally, but can he pull it up under brakes here? Will the far right? No, he can't. So they both run wide.
No.
The 515, he almost goes around.
Does he hold it? Oh no.
No. He's just tapped the tyre bundle there, so it's not too bad. And he's gonna get going again. So that's
a bit unfortunate. Hutchins is the brother of Minnie. I understand, or I believe so. And Minnie, I'd like to put a big shout out to as our skin manager, who's managed all of these skins, compiling them, making them ready, and putting together the download. So thanks, Minnie. Really appreciate your work, and let's hope if we can get Dan back up into a groove and a rhythm again.
Nice. So that's Hudson. After all of that, they move up into P23. They started 27th, so they've made some good progress today as well. So Convoy leading this one, so less than an hour and 26. I have noticed there's a pop-up that keeps on coming up in the bottom right-hand side of the screen. I can't change that, unfortunately. I don't know if anyone's noticed. When they keep on getting on and off a particular game. It's actually my brother who's transferring all his mods from one computer to another, so I do apologise for that. I can't see it on my screen. I don't want to dare tempt fate. And
I've not sighted it either, Nick. Beautiful. So it's probably all happening in the background.
Yep. So Convoy 24 minutes into his stint. Spinazzi 60 minutes into his stint. Alice 56. Other drivers to expect to stop soon will be Wells. So Taylor they'll probably try and go maybe another 10 to 15 minutes past that. So just giving you a bit of an idea of, Spinazzi will need to pit relatively soon, as will Alice. Loz in the 123, they're looking pretty good at the moment, only 14 minutes into their stint. Weatherburn 20, Bevis 20 as well. So give you a bit of an idea of where it all sits. But that 312, the gap is 28.4 seconds. The difference between the two. and yeah, they're looking pretty solid right now. They're looking very good.
I think once the next round of stops are been and gone, it'll certainly flesh out where things are standing. But whilst we've only got an hour and or under an hour and a half left, the comment in regards to this race is not over yet, and anything can still happen in that time frame.
Agreed.
So it's going to be interesting toward the end.
Yeah, totally agree. There's plenty of water to go under the bridge before we finish this one. Who else is out there? So cars that are close. Harnett in the TKR entry. Where are those guys? 24 minutes into their stint, so they'll just have a splash and dash to finish this one as well. The racing is just a bit of a lull at the moment. Field is pretty well spread out, but the pace out there for Convoy at 2:01.147 was the previous lap. Spinazzi chasing him. He's on low fuel as well, 2:03.2, so maybe a little bit of lap traffic affecting him. Alice at 2:01.8, Loz at 2:03.2, and Weatherburn at 2:01.7 with Bevis at 2:03.5. So it gives you a bit of an idea on the pace, but that 3:12 has been fast all day and continues to do so as we head towards the end of hour number 5. We're still 23 minutes away. But yeah, that 4.5 hours has flown by. At 4:30, looking a little bit worse for wear. But we've got Bank chasing down Picken. So the number 19 is 43 minutes into this stint, and Bank is 51 minutes. So there's similar strategies right now. Lap times 2:02.6 on that last lap to Picken, 2:04.6 to Bank, so a little bit slower. And the Mustang ahead, that's Hikinger. No, he messaged me how to actually pronounce his name. Hang on a second. Just to make sure I get it right. Direct messages. It is Hikinger. Hikinger. There you go. Making sure I get it right.
Don't feel bad. I've had the same problem when commentating for our normal races. So Steve just said to me, use heck as a call for him.
Yeah,
so that's all right too.
Yeah. No, I try my best with the names. It's it's your name, so I try to pronounce it the best I can. But yeah, Picken and Bank going at it right now. Gap between Spinazzi and Convoy is 31 seconds, so pretty hefty.
I think that's come down though. I think it was more than that about 2-3 laps ago from memory.
Yeah, Spinazzi's pace just dropped off a little bit, 2:03.5. So I wonder if the car not behaving the way he wants it to in this current state that it's in. Not sure, but yeah, still nonetheless looking pretty tidy. And yeah, these are the two closest cars. Let's have a look at what have we got? Biggest rises through the field is car number 1. So they started 14th. So I'm not too sure what happened to their qualifying, but yeah, 14th is where they started. The other big rises as well is the 271. So those guys up 8 spots from where they started. The 951, the TKR boys, up there started 17th, in 9th at the moment. And then biggest fallers through the field, other than the ones that have dropped out, the 199 Ferrari, those guys, they started P5, currently P21, so not ideal for them. Abid Cow says, let's go Wells, only 10 seconds to P6. Yeah, I agree. What we might do, let's take a quick lap of Mount Panorama. I'm going to shut up for a minute because I really need to go to the toilet. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. We'll watch Jacob Weatherburn on board do a lap. I'll be back.
so he's just come through, obviously, the first turn, turn 1, doing quite a nice job through there at this stage. But like Nick, I'll let you guys enjoy a lap around with our pole sitter from last weekend.
Just in time. How was the lap, Gav?
Yeah, quite good. Quite good. Ended up a little bit crossed over coming out of the S's after Conrod, but good.
Yeah, 2:01 flat. That's a pretty rapid time. We've got Harnett here, so he's chasing down. That's Gallagher. It's one of the Gallagher brothers. It's a Gallagher. That is Andrew Gallagher. Craig Gallagher being the other. Are they brothers? Do you know, Gav? The Gallaghers?
Yep, Andrew and Craig, both brothers.
There we go. Oasis back in the news, back together. Not sure if you're an Oasis fan, but yeah, World Tour. Been apart for a long time, but yeah, those guys doing well. That's another one who's had a sort of that under the radar race. Started 12th in 7th, up 5 spots from where they started. They're right at the end of their stint timer, though. Well, not stint timer, but that pit window, if you like, an hour and 6 minutes into the stint. So they'll be due a pit stop in the near future. They've had a good race, so these guys will move up to 951 a spot. I think a top 10 finish for them, they'd be pretty happy with. Bracefield.
They'd have to be. Last year was a bit more of a dismal outing for them, but this year they're certainly looking better for a good finish in top 10.
Well, last year you had the it was like a Shell Helix Ford livery from memory on the Team Kiwi racing, I think, from memory.
Oh, sorry, I was referring to the Gallagher brothers, but
right.
That 171. But you're right, yes, they did. They had the Shell Helix Team Kiwi entry.
Funnily enough, last year, the Bracefield and Harnett, they raced together. They started 6th, and Gallagher brothers started 7th, so they're back together closely again.
That's an interesting stat, yeah.
And this Castrol livery car. Sorry, I just apologise for having a quick snack as well.
No, you go for it.
A very lovely presented. I think Bracefield is the creator of the liveries.
Yeah, certainly bangs out some beautiful work, that's for sure. So he does run his own little program for liveries in Discord, and we support him as much as we can. And as I say, I think I've had 2 or 3 liveries from him in the past, which have turned out fantastic on the track.
Yeah, does a good job. I think there was another one that I saw turn out was the old Benson and Hedges. Remember the old Benson and Hedges BMW livery?
Yep. I do. That was the old black and gold, wasn't it?
No. The remember Tony Longhurst on Bathurst in the BMW?
Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm thinking of the JPS. I'm thinking of JPS specials.
Yeah. No, that's a little bit. That's a little bit further back. But yeah, the Longhurst one. He's done one of them before as well, which turned out really nicely. So
nice. Showing my age now, eh?
Mate, we all get there, right? Some of us are lucky enough to get there. So, all right,
that's true.
Here's Spinazzi in the pits. So I was going to say he's right at maximum. Couldn't have much left. He did 1 hour and 11 minutes. Man, they could go to the end.
I'll be interested to see where they come out off pit lane.
All right. Well, the 123 is. I think they're going to come out in third.
Okay, let's keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
Stark's in the room. G'day, mate. How you going?
I was just checking in with other teammates. Seeing how they doing.
Right, this is Matthew Starkey back. Yeah, good to have you. Well, Spinazzi is still in there. He's at 55 seconds. So he will be dropping. There he goes. He's gone. They can go to the end, these guys. Spinazzi, I reckon they can. Has he stayed in the car? He has. Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be close. Hour and 13:51 left.
And here's the Sailors. So just at the end of Conrod, that's the gap between them. Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. How long do they have left? They've got, well, not have left, but where are they at in their stint? 26.5 minutes. So another half an hour, maybe 40 minutes they can get out of that, maybe 45. That'd get it to half an hour. Yeah, interesting times ahead. And the Gallagher boys, they've just made their stop. So they're in and out, done. They will be 10th, hour and 12 minutes. Yeah, see, this is where a safety car would be perfect.
Yeah, this is where I'll call one.
Yeah.
It's a time like this.
Well, I think it's just going to be more managing the fuel to the end. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, from this point on, it comes down to your fuel management.
Yep, totally. Hour and 12. It's just, it's an extra 10-minute sprint race, basically, to the end now. Who can manage their fuel the best? We've got so the sausage sizzlers. He's at 1 hour and 10 minutes now. Is Breno Ellis?
Oh, that's got to be right on the edge now.
Yep. So there's 1 hour and 12 minutes left.
So them guys should be coming in for a stop soon.
Yeah, but if he can do 1 hour and 10 minutes in this stint and an hour and 11 minutes and change, by the time he gets to the pits, it might be an hour and 11 minute stint and an hour and 11 minutes left. That'd be one stop. Oh no! Oh no! He's just hit the wall. Just as was. Oh, that was looking so good. So he's come across Skyline. And then going down through the S's. Oh, he's just clipped it. Just clipped it. Oh no. How much does he have? Oh, is the bonnet up a little bit? I think it is.
Doesn't look like there's too much damage to the car.
It might be enough that he doesn't. It might not be too much that he doesn't need to repair it. Diabolds says an F in the chat. Yeah. So here we go. So he's going another lap. What does it look like on board? What was that lap? 2:03.75. So yeah, here we go. This is. They're at 1 hour and 12 minutes now, just about, in the stint. An hour and 10 minutes to go. If he pits at the end of this lap, judging by that, yeah, steering wheel still straight, says Abid Cow. Looks like it's handling all right. Let's see if he hands it over to John Zhu to finish this off, or if he goes through the end. But he's a good operator, is Breno Ellis. We're going to find out.
Car looks to be stable as well, so I
Yeah.
don't see why they need to do any repairs.
Yeah, no, it looks yeah, it looks good. He's still pushing. Here we go. How does he take the S's this time? Yep. Look at that. Confidence is a funny thing, isn't it?
Oh, once you hit a wall, like especially in a race like this, it just throws your confidence out the window.
Yep. 100% agree. And it's so easy to do as well. It's so unforgiving. He's pumping. He's going all right.
Car doesn't look too bad either.
No. Let's see what he does.
Still going straight.
Yeah.
Still doesn't look like it's trapping in the rear.
No, he looks good.
For corners.
Yeah, let's see if he makes a stop this trip around. Or will he go another one? The gap is 55 seconds to Spinazzi, who's... Oh, this is... He's going to have to go the full stop, though, a minute away. He goes another lap. Wow. What does he do? A 2:01.9. So, previous lap, Convoy, our leader, did a 2:01.4. Alice does a 2:01.9. So, only half a second slower. So, that car's fine. So, we can assume that's... Despite that bonnet just looking a little bit up, but whatever damage he does have, it's not hindering his performance. So the gap.
At this point, it's just body damage.
Yeah.
It's very minor.
Yep. So at this stage, the gap between Alice and Spinazzi is is 55 seconds. Last lap around, Spinazzi did a 2:03.4, so that was 1.5. I reckon he's driving to a number, Spinazzi, because he's constantly been in those 2:03s for a while. Diabol says Lambo never had top speed anyway, did it? Say that they can do two times 2 seconds faster than me with that. I know that feeling, don't worry. I know, that's why I do this instead of driving. Looks like the rear took the brunt, got lucky on the second hit, says a rabid cow. Yeah, he's looking good right now. Gap is 56 seconds. Spinazzi did a 2:03.347. Let's see what he does around here.
In terms of the Lambo, I'm not really sure what their top speed is down here.
Let's go on board. You can. They don't have the speedo on there, but I can give you some insight into that. Top speed 286 kilometers an hour today. So in the speed trap, it's up there. It's not the fastest. The fastest today is 288. 291. Pratt. Oh, here we go. He's in the pits.
Now he's coming in.
Yeah. Big stop. Diabol says he just hit 280. There you go. That's 72. That's been in there for forever. He's going to hit his marks here. He does. Where's Spinazzi? Here we go. Just coming out of Forest Elbow. An hour and 15 minutes he squeezed out of that stint. And that's the Hot Tour entry, the 36. Is he overtaking Spinazzi? He is. Wow. Okay. Interesting. I think Spinazzi's fuel saving at the moment.
I think you could be right. The car looks fine.
Yep. Here's Alice leaving the pit lane. Here's Spinazzi. Alice is going to do this. It's going to be super close. I think he's going to just get there. He is. Look at that. The 36 is the cork in the bottle there as well. Caught in the middle. And that's the gap between second and third. Both cars I am expecting to go to the end. This is good stuff. Who's going to be able to manage their fuel the best? Alice has got the advantage. Spinazzi, they just, might have just fallen just outside Bones and Shine. They make a pass. Let's go have a look at this. Every overtake matters. There we go. And he's just run deep. Seen that a few times at the chase today. A lot more grip. And away they go. But this is awesome. This is a cracking finish we're set up for. As Spinazzi giving chase to Alice, but yeah, just that Ferrari passing him on the... I wonder what fuel map he's running. I don't think we can see if we go on board. No, we can't see. So... Oh, did he clip the wall?
Go to the next camera that remotes the steering wheel. And if you use the dash up close, you can see that dash a little better.
I can see the speed on there. I can see... No, I can't see fuel map. Or is it the red one? Fuel map 1, maybe?
That's what it looks like.
Yeah. Okay. See what sort of lap time he does this trip around. Last one's a 2:04.3. Yeah, Diabolos, he 100% did clip the wall. That's what I thought. 2:02.482. Okay, so a little bit faster. What's that Hot Tour doing? 2:02.385. Where are they in terms of their stint? Okay, 28 minutes in, Skinny Luke. So, half fuel load. Spinazzi, just can't quite. And then the 36 isn't exactly overtaking Alice either. This is, he's getting the blue flags wave now, is the 36. You can see that. In the meantime, Convoy is a minute 37 ahead of this group here. So they're more than comfortable to make a stop. They're 47 minutes into their stint now. So with an hour to go, they're good as gold right now to make a stop and hold position at this stage. But that's assuming that everything goes as it is now, as Shine gets past Bones. Bones looking to make a comeback. So these two just duking it out with just over an hour left in this race. It's set up beautifully with the 3-1-2. That's Jamie Convoy and Eric Scarney in there at the moment. Jamie Convoy in the car, but his teammate Eric Scarney's done a fantastic job. Breno Alice and John Zhu in second, and then Matthew Spinazzi and Dylan Lester sitting in third position right now. And that, he gets a little bit untidy there in the chase. That's going to cost him some time. And that is not what he wants right now. And just dropping off these guys. I wonder what's track temperature is 26. Still optimum. Do 2:03.1 with that big slide, so he's trying to pick up the pace. Alice did a 2:02.4. Burton and Shine. Where are we? Burton and Shine. Oh no! Have we lost one? I think, did we lose? Because we were looking at Shine before. No, maybe not. Oh, we lost Skinny Luke. We lost the 36. We have. So we've lost the 36. The 36, 5 hours into a 6-hour sprint race, into a 6-hour enduro. They're gone. So oh, hang on. Oh, is that a bad internet connection? Did you see him appear again? He's flashing in front of us. Yeah, that's Dylan Less. Yeah, he is. Look at that. Oh, this is... There he is. See that? Look. Oh, this is treacherous right now.
That's scary when you have someone down in front of you. You do not know where they're going to pop out.
Yeah, so there he is now. He's there solid. So, but then over that lap... Oh, see, now he's back again. I can see him on my timing screen. Oh, it's a very dodgy connection. And now... yeah, even when I go on him, like when I put the camera on him, yeah, rabid cow, same terrifying. I agree. 5 hours.
100%.
Yeah, 5 hours into a 6-hour race, and you've got this happening in front of you. Oh my goodness gracious. Just another element thrown in. So it looks like it's alright now. Where is he, Loki's P12, 5.2 seconds ahead of Burton. Burton, where's Burton? They're an hour and 4 minutes, hour and 3 minutes into their stint. Imagine what Skinny is seeing through. Yeah, that's yeah, not ideal. Not ideal right now. Last lap around, Alice did a 2:02.6. Spinazzi did a 2:02.9. So 3/10 to the good for Alice. It looks like that connection's settled down a bit. So it doesn't seem like it says as bad as it was on that previous lap. So hopefully that was just a little glitch. And let's sort all that out. Hudson in the pits, making a stop. What are we looking at? Stints right now. So Weatherburn will need to pit again. Bevis will need to pit again. Harnett will need to pit again. A rabid cow saying his net has always been a touch temperamental. So thank you for that insight. Yeah, so cars that will need to pit again. Convoy. Potentially Spinazzi. Potentially. I think they're going to be just short, unfortunately. That's what my gut says. Loz. Alice won't need to pit again. Loz will need to pit again. Weatherburn. Bevis. Harnett. I don't know if Simmons can get to the end. Gallagher is in a very, very similar boat as Spinazzi. Bursa can get to the end. Wren can get to the end. Skinny Luke, I don't think so. He won't be able to get to the end. And Burton behind him will need to pit very, very shortly. Within the next sort of couple of laps, I would think. Who else is out there? Crick will need to pit shortly. He's at an hour and 11 minutes. So a lot of cars still need to make a splash and dash before the end of this one. We've seen pit stops taking an hour, sorry, not an hour, 1 minute, generally a minute one. Woz is in the pits right now. This will need to be they did 42 minutes in that stint. This is going to need to be more than a splash and dash. This is going to be a full stop for them. So they're going to lose. They're going to probably drop down to about P7. Weatherburn will be the first car to make his way through. So there we go. The 782 goes past. Yep. Now Bevis will be the next one. Was still in the pits. Here comes Bevis. I'll keep an eye on that counter as well. Still going. Still in there. They're going to be in there another couple of seconds. They're going. There he goes. And he's out. So, Loz down in P5. That's just ahead of Bevis. And that car in front, that's Bursa in the 19. So, they've made their final stop. So, they're good to go to the end. Is the Sailors. Car 1, 2, 3. And that's Vinny Canero in the car now. So Loz jumped out, Kinero is in, and then we've got Weatherburn's 20 seconds up the road. He will need to pit. He's at 52 minutes into his stint, so he won't be able to go maybe another 20 minutes, maybe. If we'd done one extra lap where we fuel safe, we would have avoided a splash and dash, but I don't have quite enough. That's what I thought. That's what my gut was saying, that they were probably a lap short. And it looked like Matthew Spinazzi was doing his absolute best to fuel save that. He's still doing the 203.4s at the moment, but I don't think he can really go any slower than that. The gap is 3.8 seconds between he and Alice right now. They're going to fall just short. 787 is in trouble. That's Hoffman. That's at the chase. Yeah, I agree, Dylan Lester. That Spinazzi, you've driven fantastic as well, but I think Spinazzi's tried his absolute best. That was Hoffman at the exit of the chase there. We'll get back to the live pictures very, very shortly. And he's saying that Weatherburn is in the pits. There he is, making his stop. So what did he do? 52 minutes. They've decided to go for a full fuel stop as well. Kinero goes through. Bevis will go through as well. What about Harnett? They will still need to pit again. Might be a good idea if he comes in now. Oh, it's almost like he thought about it. No, stay out, stay out. He does. Weatherburn still in the pits. He's got about another 10 seconds left, maybe. There he goes. So that was a total. He stopped for 32 seconds. And that's going to be a total pit stop of about a minute 1, minute 2, a minute on the knocker. There we go. So they've completed their final stop. Harnett will still need to complete their final stop. The Bevis father and son, they'll need to complete another stop. And yeah, Spinazzi, unfortunately, 20 minutes into that stint. What's he lapping still? The 103, 204, 204 on that last lap. And Bevis has gotten past Kinero. Where is Kinero? Oh, no! Oh, no! Vinny Kinero's just gotten in the car going over Skyline. Oh, he's clipped the wall! He's kept it off there. That is awkward. That is very awkward. There's the Bevis father-son. And, that is awkward. Back to live images.
He's done well to keep it off the wall there.
I think so too. I 100% agree with that. And, so that
would have been some serious damage at that speed if he hit a wall.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been race. That would have been any chance gone after that. But still in P5, the Bevis team still need to stop. But that will... See, this now changes the complexion because Spinazzi will have a gap. Okay, so this fixes the Spinazzi issue because they'll just need a splash. They can do a splash and dash, right? And they'll hold on to third because Bevis still needs to pit. They're a minute 33 away. Kinnear is a further 16 seconds away. So the 846, they can breathe a sigh of they can breathe a sigh of relief as Harnett comes in. But that's helped them out immensely. They'll no longer be under any pressure as Skinny Luke.
That just gives them a whole lot of breathing room to play
It does, yeah. So he can go flat. Now Spinazzi can go flat out and he can try and put some pressure on Alice. He doesn't need to hold back now, and the most he can hope for is he can force a mistake out of Alice and see what comes of that. And yeah, go for it, basically. So they're under no threat now from behind of P3. The only thing that's going to give away P3 is themselves, basically, at this stage. So they've
100%.
Yeah.
As long as they make no mistake from here on out,
Yep.
they've got the top 3.
So this is Harnett in the pits, finishing the stop. That's stop for 38 seconds. They're out in P8. Who's behind them? So the Gallagher brothers, and they will need to pit again. Just weaving, getting some. That's Bracefield in the car now. So they've got a nice healthy gap of 13 seconds between 8th and 9th. And I think the TKR boys will be pretty happy with themselves. Started 17th, currently in 8th position. This is good stuff. They're on for a very, very good finish.
It's been a very strong day today, and everyone's doing exceptionally well. So it'll be good to see how things go in just under 50 minutes of racing. Looking forward to the end results, to be honest. Anything can happen.
Yeah, still. Well, we've got Convoy needs to make a stop as well. So he is at an hour into his stint. The gap is 1:45. So they're under no real pressure. It would take something monumental to rip this away from them, and they're in pretty good hands with Jamie Convoy. And I think for a driver that said in the chat earlier today, he was in the stream chat, Eric Scarney, and he was feeling a bit of pressure to perform because Jamie just blitzed the field at the start of the race. He came out and he's driven faultlessly. So we give a shout out to Eric Scarney. I think he's done a fantastic job today. He's driven that car perfectly. He's helped support Jamie. And they talked about that they split the team between Convoy, Scarney, and Boxall and Weatherburn, and they said we could have just put the two fastest possible drivers together and really dominated and made it a bit boring, but they mixed it up to keep it interesting. And I think Eric Scarney should get a little call out there for a job well done. So I always say pressure either burst pipes or it makes diamonds, and I think we've seen a little diamond made today in Eric Scarney. So nice drive to him.
Yeah, fantastic from all the guys in the same boundaries of team mateship, and to have them split up to give the other guys a bit of an opportunity and chance, and the rest of the field. I think that's fantastic for them to do that, and they're still up there, so that's really good to see.
Yep, I agree. We'll make sure we get them in the chat afterwards, after the race as well. So Spinazzi's dropped right back off Alice at 14 seconds. It was like 4 seconds not that long ago. This is going to be a long lap for him. He's already at 1:57. So something's happened on this lap. He's got the BMW ahead of him. That's the 59. He doesn't have anything on the car to suggest he's hit something or someone. That last lap that he did then was a 2:12.3. So he's at a moment somewhere, dropped a whole bunch of time back, and a lap ago they would have been pretty happy with themselves because they knew third was theirs. I'm not saying third's under threat, but they were potentially going to push for second. But third might just be the best they can get today.
Yeah, the track temperatures dropped down again to 24. Here we are at 4:40 in the afternoon.
Yeah,
so whether there's some worry with tyres and the track temperature causing a bit of a slip up.
I reckon you'd be right. That's the most logical reason. I think that sounds on the money. And then Brenton Dow. What have these guys got? He's 9 minutes into his stint, so they'll go to the end. 4:30. There's an incident coming up here. That's Ren. Oh no! Oh, was that the race leader coming through there as well? Oh no! That is like the worst position you can be in right now.
Incident at the dipper. Caution at the dipper, everybody. Dipper. Caution.
good work, Gav. Smart thing to do there. He's getting it going, and if he can get it out now, yep. And away he goes.
Still have a car there, so just caution drivers, caution at the dipper.
Yeah, he's cleared now. Oh, wow. I've gone too far to get a replay. That's caused a bit of damage.
Track is clear, dipper is clear.
Yeah, so Alice was lucky because he'd already been through. There's a little bit of damage there to Spinazzi. Who was the car in front of him? Weatherburn got through there all right as well. And that's him. Oh, it says Alice. Has Alice got a little bit of damage there? What was that last lap? Was that from earlier? Last lap at 2:03.1, Spinazzi 2:08. Yeah, so I reckon Spinazzi's got a little bit of damage from that. Still under no threat from behind though, in terms of, and I say that with all due respect, the gap is a minute 19. So if they wanted to come in and fully repair that, they could and still be ahead of the Bevis car. But those guys, fantastic race for them, the 474. Started in 8th. They've had their trials and tribulations as well. And they're in, look, if this gets worse or if there's another incident with car 846, touch wood there isn't, they could be on the podium. So they're still in it right now. Still 44 minutes to go. Skinny Luke in the pits. How long has he been in there for? A minute now. And away he goes. There's the 430 of Ren coming into the pit. So that'll be a fair bit of damage to repair. We've had so many free kicks today, damage isn't too bad considering. That's from Dylan Lester, Matthew Spinazzi's teammate. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. There's swings and roundabouts, right? And that is the damaged car, the 50. No, that's right, it was the 59 that was the first car on the scene there of the 430. So he's copped the... Oh, that's the 115, I think. That is a real shame, because they're there in 15th position. They started 20th. He was 42. Oh, that is a big hit. He's hit something very hard. He's going to be a bit of a moving roadblock. He's got another car coming through, but then it's relatively clear after that. He's going to have trouble turning that right. Yeah. Oh, what a shame for those guys. That's Mick Pratt and his teammate Philip Hamilton, who was in here before. So what did they say? They wanted to finish 15th. The gap between him and Newman is 7. Yeah, they're not going to finish 15th now, unfortunately, for those guys. What a shame. They were in it right to the end there. 40 odd minutes to go. And yeah, that is not how they would have wanted it. There's the 312. So Convoy, oh, he's taken out the speed sign, and he's made his final stop. Alice is just out of the dipper, so that gives you an idea on the gap between those two. And out he goes. And the gap is at 49 seconds. So they've got 42 minutes, 787. Where are we? That's at Forest Elbow. What's happened there? Let's see. Or has it already happened? It's already happened. So cars are all circling, all going past. He's just restarting that. Oh, he flipped it around. There we go. The Bevis car, yeah. Oh, so 1 hour and 6 minutes. That's scheduled. That's a scheduled stop. So Weatherburn goes through. So takes up into P5. Now Taylor Simmons in the PSC. We were talking to him earlier. Christian Wells is his teammate who was in the car, but they're at 38 minutes with 40 minutes to go. They're going to need a splash and dash. I think they mentioned that to us on the broadcast. And here's Spinazzi making a pit stop as well. So he's got a minute 20, the gap between he and Kinero. So that mistake from Kinero across the top of the mountain has really been magnified, because they could have been on for a podium, but they'll be fine. There, here comes Kinero. Yeah, going down through the S's into the dipper. So he's got plenty of time in hand. Does 8.46. I wonder if maybe Dylan Lester will finish this one off.
And as you were commentating there, we watched Hayden Beavis coming out of pit lane, and he's now in P6 after that stop.
Yep, so that's the 11 behind him, but that's not fourth position. That's the Alpaca My Bags entry. They're down in 19th. Spinazzi making his way out of pit lane, so that's the stop done. The gap between he and Kinero is 31 seconds. Spinazzi staying in the car to the end, and he'll have enough fuel to bring that home. So the Sausage Sizzlers, they're in P2, 47 seconds the gap between them and Scani. Oh, that's nice. That's nice to have Eric Scani finish the race. I think that's quite fitting, actually. So he's got a gap to manage of 48 seconds between he and Alice. He's got 39 minutes to bring that car home. What's happened to Newman? That's up the top of the mountain. And Scaife and Pratt have swapped spots. Yeah, so not too sure what happened to Newman. He's gotten going again, so he's all good. Oh, I've had a really good time today. This has been really enjoyable. 6 hours has absolutely flown by for me. Where's Burton? Oh, what's happened to these two? They've swapped positions here. Oh, that's happened previous to that, so it's a little bit too late on the replay. But Burton was ahead of Shine. And, oh, hang on. This is still the replay. I went a little bit early there. And now we're back to live images.
Hey Nick, there's been some absolutely good racing all around multiple teams so far.
Oh, I think we got Hayden Bevis in the chat. Are you there, Hayden?
I'm glad you got that right.
Oh, hang on, let me try and turn you up.
All right. Quiet, am I?
Yeah, I've turned you up maximum. How you going?
Yeah, going well.
Mate, you guys have had a great race today. You're currently in 6th. Lockie is in the car. You've had your trials and tribulations like everyone else, but at the moment, you guys are looking good for a top 6, possibly a top 5 with a bit of luck, but walk us through your day. We've been following you closely today.
Yeah, I think we need a lot of luck with someone to crash out for us to finish top 5. But yeah, start was good until we got to turn 1.
Yep.
And then there was that incident at turn 1, and lucky to avoid it, went into the sand and then up the grass. And lost 14 or 15 spots in that move.
Yeah.
So I think he rejoined at 21 or position 21 or 22, and then obviously ripped the drive for the next 30 laps to get us back up into, I think we were 4th or 5th when we changed to myself for the first stint.
Yep. And
it's been his year to have the issues this year. He's turned Vinny around, which he redressed. So I hope the stewards will treat us kindly for that. He hit DY, who was parked across the track on top of the mountain. Once downstairs and no fault on his own, and whacked the ball as well. So it's been his year to have the issues. And I've only scraped the car a little bit. So.
Yeah, well, we saw the incident with Kinero and how he redressed all of that as well, and that looked all sort of pretty just sort of racing kind of incident. But and we've noticed I think there's a little scrape across the top of the mountain that he had as well. And that's what I was sort of alluding to. You've had your sort of your little mishaps along the way, but overall. Yeah, such a fantastic result for the father-son team, as Gav's informed us about today.
Yeah, correct. Bit of a yeah, a bit of an up and down race. We would have much preferred just not to have that issue at the start, I suppose. And, well, it could have been a podium based on Lockie's pace, not on mine. But anyway, we take anything in the top 10, as which is what we said at the start. So.
You've more than held your own. It's been a team effort from the Bathurst duo today, so I think you've both done a fantastic job.
The hare and the turtle. Yeah.
Well, you got to have the right partner. Yeah, so you guys, and what part of Tassie are you from?
I'm in Launceston. Lockie's in Hobart.
Yeah, right. Beautiful, beautiful part of the world, Tasmania. Been down there a few times. Yeah, love it. Very.
How did sorry, Hayden? How did your stops go throughout the day?
Yeah, pretty flawless. When Lockie had the mass damage, we always figured we'd need 4.5 stops, unlike last year. We only stopped 4 times in the Ferrari last year. But I'm a bit heavier on fuel in this than Lockie is. He's quicker, which is a bit weird. We weren't able to make it work with just 4 stops. So when he had that incident with Dave up the top of the hill, we decided to pit. That was the half stop, so he did 1.5 stops in the middle to get us through that half stop that we were going to need to get to the end. Only getting about 32 laps out of the tank without doing any fuel saving. In the second stint he drove the last couple of laps on Mount Careen to get us an extra lap. Yeah, other than that we've been going flat knacker. So.
Excellent. So basically it's been a bit of on the fly in preparations today without sort of, I know you would have put together a strategic plan going into the event, but with things that have gone on, you've had to make a few changes on the fly. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, probably the only difference is I was going to do the half stint at the end. So I would have had 2.5 stints and not before. 3 and a bit. Like 6.5 to get to the end. But yeah, so he just, when he had the damage, he just drove that additional stint. Keep the gap to, I think it was Brad and Kev who were behind us. So that's sort of worked out okay. So yeah, but it's gone pretty much to plan after that turn 1 incident, although Lockie would probably say that he didn't think it was going to go, it didn't go to plan because he ran into too many things. So it's a bit of a hard task.
Yeah, but a good steerer, that's for sure. Well, you both are. Look, thanks very much for that. I'm also keen to understand how things went from prior to the event to the event itself, other than that half a stint. You've been going well, and what do you think of the removal of the stint timer, which is the second year running, and just having the 4 hour and 5 minute limitation?
I think it makes sense, because what it does is encourages people to think about other strategies. If you've got a pit every hour and 5 minutes, you get into the race, you're going to find out and change drivers 3 times and you're done. If you don't have a driver stint time, that 1 hour and 5 minutes that we had, a couple I think it was, then like last year, I worked out that we could do it in 4, and that meant we didn't have to, because the Ferrari was better than fuel, we didn't do that. But if there were stint timers in play, we wouldn't have been able to do it. So, it's a good thing to remove. Great to force the fact that one driver can do no more than 4 hours and 5. That way you at least get a co-driver doing 2 stints, just like the real race, where the co-driver is required to do 54 laps. So no, that worked well.
It's fabulous. Nick, you got any questions for Hayden?
I was just enjoying the conversation. It gave me a chance to quickly have something to eat. Yeah, just have something to quickly eat. No, I think you guys have you've driven fantastic together. Like we said, we've sort of kept a close eye on you throughout the day, and I personally didn't realise you dropped that far down the field to 21st. I think that makes your result even more impressive. That you're 6th, and with a bit of luck, you would have been challenging for a podium. But I think 6th is nothing to be sneezed at. I guess I might have a personal question. What's it like racing with your son? It's a pretty cool.
It's great.
Yeah.
It makes the day. Really does. Did a couple of previously back in the day, and they're good. And running with your lad, it makes it that little bit more special.
good father-son bonding time. Even though you're in two parts of the same state, you're able to. Well, most fathers and sons are in different parts of the state, but that you're able to sort of do this together without being physically together, and cool exercise. We heard about Jamie Convoy was telling us about a guy who did a 24-hour race by himself, and his mum.
Crazy.
Yeah, his mum helped him out with it all. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, did she? She did a few laps.
No, she came and fed him and got drinks and stuff for him and helped him with whatever he needed. But and then I've heard.
Did he talk about the toilet breaks?
He didn't. I think Matthew Starkey mentioned it.
Yeah, so I can feel this.
Yeah, go for it.
So basically, every time he needed to go to the toilet, he'll do it when he did a pit stop.
Yeah, okay.
And most of the time, it was only 30 seconds. And normally, I watched 6 hours of his race. It's Luke Whitehead we're talking about. That's his name. He was mental for doing it, but good on him. So most of his pit stops he was doing was only 30 seconds, which didn't leave him enough time to get up, run to his hall and get back. And it's usually about 5 seconds. Like, he usually makes it, otherwise it's about 3-5 seconds. Then he gets back, he's straight back in the car, starts, and away goes again.
As well as a young fella, so.
Yeah, between 19 and 20.
Yeah.
Not like us, eh?
Yeah. We would not have any pressure problem performing under pressure.
No.
That's exactly right. Look, thanks for your time, Hayden, unless you got anything else to fill us in.
No, just thanks for another great event, Gav. Thanks, Nick, for covering it for us. Hopefully we'll have a little bit of remuneration for you at the end of the day, which will be good. And we hope you come back next year and do the same.
Yeah, Jeff, sign me up. Year 2, and looking forward to year 3 already. But well done on your race so far, and you got 28.5 minutes to bring it home. And Lockie doing a great job out there. He's got a 25-second gap between he and Simmons behind, so he's just needs to bring it home at this stage. So
thanks, guys.
Well done. Thank you.
All the best, Hayden.
Guys, have fun.
Thanks, mate. Isn't it funny, like, talking about a dude doing a 24-hour race, and like, what's the first thing you want to talk about is how did he go to the toilet?
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. I'd hope he gets to see this race, but doesn't hear that comment. It's just one of those things.
Yeah, well, I think it's we can all relate to that, but 19, 20-year-old enthusiasm and that little bit of naivety that you have at that age, where you don't know what you don't know yet, and it was cool. As we're looking at Burton, this is not 4 positions, so that is on, I think it's on the 271. Yeah, it is. Those guys are up in 7th at the moment. He's at 52 minutes on his timer right now, so maybe they're just going to miss out on getting this home to the end. But I didn't realise that Bevis dropped all the way down to 21st. So stunning drive from those guys.
Brilliant drive from those boys.
Toscani is lapping 2:01.8, so he's lapping with decent pace, well, very good pace. It was one of the fastest cars on the circuit on that previous lap. And it looks like Burton. Have we lost one? Green and Burton, I'm not too sure. I hope not. Don't think so. Maybe it's just a little glitch on my end. So Scani leading this one. Got a little bit of traffic here to contend with. He's got a fair chunk of it actually coming up. So it's going to be required for him to navigate through. Who's that just up ahead? It wasn't 50, it was 54, I think. Yeah, Mitchell. So this is not 4 position. FMX Riot, still Devo, we dropped out. That's the 115. Oh, so they're back out there, the 115. Where are they? They're down in P21, unfortunately. Still Devo, we dropped out. Is that Kurt Coulter, maybe? Who's talking about? Yeah, Kurt Coulter. Yep. Yeah, no, that was quite devastating, actually.
As we look at the time, reaching 5:23 in the afternoon, the track temps has dropped down to 22. So this could be an interesting half hour to watch.
Yeah, good point. So I think it got up to 28 degrees, maybe. I don't think it got above 30 today, but about 28 was the max.
Yeah,
so,
28. I would agree on that.
Yeah. So hasn't been a particularly hot track, but yeah, very, very good point. Still at optimum, so I think it'll stay like that till the end. But we're watching Bracefield, so he's got Simmons just up ahead of him. So those guys, 55 minutes into the stint now. So no, I'm not too sure if Bracefield knows that or not, but you just don't want to see Taylor Simmons make a mistake here to feel like he's under a bit of pressure from Bracefield. So he might be better off just letting him through and then trying to stretch that stint out as far as he can, or you can just race him.
Both these drivers are very good, hard, fast guys, so I don't think either one of them is going to let go.
And that's fair enough. Yeah, and that's fair enough too. I saw a blue flag waved, but that wasn't for these two, as Bracefield looking to go down the inside. Not quite there on this trip around, but yeah, he's not going to wait. He wants to get past. Having a look down the inside, nothing's doing there. So I just don't want to see Simmons make a mistake here and feel under pressure from Bracefield fighting for a position that he's realistically not going to be able to get, if you know what I mean. That's sort of, but sometimes when that red mist descends, logic goes out the door. And have a look at this.
Oh, drag race up now, straight.
Yeah. And I think is Bracefield going to nip him here? No, he's just going to get around. Have to go the long way. He'll have the inside run. And nice work. Gets the job done. Nice overtake there. B. Bracefield.
I dare say his teammate Kevin is trying to keep Brad in check and talking to him in his ear, make sure he does it cleanly and doesn't have something that's going to cause a forced error by either one of them.
Good racing though between the two of them. It gave each other plenty of room and nothing too crazy. So Team Kiwi, they're in 7th position. They're going through to the end. They've got no issues with fuel. 30 seconds the gap between them and Bevis right now. So 22 and a bit minutes left. And it's Scarney 2017. He's pumping in some times right now. Eric Scarney, he's loving the conditions out there. He's coming home strong, that's for sure. Who else out there? Witchell, is another one. Mark Witchell, Nismo Legends. He's got Mitchell up ahead of him. That's the Shaggy's Angels entry. These guys, how have these guys gone today? So Mark Witchell in the car at the moment. His teammate Mike Crick helping him out today. So they started in 19th, they're in 16th position. And that livery, very easy on the eye. Simple, but effective. I like it, the black and the gold and the black and the red. It's nice contrast between it all. So very impressive livery. And so Simmons. Ooh, who have we got here?
It's Kurt again, back.
Oh, how are ya?
Mate, just bought myself a stiff drink watching the race.
Yeah, tough break for you guys. Seems like an eternity ago now. It was about halfway through the race. And what have you been following it along since?
Yeah, I've been watching. Yeah.
How have you found it? What are your thoughts?
Interesting. I didn't expect the weatherman to turn the Mustang around. Yes,
Yeah.
Didn't expect that.
Just really low. Hang on a second. I see. I can't see you in the room again though, so I don't know. I can't turn you up. Unfortunately, we just have to make do with what we've got. Yeah, but you're saying something about the weatherman? Did you say, or Weatherburn?
Weatherburn.
Yeah.
Yeah, Weatherburn.
Oh,
spun around.
That's better. You're
that's
much louder now.
it's good then.
Yeah, he had that mistake across the top of the mountain.
Yeah, did a bit of damage. Saw that.
Yeah, so they're fifth. They would have contended definitely for a podium as Simmons makes his way into the pits. So this will be a splash and dash. They've got 26 seconds the gap between them and Bursa. 13 seconds further along is Gallagher. So I'll just wanting to be as quickly as possible here. And they'll be trying to secure that top 10 finish. Here comes Bursa. These guys just had that little mistake a little while ago that sort of cost them a fair chunk of time. There goes Bursa, so he's going to lose a position to...
Tight coming out.
Yeah, no, I think Bursa's gotten through. There he goes. And there's Spinazzi as well. And we're waiting for Simmons. There he is. So that's the gap. That 430 is the Mustang. That's not in play. Now, what I'm a bit more interested in, though, is the man that you mentioned, Jacob Weatherburn. The gap between he and Vinny Canero is only 5 seconds. So the last lap around...
Might be able to crawl that back.
Yeah, well, last lap around, Weatherburn did a 2:01.130, which was 1.2 seconds faster than Vinny Canero. So he's a chance to claw a position back at this stage.
It's definitely a pace car.
Just having a look at Mitchell and Witchell. Oh, that's a big whack on the wall. That's huge.
I think might be straight now.
No, he's going to struggle to bring that home. Newman getting the move done on down. As they go, oh, they make contact. And, oh, but that is about as good as you can hope for.
Definitely.
Kept it off the wall and ended up facing the right way. That is, yeah, you can't ask for better than that. Where did those guys start? They started 16th, so in 19th position. Now Mitchell's going to, I thought he was sure he's going to pit, but no, so he's going to stay out there.
Pressing on just for the rest of the race.
Yep, I think so. Now, back to the gap between Spinazzi and Canero. It is 4.2 seconds the difference between the two. Yeah. Well...
And track down to 21 too, fellas.
Thanks. I've not been looking at that, so thank you for reminding me, Gav. You're all over that. Oh, that's the 430. Jeez, that car's been in the... He's been all over the place today, the back markers team.
Get out of the road there.
Yeah, I think so too. They've had 11 stops today, so a fairly eventful day for those guys. But a credit, they're still going, mate.
We'll be there at the end.
Yeah,
all that matters.
That's it.
Exactly. It's about staying on track until the end. Doesn't matter where you finish, but just to be able to finish is going to be exciting enough and rewarding.
100% agree. It's a 6-hour race is not easy at all. So credit to them. To
every part of me still wishes I was going around
the
track.
Well, I didn't want to.
Same here.
Yeah. I didn't want to. I didn't want to mention it.
Because my face said I was driving.
I didn't want to mention it. I didn't want to rub any salt into the wound. So.
That's all right. We get to sit in here and commentate.
There was a there's a guy from the Ruse League that they were doing a 24-hour race, and I think the 23rd hour they got taken out by a back marker. So it took a fair while to get over that, and rightfully so. Yes, it can always be a little bit worse. But yeah, Weatherburn catching Kinero down to 3.7 seconds now. He was...
That's over, what, 2 laps?
Yeah, he was 6/10 faster on that.
Well, he'd be right on the back of it.
Yeah, you can see him just up ahead. So, but to your point, Kurt, the tyre wear, Kinero stopped. Oh, it's got to be pretty even. Kinero stopped 40 minutes ago. Weatherburn stopped 38 minutes ago. So it's going to be pretty even between them.
Yeah, the tyre would be about the same for both of them.
Yeah. Weatherburn takes another half a second out of him.
They got Weatherburn pretty hard to catch him. The arrow pushing out hard.
Sanders is another one. This is the Sandy Hutch entry. They're down in 23rd. They started in 28th, so they've had a good day. They've gone up the leaderboard. They've got the 199 just ahead of them. That's Wynyard. These guys, they started way up the field. They started in 5th, so currently in 22nd. They've not had the day they would have envisioned.
Oh, that's our other team.
Oh, is it?
Young and old team, yeah.
What's happened to them? They
first lap he hit the wall.
Yep.
I think it was first lap, and then had rig issues as well, like steering and pedals cut out.
Right.
Yeah, so
he hit the wall again.
Yeah.
Not
So
good.
Bennett pretty much hit the wall coming down through the S's first lap, and then sometime after that he lost connection with his wheel and pedals, and they got taken out.
Right. Okay. Well, that explains it then. They had great pace, but for qualifying, but yeah, the race just hasn't turned out the way. No, definitely not. Looks like that gap is stabilised now. Only 13 minutes left. Gap between Kinero and Weatherburn has just stabilised at 3.5 seconds. Let's see if we can take any.
Kinero can see him coming, so
yeah,
pressing on as well now.
Yeah, he's got the motivation to just speed it up a little bit. We'll have a look at lap times once they come around. Was that Kinero just? Yeah, I can't remember if it was he or his teammate did that earlier on. He does it again. So 2014 to 2012 on that lap. Whereas that's the 271. That's Simmons. So they made their splash and dash stop. They're on track for a top 10 right now. Gallagher entry is 9.5 seconds behind them, and they will need to pit again. They're an hour into their stint, so with 12 minutes they might be able to stretch it out. He did a 2:05.5 on that last lap. They don't have a pit stop in their pocket right now, so the gap between them and Ren in the 291 is only 28 seconds. Ren did a 2:02.575. So you would think, what was the splash and dash time for the 271? 37 seconds. Yeah, they're going to be. I think they're going to be either way they slice it. It's going to be to their disadvantage, unfortunately, for the Gallagher entry. So it might just be better off to soldier on and try and limp this thing to the end and claim top.
We're going to Jamie Wynn Cup into the end.
Pardon?
We're going to have to Jamie Wynn Cup into the end.
I think so. So, JC in the chat, three-way battle for P3 cooking up. Yeah, Yoda fastest on track. He is. 2:01.9 on that last lap. Oh, sorry, Weatherburn. 2:01.197. Spinazzi. Yeah, no, Spinazzi doesn't need a fuel save anymore because they pitted. They're good. He's lapping 2:03s. The gap is 5.1 seconds between he and Kinero, and Weatherburn's chasing down Kinero as well. So I think it would take a pretty monumental effort to get Spinazzi. He will not need a fuel saver. He might just be trying. He's lapped in those 203s for a while now. I think he's just well within himself. Kinero, yeah, the gap, 3.3 seconds. Diabol's cheering on Weatherburn. Come on, Weatherburn, go get him. He's trying his hardest. The gap's still stabilised at 3.5 second mark. And Weatherburn was only a tenth faster on that previous lap. So only 10 minutes remaining. Whoa, look at that. Who was talking about sliding the car? Was that you, Matt?
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah. And that is exactly what Jacob Weatherburn is doing. Or Yoda, as he's... Yeah, or Yoda, as he's known as. For his Star Wars fandom. He can bench press 120 kilos and he can deadlift even more. That is not a healthy Ford Mustang right now. The 54 I'm referring to, down in 16th position. Ooh, Weatherburn closing the gap, 2.4 seconds now, so he's taken another chunk out of Kinero. That's the 271. Simmons. Escapes. Oh, this is going down to the wire. There's Kinero. So Kinero's got a little bit of traffic ahead of him as well. Yep.
Oh, 100%.
Just while we're on this front straight, pit report was that Too Far Gone team sadly had fallen off. Driver was off as well, so unable to get back on, obviously due to the servers being down, but unfortunately didn't catch the stewards' information to reconnect, so that'll be the DQ they received.
Yeah, gotcha. So, track temp just went down another degree, Gav. 20 degrees at the moment.
Oh, okay. What are we? Almost 6 p.m.
Yeah.
With 8 minutes left.
Kinero is pushing. Yeah. Here comes Weatherburn. Oh, that's safe in the end.
Not the best place to do it
No.
either.
That's what I was thinking. It's sort of heart and mouth stuff, but with 8 minutes left, less than now, it's just what you got to do. And it's drifted back out to 3 seconds now. It's another half a second it's added on. As the shade starting to cover the circuit, definitely affecting the temperature. 6 p.m. in game time, 7 minutes left to go. Scarney lapping at 2:02.6 that previous lap, 52 seconds the difference between Breno Ellis and the John Zhu Sausage Sizzlers in the 73. They've driven a great race today as well. Those guys, they started in P2 on the front row of the grid. They've been at the pointy end the entire race, so they've really driven a faultless race. Has the 73. Breno Ellis and John Zhu. That's a fantastic drive from both of those guys. Gap's a minute 40 though between them and Spinazzi in third. So, and that last lap, Spinazzi just turned it up a little bit at 2:02.6 to Kinero at 2:01.9. So I think that's potentially what's keeping Weatherburn at bay, is that there's a carrot that's being dangled right in front of the 123 Sailors entry of a potential podium if you can try and catch and force a mistake. And once again, the mistake from Vinny Kinero early on in his stint is really coming back to haunt these guys. It's really robbed them of, not robbed them, it's cost them a potential podium finish today.
You know, that spin that he had just costs them
Yep.
big time.
Yep. He'll be kicking himself.
It doesn't matter how good you are at racing the car.
Yeah.
Next level.
That's such a true comment. You know, the mountain is the mountain, and it's the one that'll chew you up and spit you out if you're not cautious enough.
100%. It only takes one small mishap in concentration and it could end your race.
Oh, yeah, across the top of the mountain, especially. Like, it can, just clip a wall. I think who did we see that with? I think it was with Alice. We saw just a little clip, and then you bounce off one wall straight into another, and before you know it, you're facing the wrong way in the S's through the dipper, and you're stuffed basically. So, very unforgiving racetrack. Weatherburn closed it up again, 2.7 seconds. You can see it right there on your screen. That's the difference between the two.
Definitely become part of the achievement.
100%.
That gap is closing.
Yeah, it's 3
4
seconds.
4.5 minutes to go, yep.
Yeah, 3 seconds. The gap's closing a little bit between Spinazzi and Canero as well. It's 4 seconds now. 2:01.9 to a 2:02.4 to Spinazzi. So half a second faster on that last lap was Canero over Spinazzi, and then Weatherburn was only a couple of tenths faster than Canero on that previous lap. So
Just really spin the tyres. Back stepped on it. So.
Alice is at an hour and 1 minute in that stint time. They timed it to perfection.
Yeah, he's hit that wall again.
Spinazzi, very silent on comms at the moment. Dylan Lester is telling us he's struggling with grip. Just needs to hold on. Yeah, wow. This is 3.5 minutes. This is, here we go. 2 seconds the gap now. This is the closest it's been since we've been monitoring it. 3 minutes and change left in this one. Convoy in the chat saying, "Get up, Yoda." He needs some Jedi mind tricks right now. He needs to use the Force to try and make his way past Canero. 1.9 seconds. Every tenth is going to count in the end of this one. Less than 3 minutes. Getting plenty of encouragement there from Jamie Convoy in the chat. Convoy in the chat. That's the gap right there. This is what it looks like.
Get a tow from the slap traffic.
A rabid cow. He's cheering on Vinny. We've got dueling cheers going on. Who is that in the McLaren? I think it's Newman. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Yep. 2.1. Weatherburn was 9/10 faster on that previous lap, so that little bit of traffic cost some time to Canero. 2 minutes left, the last 2 minutes. So good. The battle for fourth and third. So Spinazzi just trying to hang on as well. He did a lap 6/10 slower than Canero. Wow. Coming right down to the closing stages of this one. 6 hours, ATR 1000 2024. Scarni doing it pretty easy right now. He's got a gap of 52 seconds ahead of Breno Alice, who's got a gap between second and third of 1:39. So it's a Sunday afternoon drive for the top two, but for third, fourth and fifth, it's a lot more stressful at the moment.
Leaders on final lap now.
There we go, final lap. That's the signal. So Eric Scarni,
2-second mark.
1.8 the difference right now. Can he make that up in the final lap? Can Canero hold on? Spinazzi just holding on as well. 1.6. Yeah, 1 point. Yeah, so true. One mistake from Canero. There's Spinazzi. So we've not seen that before. Spinazzi in the same shot as Canero. And that he's triple stinted as well, has Weatherburn. So he'll be pretty tired physically as well. 3 more laps and this would have been a cracking battle. Well, I reckon if Weatherburn didn't make the mistake, if Canero didn't make the mistake, there would have been a very, very different situation. So I don't know about it.
The race by 7 minutes.
Yeah. Let's do another 6 hours. So Weatherburn trying to close the gap. 1.7 seconds. Scarney is over halfway through the lap. I'll make sure I get him. We've gone 000. Oh, big scrape of the wall there. So we've gone 000. Oh, we've got traffic as well. Look at this. The Ferrari getting out of the way. Oh, Canero's right on the back of Spinazzi now. Spinazzi got caught up in the worst possible spot amongst the S's going through the dipper. So Canero is all over the back of him right now. Will he make a lunge at Forest Elbow? He won't. Look how good this is. Can Spinazzi hold on? Scarney is about to cross the line. Congratulations to Polygon Races. They take victory. ATR 1000 2024. Congratulations to Eric Scarney and Jamie Convoy. Well done to those guys. The battle for 3rd and 4th. Here comes Alice. What? So Alice. Hang on, Breno Alice, why are they saying he's in 2nd and a lap down? I don't quite understand that, because these guys are a lap down. So Breno Alice will come home 2nd. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th right now. Spinazzi coming through the final turn. Canero getting as close as he possibly can without touching. And Spinazzi takes 3rd. Canero takes 4th. Weatherburn takes 5th. Breno Alice is going to cross the line as well. So he was a lap ahead of these guys. So that's why they finished before him when the final lap got called. Well done to Breno Ellis and John Zoo. They're going to come home in P2. Congratulations to those guys. Lockie Bevis bringing home the Small Island Motorsport. But a big congrats to Eric Scarney and Jamie Convoy. Cracking drive from them. Started 14th, won the race. Awesome effort. Here is Lockie Bevis. We'll get him as he crosses the line. So Bursa has finished. Simmons in 9th. Gallagher in 10th. Shine, Aiken, Mitchell, Goo, Newman, Dow, Hamilton. So a bunch have finished. A bunch are finishing. Well done to the Small Island Motorsport team coming home in 6th position. Well done to those guys. Dropped as low as 21st at one stage. And what a cracking drive from these guys as well. So Breno Ellis in P2, Spinazzi in 3rd, Canero in 4th, 5th was Weatherburn, 6th was Bevis. Braithfield, obviously the teams were not just more than the one driver's in the car at the moment. Braithfield will be the last car to come home to finish the race. Well done to TKR, he and his teammate Kevin Harnett. They take home 7th, and that is the ATR 1020 for 2024 done and dusted. What a cracking race. That was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. And cool, by the way, Nick. That was fantastic to hear throughout the day and really appreciate it. It's a big day, not only for the guys in the cars, but also you. You've done more work than everyone else in that time frame while the others had a chance to take a break. So well done, mate, and a cracker of a finish. Fantastic to all the drivers who finished and also all the drivers who participated.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, massive congratulations to all the finishers. Commiserations to the guys that couldn't finish. But I think we had 25 of the 29 cars finished, which is a pretty good attrition rate. I reckon Eric Scarney is just like, let me do some more laps. I'm up for this. Thanks to everyone in the chat as well. E2, awesome work, everyone. Congrats on the podium. Dylan Spinazzi, Breno and Jaws in 2nd. Great job. Convoy and Scarney, way too good. Yeah, that was awesome, guys. Let's do some post-race interviews, I reckon. Let's see if we can get some teams in the chat. Would love to get the winners. We've had Jamie Convoy in here throughout the day. I'd love to get Eric Scarney, our race winners, in here. I'd love to hear from Matthew Spinazzi as well. If any of the other guys want to jump in, that would be awesome.
Just a note to the drivers that are still with us, if you want to drop into the top voice channel called Voice Lobby, and I'd love to hear some of your feedback from your events today with Nick.
Drive, Jamie. Well done, you two. Excellent
We're about
work.
to get hammered, Nick.
That's all right.
I'll leave you to it, mate.
I got plenty of time. I got nowhere to be. I'm good. Let me just shut this
Hey,
down.
Vinny.
Oh,
You there, Vinny?
Who's that? Hayden Bevis?
Yeah, it is. I'm just trying to get hold of Vinny.
Vinny.
I was going to say sorry for Lockie tapping him. The only thing I'm sorry about is he didn't tap him properly.
Well done, everyone. By the way, good drive.
Oh, wow. We got everyone in here. How
well
good?
done all.
Yeah, awesome. Let's start with the winners. I can see Jamie Convoy in there. Are you there, Jamie?
Hello, Nick. Yes, we're here.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we're very bloody happy with that, mate. It was a really solid day. I think we got quite lucky with all the very generous blue flags. We made no incidents. We had a couple of little taps on the wall, but we just drove a really clean, solid race, and yeah, it feels pretty good.
Yeah, and that car looked immaculate at the end there as well, indicating you guys kept it off the walls, kept it nice and clean all day.
Bloody Scarney brought it home for us. The last 45 minutes, he was actually just pushing, trying to find a 2 flat for himself. He got quicker as the day went on. I know I told you earlier on, but Scarney doesn't do all that much sim racing, so I'll let him tell you more about it. But he's moved house, and we've just pulled him out of the coffin for this one, and he turns up, and he's just relentless consistency all day. Is Eric Scarney?
He was doing 201s at the end there. He was flying. He was in his zone out there. It was great to see. Or where is he? Is he in here yet? Or no, not yet. Well, congratulations, mate. Awesome job. That was, that was a great race from you guys. 14th. So what happened in qualifying? Why did you qualify so low? Because you started 14th, and what happened there? You weren't available, were you, Jamie, for that? So Eric did the quali, I think you mentioned.
Yeah, correct. I was in the 12-hour last week for the ESA, and while I was doing that, Scarney did the qualifying. Gotcha.
Sorry, you have mentioned that a few times today, so I do apologise for that.
And good to have you along, Scarney. Really appreciate you and your teammate with their finishing in your race. So, Nick, have a chat with our race winner for sure.
Yeah, where is he here? Eric Scarney?
Hello, I'm here.
What's going on? Congratulations.
Thanks so much, mate. Thank you. What an event.
Dude, you were pumping in the lap times there. 201s at the end. Walk us through it.
Yeah, so I had the boys trying to just will me into a 2-minute flat. I couldn't quite get there in the last stint. I got a 2:01.1, but God, that's so fun. That's so much fun. We just had such a good day, and it's so fun to go across the top of the mountain.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just the best track
You
in the
looked,
game by far.
Mate, you looked good doing it too. That car looked fantastic. You kept it straight. You kept it off the walls. You drove faultlessly today. You did a fantastic job.
Thank you, and I must give credit to Mike Crick for the livery, the beautiful livery. It's amazing.
Yep. Yeah, it did. That's what I was saying. You looked good doing it. Give us a brief overview. How did you see the race? You obviously started in 14th. Jamie did a fantastic stint in the beginning there. Got you pretty much into the lead of the race, and then you just drove your stints as well. Walk us through it.
Well, really, it was all that first stint, getting in the car, being clear P1. I just felt I could do what I want, do what I wanted the whole day. JC gave me such freedom today, and we were lucky. We were lucky not to get in any big accidents. I think very fortunate.
Yep.
But I'm all about that relentless consistency. You know, when my pace lets me down, I just try and keep going, and keep going straight, keep the car straight, hand it to my co-driver, and I got to say, I feel a bit like Paul Morris in 2014 Bathurst right now, because I was carried a bit by JC, but I feel like I gave a little bit today as well. Like it was a great race,
mate. You gave a lot. You didn't give a little. You gave a lot. You did. Yeah, you did awesome, man.
Amen.
Yeah, you did a great job. Fantastic job out there. So I was just thinking, because when you were in the chat earlier on, you were talking about you feeling a bit nervous and you're feeling a bit of the pressure, and I was like, whoa, this could be interesting. But then you just drove perfectly. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm like, what's this guy talking about? What pressure is he feeling? So yeah, you did awesome, man.
Thank you so much, and this has been a great event, and the drivers have been awesome. So many good blue flags shown today, and great racecraft. Just wish we could afford our teammates a bit more. They got a bit unlucky during the day.
Yep.
We would like to have fight them a bit, the pole sitters. But yeah, once again, fantastic day. Far out. I'm so excited, so pumped. This is the best.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. You are the 2024 ATR 1000 champions, Eric Scarney and Jamie Convoy. Congratulations.
JC, we did it, mate!
Woo! Thanks, Nick. Thank you,
No
ATR.
dramas.
Great call, Nick. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, cheers. No, thanks, fellas. That was a lot of fun. All right, who else do we got here? We got a lot. I saw a lot of people. It's gone down a little bit. Who else do we... Maybe Gav wants to organise it. Gav, who do we have next to talk to?
Same problem with being visual on who's in here. I can see Drew, one of the Gallagher brothers, Andrew.
Oh, Andrew, Drew Gallagher.
So you can have a chat with him if you like, and I'll see what else is going on. I can see people coming back in there, so that's all great.
All right, let us know. Oh, yeah, there's people in there. Yep, cool. Andrew Gallagher, you there?
Yeah, mate, how you going?
Good, man. Congratulations. You guys drove a great race today. P8, I think, for you in the end there.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, I think we might have got P10. We managed to run a pretty good fuel stint for the end there.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it's a new PB for us finishing, so pretty chuffed with our result. We kept the thing pretty tidy all day, and I think we put about less than 5 seconds of damage on the car for the whole day, so we're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, mate, did a fantastic job. You and your brother, the Gallagher brothers. I love the Team Oasis name as well. Yeah, but any highlights? What were the highlights across the day?
Just good runs on our stints. Both really happy with how it all went, and just kept out of trouble. So plenty of action happened around the track, and kept it pretty exciting at times.
Beautiful. And how's your brother? He's all good as well? He's happy?
Very happy. It was a very competitive field to finish P10.
Yeah.
Couldn't ask for more, I think.
Yeah, totally agree. Well, congratulations, fellas. Brothers, I assume. I think someone confirmed that. Brothers?
Correct.
Yeah.
Not the ones that sing though.
No, hey, you wish you were the ones that had their money though, wouldn't you? So, congratulations, guys. Well done. Awesome work.
Cheers, mate. Great job on the broadcast. Thank you.
All good. Thank you. I think I saw Breno Ellis. I'm keen to hear Breno Ellis and John Zhu if they're available. I saw them.
I don't know if Breno is here. Oh, no, Breno is here.
Should be here. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you, Breno. How are you?
Oh, sweet. Yeah, not too bad. Yourself, Nick?
Good, man. It's a long time no speak.
Yeah, it has been.
Yeah. Congratulations, mate. Cracking job from you and John today for P2.
Yeah. First ATR event for myself and for John as well, so a bit of a last-minute team up. Fortunately, some things went awry with my original teammate, so John's jumped in the car with probably about a week and a half's worth of notice.
Yep.
And did a stellar job. Got a bit stooged on lap 1, turn 1 there a little bit. But apart from that, we drove fairly clean. A couple bits of damage. And obviously the last hour and a half or so we're carrying about 30 seconds worth of damage, so yeah, great race to Convoy and Scarney, just too quick for us today. We thought we might have had them with a strategy, but yeah, unfortunately it just didn't go our way.
Yeah, so you were carrying a bit of damage there because you really stretched the last stints out. The last two stints I think were about an hour, and I think second last was an hour and 15, and then the last one was about an hour and 10 or something. You were able to really stretch. That was intentional, obviously?
So the Lambo's pretty good on fuel using, well, when I was driving, using about 3.3 a lap, so we could do just over 70 minutes just going full chat the entire time.
Yep.
We had a bit of a team discussion in that at the end of John's second stint, saying that, like, oh, we might actually need a fuel save here. Turns out we didn't, so unfortunately probably lost about 25 seconds, 30 seconds there, fuel saving on that stint. But yeah, so the Lambo's pretty good on the fuel, so we knew from the beginning that we could do five stints instead of 6. But unfortunately, the strategy just didn't play into our hands like we thought we would.
Yeah. Well, a phenomenal effort from both you guys today, and yeah, the lap 1, turn 1 incident sort of put a bit of a dent and put you back a little bit, but yeah, cracking effort from the sausage sizzlers today. So I love the livery as well. I thought that was and the funny team name too. So there was more sizzle than sausage today. That's for sure. With you guys in P2. So congratulations to you and John.
Thank you. We slipped over the onions today instead of.
Well, if P2 slipping over the onions, it's not a bad day.
Yeah. Pretty happy with that result.
Yeah, is John there? Is John there as well?
Hello.
Yeah, John, how are ya?
Oh, a tiny bit disappointed. But you know, it's a race. Stuff happens in a race. Obviously, with such a good starting position, would have loved to come away with the win.
Yep.
Yeah, not in the cards for us today, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was a little bit like that, but look, second nonetheless, I think is still a decent consolation prize.
Well, with what I would call a disastrous stint from me, first, P2 at the end of the race, I feel is pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm honestly pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I can certainly understand the disappointment though. So, yeah, I can certainly empathise with that. Was it? I can't remember. Was it you or Breno that just clipped the wall there towards the end with about an hour and a half? I think it was to go, maybe a little bit less, coming down through the S's. Was that you or Breno?
I reckon it was myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's the margin for error here is very small.
Yeah.
And you take 5k an hour less down the S's, you go for your same turn-in point, and boom, there's a wall.
Yeah.
Ready to ruin your day. So
yeah.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate with the damage. Lucky we could sort of manage it. We didn't have to repair the second bit in the pits. It was all bodywork damage, so like the car was obviously slower. But it still felt fine. It's not as if like the wing was like snapped or something and like the rear's just stepping out because you got no downforce. It was just a bit slower on the straights and just felt a little, well, it didn't even feel bad. It was just slow. Like I could barely manage like 202 flats at the end there when I should have been doing, like 2-minute deads really.
Yeah.
If not low 201s, which I was doing in the first stint with no damage. So yeah, to bring it home with everything, and as I said, like first event as a team, first ATR 1000 for both of us as well. Pretty chuffed with P2, but it definitely there's definitely a hunger to do better because we know we can.
I was going to say it gives you something to aim for next year.
100%.
Well done, fellas. I can hear the disappointment in your voice, and can understand. But I think second is still an effort that needs to be commended, and drove a great race today. And maybe next year, hopefully next year, you can go one step further and P1. But for today, congrats on P2 and well done, fellas.
Hold your heads high, guys. You finished in P2 in a pretty demanding event, so well done. Really good result from my point of view, so well done, guys.
Cheers, Gav. Cheers, Dick, for the stream. I will shortly be going back and reviewing all of that. So.
Yeah, no dramas, man. It's good to hear the smooth dulcet tones of your voice. So
I'll be back in the comm box pretty soon.
Yeah, man. I was wondering, will you join us today? So No, but good to hear from you again, and yeah, congrats.
Yeah, easy. No stress.
So stream, congrats to Scani and Convoy for the win.
Yeah,
Yeah,
cheers.
100%.
Thanks, fellas.
All right, fellas, take it easy.
See you, mate.
And congratulations if they're here, Matthew and Dylan in
Yeah.
P3, Pazanzi and Lester. So speak up, guys. Great finish on P3. So well done to hit the podium.
Oh, do we have any of them? I can't see any. I can't see anything here. Be keen to hear from Matthew Spinazzi, or we've heard from Dylan Lester. Happy to hear from him again, but I can't really see anyone. Is there anyone else?
Hear from whoever, I think it was P5, P6 and P7. They were fighting on the last lap.
Yeah, that
interesting to hear about that.
Yeah, Vinny Canero was one of those drivers.
Jacob Witherburn.
Yeah, and
I got caught in the middle of it, so
I
tried to move it out of the way.
Who are we talking to here? Who's this?
I'm Travis Morgan. I was a back marker.
Oh yeah, cool. Which car were you? What number?
I was 7.
787.
787.
3296.
Yeah, right. 787. Let me just quickly check my. Where did you? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. T. Morgan and Travis Morgan and Chris Hoffman.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. You guys were sort of you were in that last bit at the end there, weren't you? What happened from your perspective? Because we didn't quite see it.
Well, I caught up to someone who obviously was laps in front of me. I was a bit faster than me because our team, we had one slower driver and I was the faster driver. And so I was just trying to get past people cleanly and to take them over even though I'm on blue flags. And so I was trying to get around him. It was going quite slow, but then all of a sudden, I think it was P5, P6 and P7 or 4, 5, 6 all came up from behind, rushing through all within a second of each other. And so I just took the exit road to get out of the way.
Yeah, I saw that. Yes. Yeah, right. Okay, so yeah, just sort of one of those things, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Right, and was this your first ATR 1000?
Yeah, my first.
What you finished? That's a pretty bloody good start. What did you?
Yeah, that's what I was aiming for.
Yeah, what did you think of it? How did you give us a little summary of your day?
Well, we had a lot of technical issues, so we couldn't actually hear each other the whole race. We kind of had to guess when we were pitting and everything.
Wow.
But other than the issues like that, it was even though we were at the back of the field, it was still good fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, loved it. Definitely going to do it again next year.
Just that extra level of difficulty for you added in there. No comms with your teammate.
Yeah, kind of playing the guessing game.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. It's you finished, and that's sort of first and foremost. So yeah, well done.
Thank you for everyone who put it on.
Yeah, no dramas. Do we have anyone else? I see Mike Crick in there from the Nismo Legends. Don't know if are you there?
I am here.
How are ya? Congratulations. You guys had a decent day today.
Yeah, it started pretty badly. We ended up getting turned around on turn 2, lap 2, and had to do a lot of recovery driving. We also had another incident down at the dipper towards the end of my first stint. So yeah, a lot of coming back from the end for me.
Right, so I think I've got it on my screen 13th, but I'm not too sure if that's accurate. Might have been more 15th around there.
Should have been 15th.
15th, yeah. I've just had some people leave, so that's all right. Still a good day nonetheless. 15th. I'm not too sure where he's just trying to see where he started. I think he started.
We started P20.
Yeah, so you made progress. That's the main part. Was this your first ATR 1000?
Yeah. Both Witcher and I have done a fair bit of sim racing in ACC, and I've done a lot of racing at Bathurst, especially in the GTR, which is my favourite car, and I always try and convince someone to drive it with me.
Yep.
But yeah, this was the first Bathurst 1000 we did, and yeah, this was it was really fun. It was great.
Coming back next year?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, nice. Who did the livery for you guys?
I did.
Oh, dude, looks awesome. Looks so good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really liked it. I liked the red and the black, and then you had the gold and the black down the bottom there. That was cool. I thoroughly enjoyed looking at that all day. It was very nice. So well done.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's based off an old the original like R30 Nismo livery they did when they first started racing the Skyline. So
yeah, that's what I thought. It was
sort of for the design.
No, but that's what I thought it was. It's sort of a throwback livery. So I enjoyed it, appreciated it. I thought it was very nicely done. So yeah, good work.
No, thanks to you guys. Thanks for putting on a good event. I look forward to watching the stream back and catching some of the action. And
awesome.
Yeah, because it was a pretty busy one.
It was. No, enjoy. Cool. I think that's pretty much everyone. It doesn't look like there's anyone really left, Gav, unless I'm mistaken.
I'm here.
Oh, who's that? Who's here?
There will be some still floating around, but just not visible. So, guys, if you need to be visible, just disconnect from the voice chat and then reconnect, and your name will pop up. So I can see Steve Heck here at the moment. So great to see you, Steve.
Hecking you.
G'day.
How are ya?
Good.
Mate,
that was a rough race.
That 430 was everywhere. I think you ended up with 11 or 12 pit stops today with you guys.
Yeah. I got so at the start of the race, turn 1, I got punted off because I think Glory had spun and was parked at the side of the track, and I was 3 wide with 2 others, and I was on the inside. So as people were reacting to Glory being on the outside, I got shunted off into the wall.
Okay. And cause you had a few big moments as well, but was this your first ATR 1000?
Yeah, this was mine and my teammate's first ATR 1000.
Yeah, so I think it's more you guys finished. I reckon that's what it's more about.
That's all I wanted.
Yeah, and like to be fair, 12 pit stops, and you still kept on going. Like that's grit and determination. Like that is like that right there says that's real resilience. So I think that says a lot about you guys and your race today. That you, despite what was thrown at you, still kept on trucking. That's all we can ask.
Yeah, I personally had 2 clean stints, or cleanish stints.
Yeah.
Like I still came in with like 10 to 17 seconds of damage, but yeah, Dan just couldn't really get over the mountain cleanly.
Yep.
But it was
Well,
it's hard. It's a hard track to.
Damn straight it is. It's like zero forgiveness as well. Like it's a very, very small margin of error. But yeah, you guys did. Yeah, you did great today to finish. Yeah, the only way is up from here.
Exactly.
Cool. All right, congratulations, awesome work, and yeah, we'll see you next year for the next one.
I can see Flips in here. Are you still there?
I wouldn't mind having a chime if I can.
Yeah, go for it. Who's Flips? Sorry. Oh, is this
Hamilton from Vicmania.
Oh yeah. You guys are from the 115 Vicmania entry.
That's the one.
Yes.
That's the one. I just want to at least publicly say thanks for a great event to everyone involved in running it. It was a lot of fun. It was both our first 1000 event. We both enjoyed it. Unfortunately, Mick had a bit of a prang with about 45 minutes to go.
Yeah, that was a big one, wasn't it? That was.
Yeah, he clipped the inside on the kink into the cut-in and fired him into the opposite side, and
Right.
there was 2 minutes 40 of damage or something like that to repair.
Yeah.
We went tumbling down the order from about 15th. back to 22nd or
Yeah.
21st, sorry.
Well, you said you wanted to finish top 15, and you were you were on track to do that, and then
we were. It was a bit of a gutful. So, but anyway, he owes me cakes. So, so anyway, that's we got out. Like we went in, pitted, swapped out. I came out for the last would have been 38 minutes or so by the time we got out of the pits. Was running low 202s, mid 202s for the rest of the race. So that was always our intent that I'd run a short, sort of higher pace sort of stint. I was trying to push for the 201s, but it wasn't quite there. The grip wasn't quite there to get with the setup that we have and the skill that I have. So anyway, it is what is. But yeah, anyway, but it was a good race and we enjoyed it. I'm sitting back with a cold beer now. So.
Well, it's a cold beer, very well earned. So, yeah, well done to you guys, and just that little bit of bad luck at the end there. But coming back next year?
Oh yeah, for fuck yeah, we'll be back. So,
yeah, nice.
Yeah, love it. Had fun, and we're doing a few of it, us and a few more, and Skinny Luke and all that. We're doing the 24-hour in a few weeks together.
Yeah, right.
The charity event, so yeah, we'll be looking forward to that, and yeah.
Beautiful. Well, good luck. Just think, this right now is like what, quarter of the way of a 24-hour race. So, good luck for the 24.
No worries. All right. You have a good day. Thanks for your hard work today.
No dramas. Thank you. Is there anyone else in here with us? I feel like I'm one of those psychics, you know.
Sounds like we've got the chat all happening, my friend, and
Cool.
people are moving on.
Beautiful. All right, well, let's wrap it up. Gav, just wanted to say what a fantastic job that you and your team have done putting on this event. Everyone has spoke so highly of it. Everything ran nice and smoothly. I'm not too sure if you saw the message that I sent you this morning, but at about 11:30 I said I can't do this, my computer doesn't work, and I am more shocked than anyone that it's actually lasted the full 6 hours. So I'm pretty happy about that. I'm going to have to work out what the hell's wrong with it, but that was awesome fun doing this for the second time, and yeah, well done to you guys. Yeah, fantastic event, went nice and smooth, and yeah, well done to everyone who's helped organise it all, and yeah, to yourself, thank you. That's yeah, awesome job from you guys.
No, look, absolute pleasure, and I'll chat to you post-race, mate. Appreciate all your time, and now for you to sit back and relax and just forget about this one and take some time for yourself, my friend. And thanks very much to yourself, to all of the drivers and teams, and also to all those who are supporting those drivers and teams on your stream. It's been an awesome day, and I've enjoyed every moment of it, and look forward to prepping up for 2025. And it sounds like we'll have a few people coming back for this one. So thanks again, Nick.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I expect we'll probably see the grid a little bit bigger next year as well, judging from today. So yeah, but to everyone who raced, awesome work from everyone. Big congratulations to the winners as well, and to everyone else who raced and finishing. Thanks to everyone in the chat as well. That was really awesome to have everyone. Thanks for everyone jumping into the comms with me. I feel like I only did like a couple of hours by myself. That was fantastic. So hopefully you didn't find that too boring. And yeah, hope you all enjoyed it. Looking forward to doing it all again next year. But until then, everyone, take it easy. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. I'll be back next year. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Take it easy.